Another day of racing kicking off here at the Big A Aqueduct. Today's races are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Happy Veterans Day to everybody, and I know that my partner on today's show to kick things off, while we remember the veterans here on November 11th, every day is a day to remember the veterans and their sacrifices to this country. Andy Serling, joined by my often partner, Anthony Stabile. How's everything going today?
Different. We're in the light. We're out of the cave up here for America's Day at the races this afternoon.
Well,
Normally,
particularly light because
hidden away
your big head
horses.
isn't quite blocking that big light behind you, so I have to duck. If you moved a little forward, it would be easier for me. There we go.
Better?
Yeah, that is better.
There you go.
You're
So
like a
I'm here to oblige, my friend.
I appreciate it. Looking forward to today's action. We are on the turf for races 1 and 3. We are expecting some showers. It doesn't appear they've hit yet. Race 1 will be fine. We're hoping that race 3 works out as well. They are not in the pick 6. Our feature today, though, scratched down to a field of 5. It's the 8th race, and I got to tell you something. While Fouette, who I picked, and to thank Acacia Courtney for telling us how to pronounce Fouette's name correctly, she's the 2-to-1 morning line favorite, but I agree with an assessment you had earlier. I think this race, there's no horse in here that can't win, and it feels like there's no horse you're definitely in love with betting on.
No question about it, and it figures that there should be some speed in here. You pointed out earlier that Fouette has one from off the pace. That might be Hoover today because Short Summer Dress, the 3, the 5 Dealing Justice, both fillies that have an abundance of speed, even self-isolation. She comes out of longer races, but she's been forward, and this filly might be the fastest of them all. We'll see. She has one from off the pace. The only confirmed closer in the race is the number 2, Piece of My Heart, so I'm either have the sucker stamp across my head. I wound up there.
Well, no, you've already got that stamp in your head. It's won't necessarily erase it that easily.
It's an interesting feature today, and as part of the pick 6, it adds a little monkey wrench in because I know a lot of people, including myself, often like to lean on the higher quality races. This being a 3 other than with the 80 optional tag would be a race that you ordinarily I think you feel a little more comfortable with. I don't feel comfortable using 2 in here. I would probably want to use 3. So it's a tough race.
We'll see. Short Summer Dress, another player in the race and the longest shot on the board to start it out. She ran incredibly well up in Saratoga, and in fact finished ahead of the horse that you were mentioning, who hasn't won a race in the last couple of years. I'm not sure where this race came from, and I don't know how we can trust her to run it back. She came back and disappointed at a short price September 1st. She's losing a good horse in this race in Smash Ticket and Betsy Blue, and she was very, very game in defeat. Having said that, poor subsequent performance. Claimed by Joseph Lee. He goes to the turf with her. Now, she has run okay in the turf before. Didn't run at all in that race. Goes back to the dirt. She figures to be part of a pace. She has this race, and this race could make her a winner in here, but I don't know how reliable she is to run it again.
Unreliable, I think, is more a description of this filly than a mare, I should say, than reliable.
I just don't know.
To take her in a race where the other 4, at least 3 of the other 4, have valid form, kind of tough.
Well, it is part of today's race sequence. We'll start off with race number 1, kicks off the early pick 5. The late pick 5 starts in race 5. Race number 3 has that middle pick 4. Race number 4 will kick off the pick 6 with a $33,434 carryover. We mentioned the 8th race in Churchill Downs. They'll start their pick 5 in the first race as well. They are sloppy and off the turf. We are fast and firm. Keep in mind, though, the main track as of now is sealed, and their featured allowances in the 8th. As always, we want you to head on over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time than the present. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Use the promo code MATCH200, and we will match the $200 of your initial deposit. Head on over to NairaBets.com if you're not a member. Race number 1 on the grass. We've got 2-year-old maidens. They're trying to break their maidens. We've had some that have had chances, like Barry the Builder, the number 9 Provision, who at this point is the 3-to-1 favorite. You've got some first-time turfers, some horses first time on the turf, and the good news is you don't just get stuck with Anthony Stabile and I to start the day. We got the MIG, Richard Migliori. He is down in the paddock. Richie, are you staying dry at least so far?
Well, it's just kind of sprinkling right now. It's not coming down too steady yet, Andy, but kind of an interesting group, big field. You know, the 3, Barry the Builder, actually really caught my eye. I mean, he's got the benefit of races. I think he's hitting his optimum fitness level. He's getting back to turf. I think the dirt races kind of dirty up his form, excuse the pun, and I just think that he's going to run an improved race getting back to the turf, and particularly from what I'm seeing with enough racing under his belt to give him that foundation. The 8-horse Wind Giant, horse that I picked as a crazy long shot on the dirt. He finished third, a badly beaten third at 30-1. But he is a half to Super Freaky. There is some turf pedigree there, and from a physical perspective, he has a big, wide, flat foot that makes you think that he'd appreciate the turf. The 9 Provision, you know, this is a horse that's now run 4 times, 4 seconds. Kind of find it interesting. He's a half to Princess Pinky, who has compiled a record as of yet so far, 2 wins, 7 seconds. I'm seeing a little bit of a theme here. When horses start racking up a lot more seconds than wins, you just feel like they're horses that like to run with horses as opposed to by horses. The 11-horse Empire Ride, I prefer the 2 Christophe Clement trainees, but he has a tough post. He looks just a lot fitter to me than the 1 Clear Conscience. Maybe that's just Clear Conscience. Some horses carry more weight than others, but the 11 Empire Ride looks a lot fitter to me and a little bit more focused about the upcoming proceedings. And then the 12, Slap in the Face. If this horse had an inside post, this would probably be my selection, just watching him in the paddock. He looks very fit for Tony Dutro. It's the first foal. Niall Brennan, Tony Dutro, they won a race together just the other day. If he can overcome the post, this horse has a look of a horse that's really, really well meant. A horse that, to me, looks honed and ready for a big effort right off the bench.
Thanks, Richie. And I think the 12-horse Slap in the Face is an interesting horse. I know, Anthony, you'd mentioned on Talking Horses that you had a tip. We'll talk about that horse, and they do have a long run of the first turn. So if that horse has talent, hopefully can find position. The number 9 Provision, though, and I like what Richie said, horse bred to finish second. See how things play out as America's Day at the Race will continue after a quick break.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out they get to scratch on a mare in full. They think it's super cool and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
No question, it's a who's who of racing that has come through Claiborne Farm over the years and continues to come from them. Our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well as we continue our action. Horses getting ready to come on the track for race number 1. We're still a little bit about 7 minutes, probably about 9 or 10 minutes until they leave the gate for the first. When you look at the races on TV and you see, as you can see, some showers are coming, keep in mind it's always a little bit deceiving because you get a sort of three-dimensional look compressed into 2 dimensions, and when you see that, it's often not raining that hard, but there is rain coming on the way and is expected to be rain overnight, which is why all of tomorrow's races are for the schedule for the dirt.
Yeah, carded for the dirt, 9-race card. The stakes for the weekend will both be run on Sunday, or are scheduled to be run on Sunday. Entries were moved wisely.
We were supposed to run the Artie Schiller on Saturday's card, and we moved it over to Sunday. We're running both stakes, the Winter Memories and the Artie Schiller, as you were saying, on Sunday.
Yeah, and only 2 today, and they're early in the card, and hopefully we're able to get by the skin of our teeth on the turf today as the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings leave the paddock for the opener.
Yeah, we have been fortunate with the weather for a lot of the meets we've had. Last year's fall meet was terrific, but this has not been a good fall for weather. On the other hand, you got to get some rain. So it works both ways, but our turf courses have taken a bit of a beating, and don't forget, these are turf courses that in prior years are never used for more than 3 to 5 weeks during a meet, both the spring meet and the fall meet. This year, of course, moving here from Belmont, used them a lot more. They're hitting the track for race number 1. Christophe Clement has a couple horses in this race. Down the inside, Joel Rosario not riding today. Jose Ortiz picks them out on Clear Conscience.
Yeah, Son of Blame out of a Gio Ponte mare that was 1 for 2 in her career. Both of those starts came on the grass.
Irad Ortiz has them out on King of Comedy. Mike Maker stretching out.
2 sprints to a stretch out for the Son of Oscar performance. Didn't take a ton of money first or second time out. Did not have the best of starts either time either.
Barry the Builder going by. Seems like a bit of an overlay at 12-1 with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, Barry the Builder. See if he shows a little more speed like he did 2 starts back, second turf
We
race.
missed the number 4 Atlanta Zacuna. More on him. There's Tony O trying the turf for Dave Donk and Jorge Vargas.
Dan was okay on the grass even though she didn't win.
Rick Schosberg, he'll be joining us in the show in about an hour as a firster, and he's been hot. Sharp as.
Yes, Sharp as Tekkas have been hitting the ground running as well.
Danny Garg with a Flintshire first-time star, Darpino BC.
Yeah, it's almost 60-1 right now. See if he needs a race.
Andre Worry has the mount on Win Giant, trying the turf for Jeffrey Englehart. start.
Yeah, rained off first time going the mile. Just has to stretch out an extra 16th on his grass debut.
Then there's the favorite Provision. Plenty of turf pedigree for Wind Giant. Provision's had his chances, but he is the favorite right now at 2-1. The 10, Mama Band Me. Tom Morley, first-time starter.
Yeah, 49-4, 49-1, a couple of 49 and change. Kendrick Carmouche, first time for this son of Lauband.
Empire Ride goes out for West Point Stables. Christophe Clement trains this one, who worked 10 and 5th, the 2-year-old sale.
Perhaps the other quote-unquote Clement in here he's taking a little bit less money than Clear Conscience along the way.
The only live 2-year-old tips you've had all year have been the ones from Tony Dutrow, and you got a little tip on Slap in the Face, the firster, with Javier.
Not entirely true, but it's been the best information. A strong 47-1 out of the gate last time. Again, you'll see this a lot. Downstate horses cannot work on the turf unless they are nominated for stakes races, but this horse worked a handful of times on the Oklahoma training turf during the Saratoga meet.
Follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. There is the favorite, the number 9 Provision. We'll go back to his last turf race. He ran in the dirt. And I love how Richie pointed out that he's a half to horse that's run second so many times, because he is really piling up the seconds. And 3 of them at short prices, 2 of them on the grass, and we'll take a look at one of them. I don't know that he really ran much better than Benny the Builder, and I simply don't understand. And I know you don't like Benny the Builder, but I don't understand how he's 2-1 out of this race. And Benny the Builder, who did the dirty work on the front end, is 12-1.
That's ridiculous.
Right.
That is absolutely ridiculous for a horse that's already shown you he has the worst disease at the racetrack, and that's second-itis. Yeah, you know, I would assume they just the public's looking for a little bit more consistency, though Barry the Builder hasn't done, he hasn't run that poorly in his 2 grass races.
He's run as well, if not better, than Provision did. I don't really understand
why
he's 12-1, and my apologies to Barry. Changed his name to Benny. You're Barry. I'm not in love with either one of these horses. All I'm saying is that I think if you're betting on the 9 and you're disregarding the 3 at 12-1, you might want to at least take another look at them. That's really my feeling. You and I both picked the 1 Clear Conscience in here, who does have more of a turf pedigree than the other Christophe Clement runner, and is taking some money, though. Christophe Clement, he's won with a lot of firsters, and he's won with first-time stars at big prices. He's not somebody that needs to get bet to be live.
No. And this horse at 9-2 is actually the second choice.
But here's your tip horse, the 12. This horse is bet, Anthony.
You know, when we're sitting, Richie's downstairs, and we're obviously sitting up in the equestrious.
Thanks for that.
How good does this horse look on a racetrack?
I don't know. It's not my strength.
He looks amazing.
Let's go to Richie, who I know liked the 12 look. But, Richie, the question I want to ask you is, mile and a 16th coming out in the chute, they got a pretty long run to the first turn. So while, yeah, I get it with an outside post, if you really like this horse, are you that concerned about it?
Well, I am concerned about it, and I do like him, and I'm going to pick him. And it kind of goes against one of my principles. I'm just not a huge fan of outside posts in turf racing to begin with. And then the problem with the first-time starter, Andy, is you just worry – there's a lot of empty space, and then get a little bit lost out there. But he looks like a very focused individual. He looks very fit. And, he gets a Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer for Anthony Dutrow, does a great job. And I just think this horse really looks clued in, like he really understands why he's here. So I'm going to, disregard the outside post, but it is absolutely a concern. The 1 horse, Clear Conscience, first-timer from Christophe Clement, taking a bit more money than the other first-timer, Empire Ride, from Christophe. But just looking at them from a physical perspective, the 2's just carrying a bit more weight, a little bit more of a barrel, doesn't look quite as tucked up. Now, again, that could be just an individual thing. Some horses carry more weight than others, but the 11 just looks fitter to me. Problem with him is he's just got an outside draw, too, just 1 post inside the 12. But I'm going to go ahead and just go to the outside posts and use the 12 and the 11. I like them a lot, and I'm probably going to use the 9 in second.
I find the money that the number 12 in this race, Slap in the Face, is taking to be very important. This horse could be a very big price, and I think one thing that we could all agree on, the 12 will scare some people off.
Yes.
It's not, Anthony. This horse is the 5-1 co-second choice right now.
There's 3 horses at 5-1. The other 2 are the 1 and the 2, Clear Conscience and King of Comedy. So
I guess King of Comedy is taking money because I read our tees. Do you worry about that horse maybe wiring the field? Though
Yeah.
Mike Maker has good numbers stretching out in the grass.
You know, I wonder, though, doesn't Barry the Builder have to kind of be forward his better race? I know he had a tough post first-time turf, but
He does, but we'll
he
see.
needs to be forward, I think, right? Well, let's see what Atlanta's Acuna does first time on the grass. Wouldn't it be beneficial, too, and I know it didn't happen on the turf yet, but Provision showed speed off the turf last time. Wouldn't it be maybe beneficial to make him a little more forward today as well? Change things up a little
Not
bit?
be forward against this field from that post, but you never know, I guess. The Showdown. Play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown as the horses are making their way to the turf course. And if you're against Provision in here, you're getting paid.
Yep.
Because you got a 2-1. Second choice is not now the 12 at 9-2 is the second choice. This horse is bet like they really like him. And I understand what Richie's saying. And listen, there's no question, prefer to draw a post where it's easier to get position on the inside. But, you know, they start well up that chute.
You made a good case for not being as concerned about the outside
and
draw.
let me say something else. If you think there's a little bit of pace in this race,
and there should be,
that stretches the field out.
It does.
When the field stretches out, it's very easy to get over. Now, listen, you may have some speed, this horse. That'd be interesting, but I have to say, looking at the board and judging it now and knowing how I feel about Precision as being a very mediocre favorite, I think Slap in the Face is probably the right one here. But I cannot get away from the fact that Barry the Builder is being bet. It's just, to me, a tremendous overlay, and I would certainly want to use him in my play. I don't get him at 10-1 and Provision at 8-5.
Great name for Slap in the Face, too. Love that name.
The Oscar performances, by the way, he has really been an interesting first-year sire. You know, and you think how much turf racing we have, and he is making quite a splash in his first year as a sire. He's a nice racehorse, but he's really been passing that along.
He's been good. Yeah. You don't ordinarily see. I feel like you don't see as much consistency with the turf sires as you do with the dirt sires, but he's kind of brought that consistency to the table.
Not sure I would agree with that, but
first couple of years, they don't usually sort themselves out. I mean, he's kind of separated himself a little bit.
Well, I mean, we run a lot of turf racing, and things have really changed, you know, not as far as the major races as far as dirt racing, but we run a whole lot of 2-year-old turf races and other tracks as well. So you're seeing turf racing get more and more prominence in this country. And, of course, we have some big races on the turf as well. Horses are heading into the gate, the field of 12, almost fully loaded for the first. John Imbrial, the voice of New York racing, with the call for the opener at the Big A.
Waiting for Empire Ride and Slap in the Face. They're all in. And they're off. It was a slow beginning for D'Arpino BC. They have quickly made the turn and have straightened away, and it is King of Comedy and Atlanta's Acuna. Atlanta's Acuna takes the lead from King of Comedy. Sharp As moves up on the outside to grab third, with Barry the Builder next in fourth. It's 2 lengths to Tonio, who runs in fifth, followed by Provision in sixth. Clear Conscience is next in seventh. On the outside is Wind Giant, who runs in eighth. D'Arpino BC has moved up into ninth, followed by Empire Ride, then Slap in the Face, and trailing the field is Mama Band Me in 12th, and this field is spread out as they race up the backstretch. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Atlanta's Acuna leads by 2.5 lengths. King of Comedy next in second, Sharp As on the outside in third. Then it is the favorite Provision in fourth by a head. Barry the Builder down on the inside in fifth. That's Tonio in sixth, and Clear Conscience is seventh, the half in 48-4. Atlanta's Acuna continues to lead here. Atlanta's Acuna by 2. Sharp As now on the move and up into second. Provision on his outside. King of Comedy is down at the rail. Then Barry the Builder, followed by Tony O, Clear Conscience, and DR Pino BC. They are at the head of the stretch, and it's 3 of them across. In between horses, it's King of Comedy, Sharp As on the outside. Atlantis Acuna is down at the rail. Then Barry the Builder. Provision has dropped back. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. King of Comedy takes the lead here from Atlantis Acuna. Sharp As is in third. It is King of Comedy stepping away at the end to win by 3 lengths. Atlantis Acuna held second. Clear Conscience came on for third.
Seemed like this horse getting a little bit over bet because Irad Ortiz was riding, but the very well-named King of Comedy, for those fans of the Martin Scorsese movie, they finally got paid. Stretching out, great trip, nice win.
You know, one of the old handicapping added the 2 sprints to the route. He wound up settling as the co-second choice, Andy, at 9-2. Great trip under Irad Ortiz Jr., who saved some ground, was able to sit behind the speed. You mentioned this. The speed of Atlantis Acuna, who looked like he was toast on the far turn, he actually is going to hold on for second over the first of Clear Conscience. He ran a good race at 15 to 1.
He ran very, very well. He set a fast first quarter. There was a lot of pressure early, and he still ran extremely well to finish second. And here, the horse that you and I were interested in kind of picking up the pieces on the inside. The number 10 for Tom Morley, Mama Banned Me. Kind of take a look at that horse, because that horse seemed to be making a wide run to make a little bit of a run in the stretch. The 12 horse, slap in the face, Javier had no problem getting towards the inside. He was on the rail. He actually moved out a little bit in the first turn to be too wide to get away from a horse that was kind of backing up a bit. That horse never ran a step.
Didn't do much running at all, no.
Didn't seem like anybody really gained much ground. The one picked up some pieces racing along the rail. The race that was sort of dominated by inside runners, but also dominated by horses that were more forwardly placed as race number 1. Not too many 2-year-old turf maiden races left here, but Irad Ortiz, who's having an incredible season, gets another win.
Closing in on 300 victories. And you know...
Well, he's also right near the stakes record where he can win the most stakes. I think he's 2 away from the record for number of stakes wins.
And he already set the money record.
Yes. Yeah. Early no record.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you know, you think about 300 wins, and you harken back to when Russell Bays did this, and he's doing this on arguably the toughest riding circuits and in the toughest colonies. It's just absolute. I mean, he's going to win. You know, he's on pace right now to win another. You know, quick math. He's going to win another 30, 40 races before the year's over. I mean, 320 wins on this circuit.
He's a tremendous rider who is intimidating, and he also rides all day long. This is not a guy who takes any breaks.
Important point. He rides from the first to the last.
Well, it's Veterans Day, but one of our favorite veterans is Sergeant Reckless, and her story, even if you've heard it before, it never gets old. You'll be hearing it again after a quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit prolumo.com to order today.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Anthony Stabile joining me, Andy Serling, up on the desk, Richard Migliore. He's down braving the elements down in the Paddock, race number 1. Just finished, and Irad Ortiz gets another winner, this time for trainer Mike Baker, the owner of Paradise Farm Corp, and David Studecker. Congratulations to them. A nice win and a perfect trip.
Yeah, you mentioned everybody just kind of rode that inside lanes, the inside lanes to victory and minor
Any
awards.
success, 1, 2, 3, all rode the rail pretty much the whole race.
All were inside, yeah, and King of Comedy again, that Rad just putting them right place at the right time.
The winning rider gets a lot of press, and he gets it for a reason. He's standing by with Richard Migliore.
Thanks, Andy. And here with Irad. And Irad, first time you ever rode King of Comedy, but you worked out a really nice trip.
Perfect trip. Horse was running and sprinting a couple times, and he can get it done. So I was expecting to try to get a good position coming from sprinter racing, and he broke great, put me in a great position, hold it together, save some ground. I was in inside post position and worked it out perfect. I was on top of the rail by the first 10, enjoying my time behind Dylan, wait the time to go, tip him out, the horse respond.
How difficult is it riding a horse for the first time, though?
I mean, sometimes you can get you warm them up with them in the post parade, and you got a little feedback of them, and just ride it with confidence. Try to make them to listen to you. It's not easy, but sometimes works, sometimes don't. But thank God worked out today.
Well, you're making it look easy. You're closing in on 300 wins. You're over 34 million in purses. Already kind of surpassed your own record, and now you're right on the cusp of this single-season stakes record. Are these things you think about? Do you feel a little more anticipation or pressure about it?
I feel great. The first time I heard about the stake was before the Breeders' Cup. My agent told me, listen, we are 10 behind, so we should push for it, go for it, and just try to be on the stake races. And thank God I'm 2 behind. But it's not easy. It's not easy. You have to run the races. You have to win the races and the stake races. And I'm very excited about that one. I really want to do it. I think Gogo have it since 2007, and it's one of those riders that I look after him. He was a great jockey and good person. I met him too, and he just passed away a couple years ago. It was very sad for us, and I'm looking forward for that one. The purse money, I got a great year. My agent do a great job. I have big support from owners and trainer, and I'm enjoying the time, like what is happening right now, and I'm excited. I'm happy. Not too much pressure, but I would love to do the stake records.
Okay, quickly, because we got to wrap up. Do you ever get tired?
Sometimes, but 1 day or 2 days of rest, and we're back to work. I love it. I love it. As long as I have 1 or 2 days off, I can ride the next 5.
Congratulations. Keep it up. Guys, it's a hard thing to maintain that energy level, but he's like the Energizer Bunny. He just does not quit.
No question about it. You can see his enthusiasm as well, and it's true. And I think it's something you see in Richie as somebody who rode and loves the game. There is a real love of the game.
That's what I was going to say. When you talk to Irad,
I read your mind.
Not just about scary. You don't want to go in there. Not just about riding, but just about the game in general. A lot of trainers, I've talked to Chad Brown about this, I've talked to Todd Fletcher about this, if he comes back and gives you feedback, add blinkers, cut back, change surface, they'll pay a little bit more attention to him just because he gets his point across and he knows. Like, if he chooses to, he'll be a good horseman. He'll be a good trainer when he hangs his reins up one day.
If he's stupid enough to become a trainer after he stops riding, I'm going to have to talk with him. A little later.
A guy like
he's way too smart for that.
You could see a guy like him, though, where he needs to be around this game.
We'll see. But the reality is that he's having an incredible career, and he's not winning he's riding the right horses because of the rider that he is. And yes, he's riding the right horses, but he wins on horses that not necessarily look like the right ones. It's a first-time starter. Magical ways.
Bill
Anthony,
Mott.
It's your man, Bill Mott.
Wow.
You didn't pick him anywhere in here, and apparently he's the fastest horse in the world.
I picked him third, first off,
It's a 6-horse
Andy.
field, Anthony.
Okay.
Bill Mott, you pick him third with a horse that's like 50-1 that can't win. You
not get-
disrespected your friend Bill Mott, and he's 4-5.
My racehorse.
Oh, it's a My Racehorse.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that horse's sales workout from a year and a half ago. Know you love them, but it is Veterans Day, and obviously we all have a great deal of respect and appreciate everything that veterans have done for us. All the veterans aren't human. One of them was an equine. She was named Sergeant Reckless, and she couldn't race during the Korean War, but she found a way to be even more important. And to her story, as we talk about the story of Sergeant Reckless, is really a great one.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines, and especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954. Is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Welcome back to America's Day of Races. The Sergeant Reckless story, it never gets old. It really is a great story.
It's amazing, yeah. And not only Veterans Day, but yesterday, of course, the birthday for the Marines. So it was her birthday as well. Not just a racehorse, a Marine as well. It's pretty, you think about it, 70 years ago.
Yeah.
Long time.
Horses give everything. Richard Migliore.
They really do.
Man who appreciates the horses as well. He's down in the paddock as the field is getting assembled. And I want to hear about this first-time starter. Is it just my racehorse money, Richie, or is Magical Way saying something special to you?
Well, Magical Way is talking. He's announcing to everybody that he's here. So it's just funny that you said, is he talking? Because he's whinnying and basically hollering at everybody. So he's a bit vocal, and sometimes it could be because the horse is being studdish. And to me, I think it's more that they're manifesting their nervous energy, they're a little bit of anxiety that way, and that's how they're letting it out. But he is a handsome son of a gun. The one, Happy Bob, boy, he is so much like Run Happy, his sire. He looks amazingly like him. What a big, strong horse. Really, really strong hind end underneath him. Was a little bit tough getting the tack on, but this is a horse that really making a nice impression. I think actually they didn't get the tack on him yet. They had the saddle on, he threw it off, and now they're putting him in the stall, and they made the saddle up trying to get the tack on him. The three Magical Ways we talked about, him being very vocal, but this is a really, really handsome son of McLean's Music. He's got a real look to him, a great deal of balance to him. I could see why, besides his workout at that OBS sale, why he would bring so much money, because he really has the look. Again, when I look at a horse, I look for balance first, and he's very balanced. Probably will be better for a race, though, tuck up a bit more as he continues to holler and make some noise here. The 4, Matt Doyle. I like this horse getting blinkers back on. A horse is very tough to get to change leads. And he was talking to Rudy Rodriguez. He says in the morning he does it okay, in the afternoon not so much. I think that's key for him to finish it out one of these days. He's got to do things properly and get on his right lead to finish. I'm hoping first time back gelding and with the blinkers on, and as good as he looked from a physical perspective, that he will do things properly. And the 6, Tiger Town Boy, looks like he tightened up a lot off of that one effort. Now he adds blinkers as well, gets a good outside draw. And when I'm looking at races and doing my research, this horse's half-brother, Share the Ride, ran okay first time out, improved 22 buyer points to win second time out. If this horse can show some good improvement like his half-sibling did, puts him in the frame, I think, guys.
Thanks, Richie. A lot of good stuff down in the paddock for race number 2, which will kick off the first of 3 pick 4s in today's card. Want to let people know, Del Mar, their November meet starts today. We're offering a $25 bonus over at Naira Bets. Bet 75 or more each of Churchill, Aqueduct, both covered in this show, along with opening day here at Del Mar, and we'll give you $25. You got to opt in. Head on over to NairaBets.com and opt in for today's bonus. So much more action to come, and an interesting maiden race just around the corner. America's Day at the Races rolls on.
An obligatory goes by the ball. And Winston. Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest. Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Want to remind people, Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Horses on the track for race number 2, Anthony. Happy Bob, Dominic Scatino, and Manny Franco.
Yeah, Son of Run Happy makes his first start since an off-the-board finish at Saratoga in August. First start at Belmont was pretty good. We get beaten a little less than 6 lengths by Aqueduct.
The number 2, Opportunity Set, a firster for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. Irad Ortiz not taking much money.
Speaking of accretive, same connections that bring you accretive. 48 gate work last time. Gets LASIK, son of Classic Empire. Like you said, Andy, a little quiet on the tote board.
Number 3, Magical Ways, is anything but quiet in the paddock and the tote board. Drifted up, though, to 8-5, Bill Mott and Jose Lezcano.
He sports LASIKs for a late 3-year-old debut. Decent enough work tab. Jose Lezcano and Bill Mott team up to do a lot of good things.
Big price right now on Matt Doyle. A new gelding gets blinkers. Done some good running.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. He's kind of sick of his act, but maybe the fresh gelding and the blinkers help turn things around.
Off a layoff, Giants Fire for John Terranova and Jose Ortiz.
Cutting back from 1.40 miles down at Tampa, where he started his career. 3 third-place finishes to start things off.
Wrapping it up, Tiger Town Boy making his second start for Danny Gargan and Javier Castellano.
Gets a pair of blinkers, cuts back a 16th of a mile, gets a rider change to the Hall of Famer, who's in fine riding form right now. Barn does okay overall with second-time starters.
That's the field for race number 2. And Happy Bob, as you mentioned, his debut behind Accretive. If you don't remember him, he hasn't been seen since he ran in the Alan Jerkins, but he did run a very good second behind Goodnight in his second career start. He was impressive here, and Happy Bob was bet this day to be 6-1, and he ran a winning race. He just ran into a buzzsaw.
He was actually bet both days, right? Here he was bet behind Accretive. The Expressman Unlimited Potential entry that he ran into last time were bet off the board, and he was 5-2 right into them. He just didn't do much running last time. You know, he's the kind of horse for me where I didn't see a ton of pedigree with the 3. The 2, Opportunity Set, is a little quiet on the tote board for the connections, Chad and Irad, as Irad looks to sweep the early double. A horse, Happy Bob, I would have liked to kind of take a little punch with today, but he's a little short of a price, too short of a price, and I just don't know what happened last time, Andy.
Well, he hasn't run now in almost 3 months, so something may have gone wrong. A race that has not lived up to the expectations. The firster Opportunity Set. He was entered on Cigar Mile Day last year, and he ended up being scratched out of the race, and obviously scratched with an issue, as now it's been 11 months basically since then. He had been a horse that had come to the barn along with a horse named Early Voting, who went on to win the Preakness. Early Voting debuted about a week later, and he had a winning debut and was bet that day. He went a mile. This horse was reportedly training very well, along with early voting before his debut. Now, a year is a long time, or 11 months. And right now, for these connections at Ira Ortiz, not taking much money, but this horse could be a bit of a sleeper in here, Richie.
Well, he could be, Andy, too, in his precocity in the pedigree. The mare won on debut, and she's had 2 foals to race and both winners. So, you know, he is a horse that bred that can win early. That one, Happy Bob, I tell you what, he's just such a strong, solid son of Run Happy. And look at this work tab since what obviously something went awry in that race in August in Saratoga, but 3/4 and 11-3 on the training track. I think the last horse I saw work like that on the training track was a horse named Pleasant Colony, in between, I think, the Derby and the Preakness, which he won the Preakness. I mean, horses do not work like that on the training track. That is a sensational work, and Happy Bob is just really a big, strong horse. You know, he's the favorite now. I'm not going to pick the favorite, but the 3 Magical Ways was very good with the pony for a horse that was really loud and vocal in the paddock. So he wasn't studdish. I think it was just that he was kind of releasing some of that nervous energy by kind of announcing his arrival, if you will, because he has been a gentleman on the racetrack and been very, very good with the pony. When a horse is studdish, they are not good with the pony. They're going over the top of them. The 4, Matt Doyle, is going to be my top selection. I just like the 9-2 better than the 9-5 on the 1, but full disclosure, I'm going to box 1-4. Matt Doyle, get in the blinkers and gelding, and maybe I got a feeling he's going to show better speed, and maybe that's all he'll need to run up into Jose Gomez's hands. You're getting 5-pound break in the weights with an apprentice who really sees the race. And maybe if he turns for home in front into his hands a little bit, he can help keep him balanced and get him over on his right lead and carry that speed a bit further.
Thanks a lot, Richie. See what happens. A big price right now on the number 4 in this race, Matt Doyle, a horse who's been betting his races. As far as Happy Bob, he comes out of a race that got a 107 buyer. Expressman was the supposed weaker half of the entry. Got it done. Came back and lost at 1-5 here to a nice horse in Nabokov, who ran a very fast figure running second here the other day. Unlimited Potential, the one they liked that Ira Ortiz rode, he came back at Keeneland and he lost his next start. So that was a race that got a big figure, supposed to be good, hasn't panned out. But I don't think that matters for Happy Bob because he ran well first time.
Yeah, this is just a horse that they've liked, obviously. I mean, the tote board kind of told the story. First time and second time out, and you see that work. 111 and change, couple of minute drills and change since. Looks like they mean business for the return from the August break. 3-2 now.
Well, we're going to find out as they head into the gate. Magical Ways has drifted up, but still taking money at 5-2. 3-2, as you mentioned, on Happy Bob. Field loading in the gate for race number 2, kicking off the early pick 4, 1-3. John Embrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It is Matt Doyle who is hustled out to try to grab that early lead, but quickly challenged by Magical Ways. And down at the rail, it's Opportunity Set. So it's 3 of them across, and then a break of 3 to the remaining 3. Happy Bob, Giants Fire, and on the outside, Tiger Town Boy. As they move up the backstretch, it is Opportunity Set who has a head in front of Magical Ways. Matt Doyle sits just off of them in third, the quarter 23 seconds. Happy Bob is down at the rail, and alongside is Giants Fire. Tiger Town Boy is at the back. The field goes around the far turn. Opportunity Set leads here by a neck. Matt Doyle is on the outside. Magical Ways is in between those two. Then comes Happy Bob, and on the far outside is Giants Fire. They come for the head of the stretch. It is Matt Doyle in the blue blinkers now to grab the lead as Opportunity Set continues to battle on. Then comes Giants Fire, who's moving into third. In tight there is a Happy Bob as the field comes down for the 8th pole. It is Matt Doyle. Opportunity Set comes back again. Giants Fire kicks in on the outside. 3 of them across with a 16th to the finish. Opportunity Set. Giants Fire. Matt Doyle. It is Giants Fire to get there. Coming off the layoff, Giants Fire wins at 8-1.
Well, Matt Doyle and Opportunity Set did all the dirty work, and Opportunity Set drawing the rail. They battled gamely down to the wire, but the number 5 Giants Fire off the layoff, he sat the perfect trip, and Jose Ortiz gets the job done in a mild upset as Giants Fire kicks it off.
Yeah, you know, Andy, I wonder if the stewards are going to take a look at this as the 2 Opportunity Set and Matt Doyle were banging heads on the front end. Giants Fire and Happy Bob were getting into their own little tussle right in behind them. You're going to see Giants Fire in the substitute silks on the outside with the light blue hat. Happy Bob, the favorite, trying to come through. There's a bump there. There's a bump there. There's a bump there. And then it's going to happen again right around now.
He won't come down, but there was bumping. I don't disagree. I think it'll be a question. Is Manny Franco going to claim? I don't know. He's supposed to claim. There was bumping in there. Be interesting to see. Richie, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do think that he got hampered and there was contact, but if the stewards are consistent, it won't come down because it seems like they allow a great deal of leeway in these situations, and things that maybe would have come down years ago don't seem to warrant a lot of consideration anymore. I will say this, listen, great run from Opportunity Set, who was, had a hold rail position. Matt Doyle was banging heads with him 3 wide throughout. Again, did not change leads. He's frustrating to watch. I wish I would have a chance to ride him myself one day. I have an idea how I would try to get him to change leads. But guys, go back and watch the trip of the 1 Happy Bob. Man, he just had the worst of everything. He got to running off down the backstretch, was steadied along, took pounds of kickback, and then just never got into a comfortable position. I'm of the opinion, Andy, that, and I'm curious to get your opinion after you watch it a couple times. Happy Bob may have been best here.
He might have been best, but I look at how much dirty work Opportunity Set did from the rail. If he doesn't break inside, Irad's not forced into this situation of getting forced. And that's a pretty quick pace, 23:07, when you look at the final time. I'm going to say something. I think they don't have to take down the winner, the 5. I'm not saying he's an automatic takedown, but how there isn't an inquiry when people bet their money on these races is beyond me, because there is no doubt, you were right, Anthony, there was a foul committed here. I'm not saying he should come down. I'm really not. But they should be telling the public that they're looking at it.
I don't have a dog in the proverbial dog on the fight as far as an inquiry. If there was a change here, I just don't understand how this isn't they're not taking a look at this.
Well, they are. That's the thing, they are.
Right,
that's why it's not official yet. And they need to tell the public that they are looking at it.
Yeah.
Giants Fire got it done. Apparently there's not going to be an inquiry. We've got a break coming up. We got the first race at Churchill. They're sloppy. They're off the turf, but they're running at Churchill. America's Day at the Races will be heading down to Churchill in just a few moments.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil.
the only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I want to welcome everybody who's joining us on America's Day at the Races. We've got, where are we? San Diego?
Sports SoCal, San Diego.
Sports SoCal,
yeah,
San
Fox
Diego.
Sports SoCal,
Appreciate
San
you guys
Diego.
joining us. Churchill Downs, let's head over there. Our man Paul Duca standing by. They're heading the gate for race number 1, Paulie.
Yeah, they are, Andy, and we had a deluge of rain last night. And we got a sloppy racetrack. Turf races off the turf today. There's a lot of scratches in the early pick 5, and then it kind of weans out. There's not that many scratches till the last race, which was taken off the turf. We got the Claiming Crown here tomorrow, and hopefully we're able to get back on the turf. We needed this rain. It's just an opportunistic at this point with the Claiming Crown. Listen, this is a 2-horse race. At least for me, Time for Cupid is making a huge drop in class in here to the $15,000 level for Steven Asmussen. And the 2, I thought Lucy Jane. You know, Lucy Jane, Brittany Vandenberg took this horse from Santa Anita from Louis Mendez, who's a very good 2-year-old trainer, and then brought this horse back to Hawthorne, ran okay. We've seen some of these Hawthorne shippers win, Andy. They've run well here so far. So I didn't want to go really outside the box. I thought this race was just, it looks on form. 3-2, 2-3 in here. 3's going to be tough here at 1-2.
Thanks, Paulie. Hope you're staying dry. 3-5 right now in the number 3. I thought the 8 was a live long shot in race number 1. Let's see what Travis Stone has to say as he has the call of race number 1.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bodie Full Rider was lucky to stay aboard, lost the irons, trying to get situated at the back of the pack. Tough beginning there. Good beginning for Lucy Jane. So too, You're Avoiding Me. Jinninson is right there on the outside third. Time for Cupid chasing them from 4-3 lengths back. T&I Road advancing toward the rail 5th. Bodie Full has settled down but moves to the outside 6. Shrimpy toward the rail now 7th. 5 back to Summer Autumn Rose to trailer. Onto the far turn after a quarter in the slop in 22-1. Lucy Jane the leader. You're Avoiding Me pressing for that lead. They go round the turn together. Right there in behind is Time for Cupid. Jinninson is there in the clear on the outside. Those two coming on now, 3 and 4 wide. 4 lengths back, T&I Road's going the wrong way. Bodie Full picks it up. Shrimpy cuts the corner off the turn. Top of the stretch, Lucy Jane and You're Avoiding Me. Shoulder to shoulder heading for the 8th pole. Time for Cupid is still 3rd. Jinninson in 4th. 1 furlong to go. Lucy Jane kicks away. Lucy Jane by 4. You're Avoiding Me and Time for Cupid and everybody else. Everybody chasing Lucy Jane, who's under the wire, the 6-length winner. You're Avoiding Me was 2nd. Time for Cupid 3rd. Tight 4th there, Shrimpy or Jinninson.
Dangerous in the slop at Churchill as the second choice, Lucy Jane. She wires the field for Francisco Arrieta, who must be moving to Oakland, though, in a few weeks, right?
Yeah, one of the leading riders down there.
I think he may have been the lead rider last year.
He won the title after
he was terrific last year.
Yeah, he really was.
Yeah, who got hurt?
Oh, wow.
Sorry, we'll figure that out.
Yeah. Big win here. Like you said, you would imagine this was kind of a no passing zone. They left the gate 2-4-3 and they hit the wire 2-4-3. did
I
not
thought I
look
was
like
clever
anybody
with my
wanted to
age.
pass.
She was making a little bit of a run.
He was wide and he was far back. She was making
my,
up some ground.
Don't steal my act, okay? I'm the one who gets them wrong, not you.
Yeah.
You're the one who corrects me.
That's usually
Anthony,
the
it's been a
case.
pleasure having you up here. You will be coming back, though. You're going to take a little break. Do not steal the lunch from my office.
This is softball game rules. I can come back into the game later on.
Good news is, though, our main man, Rick Schosberg, he wins a race for every time he appears on America's Day at the Races. And he doesn't have much time left. He's retiring soon.
I know.
Lazy guy.
It's like the features angle. Whenever we play a feature, somebody usually wins.
Is that what happens?
Yeah.
He's been very live lately. Well, Anthony,
I may have to do a feature on me soon so I can start winning.
Get a little rest. You'll be here a little bit later.
Yes.
Close things out.
See you in a bit.
Our friend Rick Schosberg going to be joining us for the rest of the action. Coming to Paddock for the final turf race of today's card. And Chad Brown has a couple in here. We're a little surprised that Grape Nuts Warrior is currently the favorite. I know the Grape Nuts Warrior.
Wow.
That's how important I am, Richie. America's Day at the Race will continue after a quick break.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
Yes, that's me.
Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland. And about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Things have changed a little on the desk. Anthony Stabile's morphed into Rick Schosberg. How are you, Rick?
Well, I'm glad to be here today on a rather gloomy weather-wise Veterans Day, but happy to be here on a day where we celebrate the men and women who protected our freedom here in this country, and the Nicole the Hurricane kind of gave us a little bit of a break, at least for the first couple of races, and then we got one more turf race to go.
At least there's no sun shining in your eyes, so you know you got to take the good with the bad, and
absolutely
seem to have gotten through the early part of this car without the rain or weather being a major factor, as it is expected to get worse. Probably after our car is run, it's supposed to get bad, but good to have you here as you're counting on the showdown. And on the countdown and to the end of your end of your career, NewYorkBreds.com. Take a look at the NewYorkBreds.com. They're such an important part of our program here, Rick, and I know they have been a huge part of your training for many years.
Absolutely.
A lot of New York
What
Breds.
a great program it is. The incentive program, breeding program, second to none in the country, no doubt.
Well, Richard McGlory's down the paddock, and he's taking a look at him. Jack the Cat, Richie.
I've got to talk about what I see physically, and then we can figure out if they match up with what we see on paper. The perfect check mark is when you like them on paper, and then you continue to like them from a physical perspective. Because as you know, Andy, on the racetrack, pretty is as pretty does. But Jack the Cat's just really well turned out. I love what I'm seeing from him. You know, horse, this is later in the season for some of these horses. He's only making his 7th start this year, but he really caught my eye and just kept attracting me back to him. So I think he's a bit interesting. He has won on good ground at Aqueduct, against easier, admittedly, but we'll see if he continues to impress me when he hits the track. I think that'd be a fair way to assess this. The 5 Catch the Party would get the Paddock check mark, though, ultimately. I mean, this horse is just as rich, hydrated a coat as you're going to see, particularly this time of year. Like the way he's handling himself, and I just think the 5 Catch the Party makes a lot of sense on paper, as well as what I see from a physical perspective. Going now more towards the outside. Give me a second, guys. My notes are all wet from being out here in the rain, and they're stuck together, so I apologize. Hold on. Okay, so the 8 graded on a curve from the Chad Brown barn. You expect Chad Brown's horses to be well turned out, and this horse doesn't disappoint. Makes a real nice impression, and I think he's facing a bit easier than maybe he's obviously been facing with the likes of Sanctuary City. And the 9 Therapist, who just seems like his form's kind of tailed off a little bit. I think the Class Relief's going to help him, and another horse too that late in the season is just making a real nice physical impression.
Thanks so much, Richie. And, this time of year, we really, the turf racing starts winding down to a precious few races, and we appreciate how much turf racing we have. But I'm not sure how much more we have to look forward to, maybe another 2 weeks or so here.
Yeah, maybe. And then depending on how much rain we get tonight, obviously is going to have something to say about what happens out here over the weekend, and then for the latter part of next week. But
got some turf horses you're hoping to get in?
Well, we just ran one in the first, and making his first start in a debut. I'm not really that skilled at getting horses to win first time out going long, but he ran well. Short, yeah. Well, we had planned to run him in a sprint race, and that race got canceled due to the condition of the outer turf, and then we ran him long. He didn't run bad. He got beat a couple of lengths, and I think he's got a future going forward. He's by Sharp Aztec. Anyway, back to this race here.
Are you surprised he's the heavy favorite?
Well, I picked him here too, and the only question I had here is whether he can handle a turf course with a little bit of give to it. He's run only on firm. He's never run really a bad race. I mean, he's never gotten beaten more than 2 lengths in his entire life. And he's Chad Brown, and here he is on the outside here, making a move up there at Saratoga and coming from well off the pace with Irad.
This is his last race actually here at Aqueduct.
Oh, I'm sorry, with Dylan Davis over here, finishing 3rd, getting beat a couple of lengths. He's back with an Ortiz brother. Irad has won 2 in a row on him, and he's got Jose on him today, but any Ortiz is better than no Ortiz, I guess.
We're talking about the 4 Grape Nuts Warrior, who Irad's been riding, actually. I think you're looking at Catch the Party.
Richie, between you and I, we're having a little trouble today.
He's a horse that doesn't have any speed, and there is absolutely no pace on paper in this race. Now, he can hopefully put himself closer, and that should help me. Lost to another Chad Brown runner in Shutters last time. I got a great trip. I wonder if the lack of pace in this race is going to help a horse that I've never been a big fan of, but that's the number 2, Strawn to Gold, and I just feel like they're supposed to put him on the lead today, and I imagine that's exactly what Trevor McCarthy is going to do.
Well, This horse does have natural speed. He showed early last time. He was about a length off it last time. And
head down to that. Sorry, Rick. We got a little bit of a delay in the paddock. We'll head down to Richie for a moment.
Yeah, guys, the 7-horse KP, all systems go. Well, systems aren't all go because he needs a shoe repair. There is a blacksmith on call here in the paddock. If a horse springs a shoe or maybe steps on it, pulls the shoe off. And not an easy job to be putting a shoe on in the paddock when a horse is all revved up and ready to go. But it looks like they got it back on and all set, and now KP, all systems are go.
Thanks, Richie, for being our eyes and ears down in the paddock. KP, all systems go. And we're talking about the pace. I mean, only Barrage and Straw in the Gold have any real speed. And do you ever find this as a trainer with the number 2 Straw in the Gold? I mean, you look at him, right? He's a short price every time he runs. He hasn't won a race since back in May, and that was the last time he was on the lead. Sometimes horses that don't like to pass, well, you put them in front of horses, they don't have to worry about passing.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And he's run well in the stalking position, but he just hasn't gotten the job done. He's got a lot of seconds, got a lot of thirds. And coming from the inside on that inner turf, you're kind of breaking on an elbow, so you don't want to give anything away coming out of that gate. And I agree with you. I think he should show early and maybe get a little relaxed and get maybe a soft half mile here, and then he'll be very, very tough to pass.
Yeah, I wonder if the public is going for Grape Nuts Warrior over graded on a curve because they see Irad Ortiz riding this one for Chad Brown and Manny Franco. Manny Franco's had a huge year for Chad Brown, and that's why the 4 is so much shorter than the 8. I think the bettors may be making a mistake as the horse that I like, Battle Scars, out of conditions, hits the track for Rob Atras and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yes, and this horse he comes from well back off the pace. Kendrick's back on this horse for the first time. They have a real good relationship between jockey and trainer there.
He had a crazy wide trip and ran exceptionally well against the bias in his last start, but he is out of conditions. It's a tough spot, but he ran very well. The number 2, Straw into Gold, we talked about making his way to the track. Trevor McCarthy substituting for Joel Rosario, who's not riding today for Christophe Clement.
And this horse has run well over good turf, turf with a little bit of give in it. He's run on a few times, and he's run very well.
Do we think there's that much give, though? Little bit of rain. It's been pretty firm.
Yeah, they've been rocking over it pretty good, and it didn't rain that hard, but after Richie told me that all his notes got completely stuck together, I think it's rained a little bit harder.
Richie's probably riding on tissues, though. The number 3, Jack the Cat, he's going to need some pace. He might not get Javier Castellano riding for George Weaver.
Yeah, tough old campaigner here. He'll be 7 years old at the first of the year, but he puts in a good effort every once in a while. Don't throw him out.
Grape Nuts Warrior, named for owner Tom Coleman's father, goes out for Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz.
And obviously a formidable pair there with Irad and Chad, and this horse has taken a lot of money. Can he handle a little bit of give in the turf? Hard to say, but like you said, it's probably not all that
Catch
soft.
the Party went by, going out for Mike Maker, Michael Dubb, and Jose Ortiz, and number 6, Barrage. Dylan Davis riding for Danny Gargan.
Another horse
Ray Handel, excuse me.
Yeah, another horse that could be part of the early factor going into that first turn.
KP, all systems go. All systems are go now for Jeffrey Englehart and Junior Alvarado.
You got the shoe on, you got the blinkers off, all systems are go.
I thought Great on a Curve dropping down should be the favorite in this race, Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
Well, the last 2 times he ran in this race, he won. Okay, he's running back for the tag. They're dangling him there. Why not? He
ran for the waiver, actually, which is not in the program form. Therapist, not really a 2-turn horse, drops down. And then you've got Regal Speaker on the outside, Danny Gargan. And Jose Gomez.
And Jose Gomez is riding the turf very well and going to be one of the stars here in the future.
There's Great on a Curve. He was 3 wide around the track against considerably better horses, and as you say, he can run his condition. He was running for the waiver when he won this race back in May, and this is that victory. I think he also is another horse that could be forwardly placed in here.
Yeah, he's run races where he's no more than 4 lengths off the pace. So if they go slow, they go a half in 49 seconds. He's going to be right there pushing the pace. If they go a half in 48, 47 and change, and he'll probably be a little bit off the pace. But he likes to run either way.
I think that right now I'm very surprised he's 5-1. I know that, he's getting a little older. He's going to be a 7-year-old soon, but he's been in some tough spots in his last 2 races. No pace 2 back, wide trip last time. I believe he's much the worst to beat, but we'll throw Straw into Gold again. Now we have talked about him, and I do want to talk about Battle Scars after Straw into Gold, please. as we said, I think his best chance is to try to wire him.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the inside post. You don't want to get caught wide, and one way to do that is to break good.
And when he finished second here, Rick, he chased around a horse, Call Me Harry, who's got a lot more natural speed. That horse and that kind of horse is not in this race.
Right. So this horse could inherit that advantage, breaking from the inside, and get the. He can get out there, relax, set the pace, and if they push him a little bit, and then maybe he can open it up a little bit. But he certainly looks like he can be the deciding speed factor here.
Head back out to our friend Richard McGlure. He can catch the party. Is he going to get enough pace to run out in this race, Richie?
Well, that's the big question. I liked him in the paddock. I continued to like him in the warm-up. And honestly, this race was a real head-scratcher for me. It was a real handicapping conundrum. And I'm just going with my gut on what I saw from a physical perspective. The problem is the pace. Now, the 6 Barrage, to me, should be the main speed here. The problem is Dylan Davis is seemingly, over the last week or two, kind of sunken back into some of his old habits, which I don't think are good habits, and that's being more complacent, not being aggressive, not getting his position going forward, not worrying as much about saving ground on the turf. And turf racing's about position, saving ground, getting your position going forward. And I don't know if maybe Dylan's just a little bit tired, but he's not riding in as good a form, in my estimation, as he had been the most of the year. So I think Barrage should go, but he also needs the pilot to have the same idea. I will say, watching them warm up, the 10 Regal Speaker with Jose Gomez warmed up like a horse that they're going to be aggressive with. So I'd be interested to see if maybe he shows improved speed. I don't think he's a player here, but he could have a say in how the race is run.
See how it plays out. I like the one Battle Scars, who was 4 wide all the way around the track against a gold rail, but he is running out of conditions. It is a tough spot, but I have to bet him back. We'll see how things play out. We'll see. I expect Trevor McCarthy to be in front and Straw into Gold. John and Brielle with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Straw into Gold, looking to get that early lead from the extreme outside. It's Regal Speaker. Barrage is in between horses. Battle Scars is down at the rail. And then comes Grape Nuts Warrior, who is in 5th here in the early going. Followed by Graded on a Curve in 6th. Then the Gray, Catch That Party in 7th, alongside his Therapist in 8th. KP, All Systems Go, runs in 9th, and Jack the Cat is 10th. The opening quarter in 25 seconds. Straw into Gold by a head. Barrage on the outside and second by 2. Battle Scars is at the rail, and right alongside on the outside is a Regal Speaker. They're heads apart 3rd and 4th. And then comes the favorite, Grape Nuts Warrior, who is closest to the rail, and on the outside is Graded on a Curve. They continue along with Straw into Gold leading here by a neck. Barrage on the outside in second, opening half mile in 50 and 1/5 seconds. Battle Scars getting closer now in 3rd. Then comes Regal Speaker in 4th. Grape Nuts Warrior is 5th, 5 lengths from the lead, followed by Graded on a Curve, then Catch That Party, and KP, All Systems Go. They're moving for the quarter pole. Straw into Gold on the inside and Barrage on the outside. Straw into Gold narrowly. Barrage on the outside is in second. Battle Scars is next in 3rd. Grape Nuts Warrior is down towards the rail. On the outside is Regal Speaker, along with Catch That Party, and then Graded on a Curve inside the 8th pole. Still Straw into Gold and Barrage. Catch That Party moves to 3rd and continues to gain on the outside as they come on for the finish. It's going to be tight. It's a blanket finish between Straw into Gold, Catch That Party, and Barrage.
Well, we talked about it beforehand, and it was close to the finish, but Straw into Gold, Trevor McCarthy had a plan, and he executed perfectly. I'll tell you something, the photo may have gone to the inside horse, but Catch That Party. To close into that pace, Rick?
No doubt about it. They get a half mile in 50, and this horse comes from well off the pace and just gets beat a bob of the head. Really ran a great race, and obviously the outer turf has a little more give to it than the inner turf. The inner turf, they can go a half mile in 48. The outer turf, you said they've been split in 50s. And
they're always 50, but they still went 142 and 4.
Yeah.
So it's pretty quick. I mean, they're good horses.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something, Catch That Party. If you told you there was a nose photo and Straw into Gold was involved in it, you'd bet a lot of money that he was the one who lost the race. But it does appear that his pace advantage and the number 6, Barrage also stayed there. Richie, Catch That Party was a good pick, but he came up, it looks like, a nose short.
Yeah, he ran well. And listen, I think, again, intention, great ride by Trevor McCarthy. He's the one who said, I want the lead, and he took it. And Barrage was, pulling from the outside. And sometimes when you let a horse clear off, they throw their ears up and they save more energy. I just wanted to comment on the course quickly, guys. I don't think we've had enough rain to really have any give in the ground, but I do think that it's just a little bit slick on top because you're seeing just a little bit of peel from it, and some horses are going to handle it better than others. Again, not a course that's soft by any means, but definitely just a little bit of slickness on top.
Thanks, Richie. Well, there will be no more turf racing today at Aqueduct and none tomorrow as all races are scheduled over the dirt. Plenty of action coming here, plenty at Churchill. They're headed to the track for race number 2. We'll have much more action. Aqueduct and Churchill when America's Day at the Races continues.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised at Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
America's Day at the Races brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the game, head over to ABR, americasbestracing.net. They're on the track for race number 2 at Churchill Downs. They have gotten a lot of rain, a lot more than we've gotten so far. They are off the turf. They are sloppy. The number 1, Alsana, goes out for our friend Ron McQuett. Tyler Gaffleone has the mount in this one.
Ran good last time, maiden 20, stepping up, but probably just a lateral move here. Definitely has a shot if he can handle the slop.
The number 2, Girls House, the 3-2 favorite, Matt Shearer and Declan Cannon.
Another one that hit the board, maiden special weight, taking a big drop, ran last at Fairgrounds. Definitely in the hunt here.
The number 3 is Cortado, Gennaro Garcia.
This horse has taken a necessary lateral move here, but got beat a couple of lengths, long ways last time, and probably in for a short piece.
Storm Haven is the number 4. Dallas Stewart, Brian Hernandez. Oh no, that horse is scratched. It'd be nice if the scratches came out in order and not. The 5 is Klimp's Views.
Yeah, I had this horse in my superfecta here. Ran 3rd last time out, but still got beat a ways at a very high price.
She's a Pistol, Steve Hobby, and Martine Garcia, number 6.
Yeah, this horse has a very high wet track number here, so never ran on it before, but if it can run to that wet track number, it probably has a pretty good shot here. It has speed.
Rolliston rounds out the field. Ben Colebrook.
And this was my pick. Blinkers off here. Good jockey percentage with the trainer, and if they can handle the slop, this horse is my pick.
Paul LaDuca standing by at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, Andy, thanks, Rick. Good to be on air with you. Rick, I think this is the first time as well. The 7 was a late scratch in here, Rolliston. I was kind of confused, too. I thought Stormhaven was in, and then Rolliston got scratched here late to the 7. So when you look at the board, Girls House to 2, this is a very confusing race because we saw the first race where they ran around the racetrack 1, 2, 3. They ran 2, 4, 3 around the racetrack. Is that going to happen again today? Because it looks like the speed sorts in here could be the 2, Girls House, might be the 6, She's a Pistol. Now, they're coming out of route races. She's a Pistol, this filly has had gait issues. Her first 2 starts of her career, she got dead left. And then they went long and put blinkers, and she's broken better and done a little bit of running, but at 31-1 to 47-1, just shows you the body of this field, that this horse is 3-1. Girls House, Matt Scheer is very, very good off the claim. He's 35% when going from route to sprint. I think he'll have this horse ready, although he's 0 for 4 plus 180 days. You know, the 5, I'm kind of with Rick in here in the 5 that Klimps Muse could get a piece. The worry that I had with the 5, it's a cold, little rainy day here today, and he was completely washed out and going into the post parade. It looked like he has now settled down a tiny bit, but hopefully that won't hurt his punch late in the stretch. And that brings me to the 1 horse here at 3-2. I don't think this horse should be 3-2. I walked in actually with Ron Moquette, and I was asking him, what do you think about the 1 horse in race number 2? He goes, when I got this horse from Pletcher, this horse in the morning works great. In the afternoon, nothing. Went off at 6-1 and maiden special weight. They went again long, nothing happened. And he goes to me, I had to drop, put the blinkers, and it finally woke her up. I don't know, at 3-2 or now 8-5. I think the 1 might draw into a nice, cozy little spot, but I have a feeling the 6 might show a little bit more speed and can stay close here if he can get out of the gate.
I'm with Paulie. I like the number 6, She's a Pistol, and like to see Martine Garcia be forward. 5 entering the gate with the 4, Cortado, and the 7, Rolliston, scratched. Race number 2 on the sloppy Churchill Downs Oval. They're loading them up, Rick.
Yeah,
we'll go to Travis Stone, get the call of race number 2.
They're in the gate. And they're off. She's a Pistol went to the far outside soon after the break. Alsana showing speed down toward the rail. Girls House is there as well, but She's a Pistol. Fastest off the mark. Out there showing the way. Girls House comes on through between. Alsana holds her spot down toward the rail. Klimps Muse comes on to grab 4th, and the early trailer is Cortado in 5th. And She's a Pistol builds a 2.5 length lead heading for the far turn. 4 furlongs remaining that opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. She's a Pistol, 3 lengths in front, far turn run. Klimps Muse runs up into 2nd. Girls House is now 3rd. Alsana's nudged along 4th and toward the rail. Moves up 1 spot to within 4 lengths of She's a Pistol. She's a Pistol heading for the quarter pole. Klimps Muse in 2nd. Alsana, steady progress, cutting the corner down inside, right up against the rail. They're off the turn. Here comes Alsana. Steady progress indeed. She's in front. Alsana comes on through to take the lead. She's a Pistol back into 2nd. Klimps Muse is 3rd. Final 16th. Alsana to the front. She's a Pistol grudgingly gives way to Alsana, who rides the rail to victory by 2.5 in the end. She's a Pistol 2nd, and Klimps Muse was 3rd.
The reason Tyler Gaffleone wins a lot of races, and one of them, Rick, is he's always in the right spot.
Yep, held the rail, waited for the speed to come back to him a little bit. It opened up, the horse on the lead drifted off just enough, and she was 3-2, or 8-5, and she ran like it.
Got the job done. Martine Garcia was able to clear after breaking out with She's a Pistol. Drifting off the rail didn't help, but she finished second best here as Alsana for Ron McQuet gets it done.
Yeah.
The 2 was 4 to 5, Girls House. Wow.
How about that?
Did not run like a 4 to 5 shot should.
No.
But another win for Tyler Gaffalione. Do they just give him the riding title before the meet starts every year at Churchill Downs?
He is a talented jockey, no doubt about that.
He does very, very well, and he and his agent Matt Music are a great team, winning a lot of races together. Well, we're really just getting started here. Rick Schosberg and Andy Serling. Our friend Paul Aduca is down at Churchill Downs. Hope he's staying dry, but the pick 6 here, we are fast, we are sealed. We are on the dirt for the remaining 6 races. Pick 6 for the carryover, 33,000 plus, kicks off in just a few moments.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Back on America's Day races, and here we are down at Naira Betts down at Times Square.
How about that?
Pretty much my neighborhood.
Looks a little damp down there.
It looks okay. Looks okay. Cars are moving a little herky-jerky there. There we go, speeding things up.
A lot of claimants fouls.
You can play any track, anywhere, anytime at Naira Betts. Head on over to nairabets.com. Race number 4. Take a look at Bert, a horse who probably ran a winning race last time. We'll see if he can run one here, Rick. He's currently the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, pretty much the same scenario. He's got the same post he had last time, 7 out of 7. Got natural speed, got Carmouche back aboard, and a repeat of that last race. Probably should win this. What woke him up? Probably the drop. That's what usually wakes him up.
And this was a day that the rail was the place to be. The winner sat in the rail, was able to come through in the 2-path, drifted down there and able to come back on. Bert. See him sort of turning his head there, or maybe lugging in a little bit, but the outside trip really hurt him. While he saved ground, the 3rd place finisher, Central Pride, and this is his last dirt race and 2 back for him. I thought that maybe Dylan gave him a little too much to do in this race. Manny Franco now has the mount for Joel Rosario. I'd like to see him a little more forward in this race.
Yeah, I mean, he left him a little bit too much to do last time. And Manny's a little more aggressive, and he knows how to get those horses out of the gate and get them into the race early. So I agree. I mean, if he's going to be part of this and he's going to be able to beat the Bert, he's going to have to be in position to do it, and probably going to have to be in early position to do it as well.
Yeah, now a horse who's probably the speed in here is the number 5 Steerage, but he's facing, I think, a much tougher field than he faced last time out off the turf.
Yeah, and to Richie's point in the last race, you know, Dylan's got to be aggressive if he's going to be the speed and he's going to take command. He's going to have to come out of that gate throwing ducks at this horse, and especially on a sealed track, you know, you never know if speed's going to be the holding factor, but he's going to have to be ridden aggressively.
I thought Richie was saddling for him a second in there. He was sort of blocking Bruce Brown, saddling the 5. Richie, you giving Bruce a little help there with Steerage?
No, I was talking to Nick. Nick's giving me some help with my job, Bruce's son. The 3-horse Central Pride, by the way, just did have a shoe repair as well, and he looks great. I mean, it was a horse that I was interested in. I thought he ran really well. 2 starts back on the dirt, and I think he's a major player here, but he did come into the paddock, needed a shoe repair right away. They got it done quickly. Our blacksmith here in the paddock's working overtime today, making a nice physical impression, as is the 5. Bruce Brown's trainee, Steerage, who, I think should be on the lead here. But again, pilot intention does play a factor, but he could not look any better. And honestly, Bruce's horses tend to look really good, and this horse really does look good. And talk about a first-time starter, the 6, Churchill Downs, owned and bred by Massimino Rapuano. This is a big, strapping son of Bellamy Road. I mean, this horse has got a lot of size, a lot of scope to him. He was here a few weeks ago. He was a vet scratch, but he has since worked for the vet, and he couldn't look any better here in the paddock. I think he is a very interesting stranger in a race that maybe being a stranger isn't a bad thing.
Can't argue with you on that, Richie. And this horse is taking a little bit of money right now. Jose Gomez has them out on Chico Bello. We'll see. Trainers have not a lot of success with first-time stars in maiden claiming race. Want to remind people, head on over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, we're offering a $200 deposit match. Use the promo code MATCH200. Head over to Naira Bets where you can bet, as we said, any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets, nairabets.com. My problem with Steerage, Rick, is that while he was arguably a little against the track last time, the rail was good, the winner was on the rail. Always respect winners named for Grateful Dead songs, Cumberland Blues. I just think off-the-turf races like this are extremely weak races in general, and I think he's facing considerably better today.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. When you're off the turf, you have horses that are in the races that are running just so they can get back on the turf next time. You got a couple of main track onlys that are usually the horses to beat, but you don't get a real feel for what they run against. So here we're on the dirt, it's a mile, and you have a much truer population of horses that are going to run on the dirt today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. He's also going from 6 furlongs to a mile. And you can say his speed, but his sire, Astern, is an Australian sprinter.
Australian sprinter by Medagliadoro. Interesting.
So maybe that'll give him some distance. Maybe that's what Bruce is thinking. Ultimately, in general, horses that run off the turf races, in general, they're not as competitive when entered, even though they may run okay in those off-turf races. They run in scheduled dirt races. Yeah. And even this one, a lower-level claiming race, they're just not usually as good.
Well, and then in that case, you get the horse on the outside. I want to ask Richie where Derek Ryan had his horse's tail, his hair done. That horse's tail is amazing. If you look at the 6-horse when she goes by, look at that horse's tail. That's amazing. It's blonde, it's not blonde, it's got highlights, it probably had a single process. I don't know.
Think he spent a little time at the salon getting that tail ready?
I think he did.
Very interesting. I don't know if how good the horse is. I like the movie Midnight Express. He starts it out for Steve Glaceris and Irad Ortiz.
This horse has natural speed. I had this horse picked second and ran pretty well and hung on pretty well going a mile last time out.
The number 2, Salty Air. I don't know if he can run anymore. This is a horse that had some trips in his first few races.
Yeah, had a lot of trouble, so they decided to take the blinkers off and geld him. So he's had a lot of trouble since then, too.
Central Pride, my top choice, 3-1 right now. John Terranova looking for another win. Manny Franco.
Yeah, John does a great job. You got Manny substituting for Joel Rosario. And again, we think this horse may be more forwardly placed than it has been.
The number 4, Reunion Tour, a long shot.
This horse is 0 for 19. Got a couple of seconds, couple of thirds, in for a minor share here.
Number 5, Steerage, the speed, 7-2 right now. Bruce Brown, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this horse is well meant here and in the right spot. Claimed 2 back in this spot and hit the board and run second last time out. Why
We've
not?
really fallen far behind. There's the 7 Burt who rounds it out. He is the favorite, Burt, and I agree. He was an unlucky loser. Pick 6 starting out in this sequence right now. Carryover 33,433. We love the plane.
Look at that plane.
The question in this pick 6, and can we take a second to talk about it? Are there horses that people can lean on in this sequence? Now, I mean, even the 6th race, which scratched down to 3, they're all total unknowns. I don't think there's a single horse in this entire sequence that's an odds-on favorite that people may be leaning on.
No, in this situation, you're probably going to have to do 2 or 3, even in the 3-horse field, because there's so many unknowns. You know, if you had some information on one of these horses, possibly you could single a horse out of that race. But in 3-horse fields, the dynamics of the race are askew. You really have no idea. It's hard to single anybody in this whole sequence.
A question for our friend Richard Migliori. If you were riding Central Pride, would you try to put him more into the race?
I think you know the answer to that question. I believe in position. I believe in going forward. And I think Central Pride needs to be placed a little bit closer to the pace than he was in his last dirt race, particularly now stretching to a mile, sealed track. The kickback has been pretty tough on some of these horses. I wouldn't want to get in a position where I'm just inundated or buried in dirt. Definitely coming out running, trying to get forward position. I like him. He's my top selection. I just hope that he does or is able to get some decent early position. The 5 steerage looks fantastic. And honestly, this horse should be on the lead, and that could be a big benefit today because you're throwing kickback on other horses. Lower level horses tend to get discouraged more easily than, higher quality or higher level horses. And he looks great. Very, very sharp looking. But I think his best go would be to be on the lead. And then the 6, Ciccio Bello. Ciccio Bello's tail is very colorful, got those highlights. Definitely, usually most horses that have that kind of tail, that coloration in their tail, have some ability. I will say he was pretty green going to the pony, and I do think that he'll be better for a start physically and mentally. And just so you guys know, something you learn on America's Day at the Races, Ciccio Bello is a line of Italian dolls.
The thing I didn't know was how much Richie knew about dolls.
Well,
that's
listen.
kind of I was broadsided by that.
Well, listen, he's a true Italian. I know you've eaten with him, and he's a great cook. But listen, when you're Italian, you got to do the whole package.
You know everything. You just know all the
Italian stuff. You got to know everything, because if not, you're in a little bit of trouble when you get home.
You want to spend a minute going through this sequence in the pick 6. So I would use the 3 and 7 to start it out here.
Yeah, I agree. The 7's my main pick. All that horse has to do is repeat its last effort. I think against this bunch, I think the 7.
Okay, the 5th race, I would use the 2. So Foradata and maybe Mia Be a Star, 2-6, a little 5, depending how much you spend.
And I'm going. I like the 5, but I'm going to go with the 3 in there with the
Jason
Bryn horse and McCarthy.
I don't know what you do in the 6th. Do you try to use all 3 if you can? I would lean on Nieuwendyk, the hockey horse, the 5.
I'll go with the Nieuwendyk. Yeah, I think
Nieuwendyk.
that's Nieuwendyk. He was a real good player for the Devils.
I'd like to get 4, 7, 8 on my ticket in race number 7. I like the 742 Ace, but I thought they were the right 3.
Yeah, I have those in a different order. I have 7, 8, 4. Hoping at the outside speed with Charlie Baker again. Probably, hopefully he gets a double.
Can you narrow the 8th down to 2? I would be 1s and 5s, but it's open.
It's very hard to go against Linda's horse on the rail. Natural speed is run well from the inside. And,
plenty of speed in there, though. Not sure she's going to make the lead there.
That's true. And the 5 that you picked, Dealing Justice, has natural speed. There's a lot of 1s and 2s going across there. Very hard to isolate one horse in any of these races. So if you're going to hit the pick 6 today,
how about the 9th?
You might have to.
Do you make a pick for the 9th, or you're not on for it? I picked the number 9, Vancouver Douro. I'd lean on the 8 and 9, but that race is a headache.
Yeah. Well, when the 9th race runs, I'll be stuck in traffic on the Belt Parkway.
No, it's good. That's what I look forward to.
Listen, it's better than the Van Wyck, but that's my next leg of the trip.
I'll be on the A train.
Well, you could be on the A train, and I'm going to be on the frustrated train.
There is no traffic on the A train. Usually I'll be reading my book.
Okay.
All right, in the gate, the pick six starting out right now is 172,933 in new money right now. So it feels like we're going to get, right now we're over 5 times the pick six, the carryover. We'll see if we get closer to 6 times it as they head into the gate. Race number 4. We'll see what plays out. A lot of money coming in for steerage, the potential speed. You like the 7. Bert. Richie and I, we like Central Pride, the 3. We'll see how it all plays out. John and Brielle with the call. Race number 4, kicking off the pick 6 carryover here at the Big A.
Waiting now for Cicciobello and Bert. They're all in. And they're off. Bit of an awkward beginning there for number 3, Central Pride, but he has quickly recovered. Cicciobello goes out for the early lead with Steerage racing in second, and on the extreme outside is Bert, followed by Midnight Express in fourth. Then comes Central Pride, followed by Salty Air, and Reunion Tour trails the field in seventh. As the field heads up the backstretch, Cicciobello challenged here by Steerage. And the opening quarter over the fast and sealed track, 24-1. The front two have 2 lengths on Bert, the favorite, who is on the outside, and Midnight Express is down at the rail, almost 4 lengths to Central Pride in fifth, followed by Reunion Tour. And then it is Salty Air. Up front, it's still Cicciobello and Steerage. They are heads apart after a half mile and 48 seconds. Into the far turn. Cicciobello by a half length now. Steerage on the outside in second. Then it's Bert, who now moves up a bit on the extreme outside. Midnight Express is next in fourth. Farther back, Central Pride is in fifth. They're coming for the head of the stretch. Cicciobello challenged now by Bert. They head for home now. Bert has taken over the lead. Cicciobello now back running in second. Then Steerage, Midnight Express. And on the outside, it is Central Pride. Bert gets clear, opens up here on the field. Bert has a 7-length lead. The battle will be for second. No doubt about the winner here. It is Bert, who breaks his maiden going a mile. Central Pride comes on to get second, then Cicciobello and Steerage.
Well, Kendrick Harmouche on the favorite. Bert starts it off with an easy win. Nothing anyone could do. Dylan Davis, anybody on Central Pride. Today, Manny Franco, he's just got no speed. Distant second.
No, close for second, but is no challenge to the winner here. Kendrick rode a perfect race, laying third down the backside, let the speed go out there. He asked his horse at the quarter pole, extended himself, and then it was just who was going to be second. And the 3-horse, who, like you said, had absolutely no speed. Manny was trying.
Manny was asking him, yeah.
No, he was pedaling pretty hard, but the bike wasn't moving.
And, once the number 6, the firster, who at least showed some speed and was a little bit live, once he showed speed, it really compromised any chance that Steerage had, because his only chance was to try to wire this field.
Yeah, and the 6-horse broke a step slow. First-time starters do occasionally. You see the head on here. And the 7 dropped back and let him go, and then the 6 took the lead and actually held on pretty well for third. I think whatever hair products they're using in that horse's tail really helped.
Let's maybe we can get the head on the start, because another TV was showing it, because the number 6 breaks in and actually fouls the 5 Steerage coming out of the gate, and actually compromised probably both of them a little bit.
Yeah, we'd like to see that.
I don't think it mattered at the end of the day, but obviously Bert. It feels like if they ran this race 10 times, he'd win at least 9 of them, if not all 10 of them.
Yeah, no, he ran a dynamite race, and the final time's nothing to write home about, but it doesn't matter because he's way in front. And there's Charlie Baker, a happy trainer. He's my next door neighbor at Belmont Park, and he's a great guy. And they have a great team, and we help each other out quite a bit in the morning.
Oh, so now we know why you're winning races. I was wondering. I had to admit, I was really wondering what happened. So Charlie's clearly helping you.
Oh, Oh, I'll get
very
you back
popular
for
guy
that.
here at the racetrack, Charlie Baker. And I
He's the
agree with Rick.
greatest.
He's an excellent trainer. He's made some great claims over the last decade or so.
Yeah, he's good. Here's the start right here.
Talk about it.
Let's see what happens here. Yeah, the 6-horse breaks in, really compromises the 5.
And the
he's
4
a lot
also
big. Yeah,
steady.
and the 4 got shuffled back, and the 6-horse is a heck of a lot bigger than the 5-horse. You could just see there.
Yeah.
Just look at the difference where the shadow rolls are. But and a first-time starter, and Jose Gomez did a good job to straighten him out after that. But there was no beating Bert, and Bert.
A lot of players in the pick 6, clearly still alive with Bert getting it done at 3-2, starting it out. A long way to go, though, and a long way to go at Churchill Downs as well, as their third race is coming up. Paula Duca down at the Twin Spires. A lot more to happen here on America's Day at the Races. Rick Schosberg, Richard Migliori, and myself, along with Paula Duca, will be joining you in just a moment.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Heading down the winner's circle for race number 4, as it was Bert, the favorite. Kendrick Carmouche, Charlie Baker, and if Richie's going to talk to Kendrick Carmouche, we may need a few extra minutes because we got to play the music when Kendrick does the first race.
Yeah, he's such a character. I love him. Even in the morning, he was telling me how to ride my pony this morning. I thought that was wonderful.
That's really
keep your
thoughtful.
hands
He's
down.
such a
Rick.
helpful guy.
He
really
is.
is.
Yeah, he just sticks it to you and twists.
Hard guy not to like around the
he's
racetrack,
great.
Kendrick Carmouche, as Bert gets it done quite convincingly at 3-2, $5 even. Logical Horses 1-2, $7 for $1 in the exacta. First to Chickabella, finishing third, heading over to Churchill Downs for race number 3. You and I got to do a little work here because our friend Paula Duca will not be joining us for race number 3.
Okay, let's do it.
The 4 Wicked Review is the only scratch. We made sure we got the scratches right
Yes,
now.
we did.
The 1 Dixie Fury, the current 9-5 favorite, going out for Keith DeSormo.
Yeah, no, this is a maiden $20,000 race for 2-year-old colts. Very few of them have run on a wet track, so it's hard to say. From the rail, it's a little bit tough, but this horse has taken a lot of money.
The number 2 Midnight Dreamin', Tom Amos.
Our friend and colleague, Tom Amos, with Mr. Morales on board. Horse ran really a terrible race last time. Not sure what really happened, but dropping
Training
down to the
kicked
maiden
in.
25.
Training
Oh,
kicked
okay.
He had to go a mile, Tom. Edgar Morales, his go-to rider, as the mount. First-time starter for Randy Moss, taking some money right now, shortly.
Yeah, and listen, this horse has a 464 mud rating, so a wet track should be in his wheelhouse.
So we found out that Rick Schosberg, a fan of the Tomlinson ratings, I knew there was somebody somewhere.
There's information to be had.
Little turf pedigree for the 5 MB's Munnings. A Munnings going out for Brennan Walsh and Martin Garcia.
Yeah, and Brennan does a terrific job. Martin Garcia's riding really well down there, and obviously he'll be aggressive here, probably coming out of the gate.
Hendricks, Bill Morey, and Corrales have them out.
And we love the name, you know, and McLean's Music, and another one with a very high mud rating for that Tomlinson figure, a 451.
Francisco Arrieta looking for another win on Utopian Treasure, a firster for Lindsey Schultz.
Yeah, and hard to really judge anything on here. The works are ordinary, but, you know, it's a maiden 20.
And rounding out the field, the number 8 Small Sailor, a long shot, Gennaro Garcia and Manny Escobar.
This horse has had a couple of starts at in Indiana and coming here to Churchill Downs. Kind of hard to really judge anything off his work, but off his races. Had to get third down there last time, going 5.5, 2 back.
Well, the number 1 Dixie Fury off that 57 buyer, which of the horses that ran looks pretty potent right now, is the favorite at 9-5. Keith DeSormo, trainer of Exaggerator. Speaking of horses that like the wet track.
Well, absolutely. And this horse, you know, if you're going by the mud rating also, this horse has over a 400 mud rating here. Sees Tizzy is the grandsire, Bernardini on the bottom. You know, the horse has some pedigree here, and, you know, Keith DeSormo knows how to get to the winner's circle. He's running at about 15% for the year. And this horse ran a really good race last time out over this same strip, and they went to the first quarter in 21-4 last time. This horse is a couple lengths off the pace, held on well for third, so it's a logical favorite.
Has to be the speed here, right? Unless a firster has speed, though I guess Hendricks, but that was a pretty quick quarter even for Churchill.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And he's got the rail, so, you know, it's one of those things. You don't want a hiccup coming out of there, but if you get out of there good from the rail, you got a distinct advantage, plus the horse has already got experience and has run well. You know, the outside horse had speed at Indiana, 2 back, and held on for third. Different type of horses that they're running against down there, but experience has a lot to be said for these young 2-year-olds, and especially on a wet track. You're going to have horses that are dropping back. Richie was talking about the kickback. The kickback on a track like this is really tough for a young horse to take. And so if the horse is lacking experience and lacks position in the race, they may run into a little bit of windshield wiper trouble.
You've got 3 firsters. The one I'd be most inclined to look at would be the 7 Utopian Treasure for Lindsey Schultz. The other 2 trainers not that proficient with their firsters. Randy Morse, the 3 shortly, 1 for 26 with maiden claiming first-time starters and dirt sprints for what it's worth. They're sort of getting bet just because in this race. We'll see if Dixie Fury can wire the field. Travis Stone with the call. Race number 3 from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Hendricks breaks out on top with Utopian Treasure and Small Sailor. Toward the inside, Dixie Fury comes up on through 2. So down the backstretch they go, and here comes Dixie Fury. Right up the rail to the front. Hendricks moves with him. Those 2 go 1-2. Small Sailor, 3 lengths farther back in third. Shortly comes away. Fourth, MB's Munning on the move from 5th. Midnight Dreaming in 6th. And totally outrun so far, Utopian Treasure, a dozen behind the field. They hit the far turn. They clicked off a quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. And it's Hendricks and Dixie Fury knocking heads with 3 furlongs remaining. 4 lengths back to Shortly in third. 3 more back to Small Sailor in 4th. They come for the top of the stretch. Dixie Fury trying to get away from Hendricks, who's right alongside. They head for home together. Dixie Fury, short lead. Hendricks back into second. Shortly's trying to come on from third, heading for the 8th pole. Dixie Fury finding more. Dixie Fury by 5. Running up into second is Shortly. Hendricks is back into third in a strung out field behind Dixie Fury. who rambles home the winner by 5 in the end. Shortly a clear second, Hendricks a clear-cut third, and Midnight Dreaming was fourth.
Maybe Keith Sormo bred to like it wet as Dixie Fury. Not quite exaggerator, but he engaged the number 6 Hendricks and able to put that one away to an easy victory.
Yeah, I had the exacta reversed here. I kind of hoped that the first-time starter from Randy Morse would get up, but it's tough for a first-time starter on this track. One horse broke a step slow, but then got position up underneath from the rail and drew away there and was much the best as the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, yep. What's this horse odds on by post time?
Wow. I believe so.
9 to 5.
9 to 5.
9 to 5. Well, made 9 to 5 look like a massive overlay as Dixie Fury gets the job done. It gets it done quite easily on a track that continues to play very kindly to horse that forward, though to be fair, logical results as well today. That start actually broke a little slowly, but hustled up into that pace. And you know, you see very fast quarters at Churchill Downs at 6 furlongs. They have a substantial run-up because they can't start the race on the turn, so they have to run before it. So that big run-up gets them moving, and you see those wicked fast first quarters at 6 furlong races at Churchill.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, this horse is coming out of 2 races at Churchill Downs. Both quarters went 21 and change.
21 and 1.
21 and 1 for that first start. Now, he went in about 23 because he was well back, but he improved in his next start, and guess what happened here? And was very, very, very impressive here in this race.
Yep. Number 1, Dixie Fury getting it done. Race number 3 at Churchill Downs. Our action continues. We're coming up on the 5th race here at Aqueduct, which will start our late pick 5. Hopefully you're still alive in that pick 6 carryover. Tough Street. Easy maiden win last time for trainer Chad Brown. Can she duplicate the effort? She's currently the second choice. America's Day at the Races continues.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, at any time through NyraBets. Rick Schosberg and me, Andy Serling, on the desk here, covering the action from Aqueduct and Churchill as we're almost midway through the card, coming up on the pick 5, and track is fast and sealed. The America's Day at the Races race of the week, ABR race of the week, and it's a good one. The Artie Schiller, we moved it from Saturday to Sunday because of the expected rain. Artie Schiller, a horse that was near and dear to the hearts of our friend Richard Migliori, and it came up a super strong race. Some Like It Hot Brown, he won an off-the-turf race, and then he ran in the mid-millions. He was helped when they had to cancel it, and they rescheduled. Got a little more time and speed, the name of his game, Rick.
Yeah, no doubt. He is literally a true turf speed horse. Cruising speed, going long, very tough. He relaxes on the lead like that, and you look at him when it's the million up there at
I have a question. He's a New York bred, so he wasn't eligible for the Kentucky Bred bonus. So did they rename it the Mint 600,000 after the race?
That's true. I don't know what they renamed it, but this horse is certainly one of the horses to beat in there. He's got tactical speed.
Was that the right race that we showed? I'm a little skeptical that was actually the mid-million that we showed.
From Kentucky Downs?
I thought it was a closer finish. Am I looking at the wrong? I don't have those PPs. He wired the field. I'm a little skeptical. Let's take a look at the horse I like near Palo Alto. I thought in the Pimlico Turf Cup, while he lost the favorite and he kept sifting sand, sort of kept in, he kind of lost the race because he tried to win it in a way. I'm not saying they all didn't try to win, but he made that move, and maybe set piece just too good for him.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, he made what he thought was a winning move and had the lead turn him for home, and then just couldn't withstand the late run of set piece in here. And like I said, maybe he's just not that good to be able to beat that horse, but maybe with a little more patient ride, it was a little bit closer. But he ran really well, and Graham Motion does a fantastic job.
I hope Big Everest takes some money in here because he's got no shot, especially with the presence of Some Like It Hot Brown. And I thought Good Governance, at least of the two in this race, ran the better race, trying to close into no pace.
Yeah, Big Everest here. I mean, he's another one with true speed and runs best if he's on the lead. So is that going to compromise each other? Are they going to go out there and compromise each other's chances here and set it up for something like Palo Alto? Could be.
We'll see what happens. Good Governance, a horse has been difficult keeping on the racetrack. It's nice to see Decorated Vader get back in the winner's circle. The bad news for him is I didn't notice any $35,000 claimers in this race, and there were at least a couple of them in this race at Woodbine.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He ran a good race. He's got good stalking position, so he's not a horse. He can come from well off the pace. He showed it too back at Pimlico, and he can stalk and be close to a moderate pace. They went 3/4 and 10 and change, and he was right up there close to the pace and ended up winning this last race. But it's a big, big class jump.
This was some ride he got in this race, coming through and splitting horses. What a terrific ride he got that day up in Woodbine, where the stretch seems to go on forever. And we'll see if a horse at one time, one of the better 3-year-old turf horses in the country, get back on track. It is a very, very competitive Artie Schiller, and it should be named for a horse as good as the mighty Artie Schiller. Race number 5, they are on the track for race number 5. Soft for Adada is my choice in this race, coming in from Parks at 6-1. This one goes out for Michael Jones and Abner Adorno.
And here we are with number 3.
You want to do
Chase and Bryn?
Chase and Bryn comes out. And that's Matt Cantermachi and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, this is my horse here. Trevor's ridden this horse the last 4 starts, and he's back aboard here, and I think this horse is he's my top pick.
Moonshine is scratched, much like the 1 Gagliano. The 5 Tough Street could be the speed, and the number 6 Mia Be a Star. Randy Brousseau looking for another win, this time with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, and this horse ran 2 really good races last time, basically the same level here for Randy Prasad, who's heating up a little bit. He won a race here yesterday at a big price.
And rounding out the field, Spooky Road going out for Linda Rice. Jose Lizcano off at her go-to rider.
Yeah, it's got speed, likes a wet track, ran 3rd, has a 4:33 Tomlinson on the wet. And
you love those Tomlinsons.
I love those Tomlinsons. Well, it's easy to say. It's a lot easier to say than Cantermachi or his horse. But Spooky Road has a shot here from the outside, speed and likes it wet.
See how things play out in race number 5, picking up the pick 6. Once again, you want to play through Naira Bets, head on over to nairabets.com and use the promo code MATCH200. We'll match with $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets. And here's the 5 Tough Street, who's going to try to wire the field, and the gap in the odds is closing between Tough Street and Mia Be a Star. Big Figure drawing off to an easy victory after finishing second to her less heralded stablemate at Saratoga when 1-2.
Gets it to Julia. I mean, this horse just draws away here in the right spot, no doubt about it. That running in the maiden 25 state breds, and just destroys this field now. And there were no claims that day. A lot of people were probably thinking, why not? But she's geared down here at the end of the race and wins very, very easily.
It's interesting that she's now dropped back up and she continues to be the second choice, because based on doubles, and the double pool has CAW wagering, which the win pool does not, the number 5 Tough Street is the favorite, and I imagine she's going to try to wire the field. I'm a little interested in the number 2, Sa Foradada. These are connections that the owners that have shipped a couple of horses here. One of them was an improbable winner at a giant price off the claim. They improved dramatically off the claim from our friend Tom Amos. And the other one was a hard luck second that took a lot of money. And Sa Foradada, you can see last time out, dramatically improved down at Parks. Now, didn't beat the toughest of fields. We'll see. And I think she could be a little more forwardly placed. For me, this is more of a connections play where I'm not excited by either of the short 2 horses. I understand why they're the shortest prices in here, but I'm looking at the new face, Sa Foradada.
Well, it's definitely a new face. You got a new face with the trainer. You got a new face with the jock. You got a new face with the horse. So if you're not thrilled with the same old stuff, Andy, why not? You know, this horse ran a good race last time at Parks, and an equal effort there against this bunch puts it right in the middle of things.
Chase and Bryn, your top selection, number 3 in here, horse who finished behind Mia Be a Star. Why is she going to turn the tables today from that 5.5 length drubbing?
Because I'm hoping she does. Okay, that's it. That's
my
angle. You know, I just think she can improve. Her races are very consistent, and she's stretching out to a mile here. Her mile race was better. Her mile races are better than her 7/8 race. So it's a different dynamic when you're riding in a 7/8 race than you're running in a mile race. There's a lot less time to relax, and it looks to me like they kind of got away from her late in the 7/8. I think she can stay longer going a mile, if that makes any sense.
I think one of the other problems with the number 6, Mia Be a Star, and she's run 2 consecutive 80-plus buyer figures, which would make her very tough in here, no doubt about it. But she's not a winning type. She's 3 for 36 with 14 seconds and thirds, 8 seconds and 6 thirds. Yeah, she's run well, but she has not won a race. I mean, she's 1 for 16 this year, 1 for 11. And you're taking a short price on a horse for connections that don't win that often.
Right.
It seems when they usually win, they're big prices.
Absolutely.
And she's a little bit of a plotter. She's good enough to win. I understand why she's favored, but taking a short price on horses that don't win that often is not my cup of tea.
Yeah, now, I mean, this is the type of horse that you want to play in your exactas, but at a short price, I don't even know if you want to do that. I mean, if you look, this is her 17th start this year. Okay, and she's got 5 seconds.
Randy
what does that tell
him.
you? Randy does run his horse. Randy's a very good friend of the racing office. There's no doubt about it. He won one yesterday. The horse paid good money.
Beat me.
But
Thanks for bringing it up.
But yeah, that's what I'm here for. But like you said, at a short price, it doesn't happen that often. So you're looking at Tough Street here. Tough Street's 2-1. I think you're probably better off going against the 8-5 favorite here.
So that game of Silks is coming up. Looking forward to talking about that going forward. It'll be a lot of fun, actually, something for the fans to get involved in. Visit Silks. What was that? Silks.io? Silks? I've never heard of .io.
No.
Oh, it's a crypto thing. I'm just not, I am not, NFTs, I am not as, we're old. You want to confuse an old guy, mention NFTs.
I know what the NFL is.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's it.
You're getting there. You're one
NFT,
letter away.
I don't know. I don't know what the T stands for.
I know a little bit about Silks. It's actually very interesting. Looking forward to talking about that as the year progresses, and we'll talk about that more.
Non-functional token? Was that what you... Non-fungible.
Trainer,
I don't even know what fungible means.
Like fungible
Hold
mean.
it. I went to Cornell. I don't know what fungible means.
Yeah, you went to the special trainers Cornell. You, Chad Brown. I'm not buying that. You guys, all you trainers go to Cornell. They got like a special school for people who want to train horses.
I have a diploma.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Somewhere.
I saw The Wizard of Oz. I know what those I have a diploma. I got a diploma for going to a lot of Grateful Dead concerts while I was at Lehigh.
You have a testimonial.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I'm not buying it. You got that? You got your diploma on the wall of your office at training years?
I don't know where my diploma is. I'm sorry to say.
So we don't know for sure. Rick claims he has a diploma, but as of now, we don't have any proof. I want you to dig that up. See if your mom has it. Bring it to the show.
I'm sure my mommy has it. She was very proud of it.
She should be very proud of you.
Yes.
I was explaining to our director this morning just how good a horse Maria's Mon was. We're talking about horses that get injured and they come back and they're just not the same kind of horse because, I mean, for people that weren't around when you had Maria's Mon, I don't think they could appreciate what a monster
he was a tremendous horse. We showed his race in the Champagne and the company he kept. Really a tremendous animal.
Incredible. Anyway, they're loading the gate. Race number 5, kicking off the pick 5. John and Brielle with a call.
And they're off. Tough Street out for the early lead. Now moving up is Saforadata. In between horses is Mia Be a Star. Spooky Road's on the outside. Chase and Bryn is the early trailer in 5th as they move up the chute and head for the backstretch. Tough Street is the leader here by a length. Mia Be a Star runs in 2nd. A half length to Saforadata. Down at the rail running in 3rd. Then Spooky Road and Chase and Bryn in the quarter, 24 3/5 seconds. Tough Street is the leader here. Tough Street by a length. Mia Be a Star and Saforadata. They're heads apart 2nd and 3rd. Spooky Road is next. And Chase and Bryn continues to trail in 5th. Tough Street continues to lead here, and the lead is a length over Mia Be a Star. Opening half mile in 48 1/5 seconds. They begin the run into the far turn. Tough Street, 3/4 of a length. Mia Be a Star in 2nd. Saforadata moving up on the outside now from 3rd. It's almost 3 lengths to Spooky Road in 4th. Chase and Bryn is the trailer. Tough Street holding the lead here, coming for the head of the stretch. Then Mia Be a Star and Saforadata on the outside. Spooky Road is down towards the rail. 3/4 in 1:13 1. It is Tough Street trying to tough it out here for another furlong. Tough Street by 2. Saforadata and Mia Be a Star giving chase 2nd and 3rd. It is still Tough Street looking to take them wire to wire here. Tough Street, she's got it, and she's got the victory here by almost 3 lengths. Saforadata was 2nd, then Mia Be a Star and Spooky Road.
Okay. She wasn't favored, Tough Street. She was the speed, and Manny Franco and Chad Brown teaming up for a wire-to-wire victory.
Yeah, and it's 2 in a row for Tough Street. And your horse from Parks, Saforadata, ran a really good race.
She did.
You know, she did. She wasn't going to be able to get past the winner.
From horses, between horses. She had to go back around. She came on,
yeah.
But she wasn't catching Tough Street, who gets it done as the second choice at 8-5. And, you know, I respect the fact that Javier Castellano rode Mia Be a Star to get her into the race, given the dynamics. But the problem is with horses like that, you take them out of their comfort zone, especially ones that don't like to win. She just does not like to win.
No, and she got a minor share. She held on okay for 3rd. My horse that I picked, the 3-horse Chase and Bryn, just never got untracked at all. She was last down the backside, just didn't seem to handle the track.
Yeah, you know, listen,
we
we all make a lot of bad picks in the show. Just stick around. You'll have one thing about trying to be a handicapper. You hope to have some successes and some good picks. You will definitely have some bad ones.
No doubt about that.
It's not for people that don't mind looking foolish. You know, we love them before the race, but a lot of times they don't live up to expectations. Tough Street did, winning 2 in a row for Chad Brown. The connections as well, Michael Dubb and Mike Caruso. Speaking of people who went to Lehigh. What do we have going on? We're heading over to Churchill. Got another race. Our man Paul LaDuca better be back. So much more action to go. Race number 4 coming up at Churchill Downs, as well as the late pick 4 here at Aqueduct. America's Day at the Races continues.
champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Rick Schosberg, Richard Migliore, Paula Duca, Greg Wolf will be joining us very soon as well on the show. Anthony Stabile coming back later. We got a whole plethora of people on America's Day at the Race. We also got Tough Street as Manny Franco gets it done. Trainer Chad Brown, owners Michael Dubb and Mike Caruso used her speed in the perfect way.
Yeah, I mean, she was the controlling speed here. If she could equal her last her last start where she won by a dozen lengths, you know, this field was at her mercy. And, you know, not a good favorite in this race. You know, when Randy's horse took a lot of money, and like you said, Javier put her into the race early, trying to keep position on the 5 horse, and she ended up with a minor share here, and the horse from Parks keeps plugging along to get second. But
logical results to start out our pick 6. Imagine how many people are alive. We wish you the best of luck going forward. Still got 4 potential potholes. I always think of pick 6s as avoiding potholes.
Yeah.
You know, because
Speaking of the Belt Parkway.
Yeah. You know, I don't have to spend much time in the Belt.
You take the train.
You be very jealous of my daily A-train trips. We head over to Churchill Downs for race number 4. Last race, actually, I'll be here with you, Rick, but Greg Wolf will be joining us soon. They're on the track. The number, who is the favorite? I'm trying to look. The number 2. Grapnell looked like the horse to beat. Declan Cannon riding that one. Geraldo Corrales has the mount at Holy Cross. The number 1.
Yeah, the horse has speed, ran second last time out at a lower level. This is for 10, that ran second last time in a 2-life for 7,500.
1 for 23. The 2 Grapnell with a scratch of the 8 Steely Danza, and becomes the favorite in here. Doug O'Neill and Declan Cannon.
Yeah, horse has natural speed, won by 7-2 back. Last time out, ran an allowance race, dropping down to 10-2 life. Logical favorite.
We thank you. A long shot going out for Adina Barrett.
Okay, and the 4 horses out.
Malibu Time, the number 6. Dale Romans, our friend Dale Romans, has this one cutting back in distance.
Back in distance, dropping down in class. Logical move.
Drop Anchor, Brennan Walsh and Martin Garcia.
Yeah, I kind of like this horse. This is a horse that I picked. Martin Garcia rode him last time in the same race, just got beat.
The number 9 Bronze Beast, as the 8 is scratched. A long shot.
Yeah, didn't run bad last time against a similar, got beat 3 lengths, and similar race puts him probably in the same spot.
Pair of Jameses with Jesuit and Jimmy Graham, or James Graham, riding for Jimmy Baker.
Yeah, Jimmy Baker, a good friend of mine, used to work for Shug McGahee, and does a great job down there, and he's good people, and we're hoping for a good finish for this horse on a necessary drop.
This horse taking a lot of money on the drop down, huh? But I guess a big drop down for this one.
Yeah, didn't run. You know, if you got to dig pretty deep to find a really good race. Had a couple of thirds back, but beaten aways, hasn't won since September of 21. But necessary drop here.
Paul, the question for Paula Duca: are you trying to beat the favorite, the 2 Grapnell?
Yeah, that's a good question, Andy, because, I think the 2 in here is the quick of the quick, and I think can get away from this group. Now, dropping for $10,000, maybe Doug's just saying, let's go and get it over with here. This one owned by Sean Feld, along with Anthony Melfi. And, last time in Indiana Downs, I guess that was a tougher field, but the race before that at Belterra, one off by 7, and it looks like a horse that needs the lead, and I think can get the lead in here. There is some other pace, but I don't know if there's enough pace to maybe chase down this Son of Anchor Down. I think he's going to be really tough to handle. Rick mentioned the 7 drop. Anchor, I think, can stay close enough. Comes out of 2 races in here, out of a mile and 7 furlongs, so obviously should be fit in here. So I thought the 6 and the 7 were kind of the same. Dale Roman's kind of heating up. He had a nice little winner the other day. He had a nice little 3rd place finish. So it looks like his horses or his barn's heating up. The outside horse, Jesuit, interesting horse. Jamie Baker had a first-time starter yesterday that was absolutely loaded from the 1 hole and just had an awful trip. It's probably going to be 3 to 5 next time out. I don't want to say the name of the horse is top secret, but Jesuit last time had a ton of trouble, was really sort of eliminated at the start. And I think the horse was live last time and is live this time. I do think the 2 is going to be really tough to beat if Grapnel can at least extend himself and get maybe a couple lengths in front and try to take this field gate to wire. But the 10 taking that money is very, very dangerous because it looks like Jimmy Baker's horses have been firing here at Churchill.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Wish you the best of luck the rest of the afternoon. I'm actually going to be leaving you in just a few moments as the horses head of the gate for race number 2. And with the race number 4, with the scratch of the 8, Steely Danza, Grapnel is supposed to be just loose as a goose.
Yeah, last 2 races, pressed the pace early, 22-1, 22-3, 45 to the half. This horse should be the main speed, and they should be chasing him all the way down the backstretch.
Yeah, he really feels like very, very much the one to beat in this race. Good scratch, but Jesuit has taken a lot of money on the drop down. I was not in love with that horse. I thought Malibu Time, I'm just a sucker for turnbacks. I would use the 6 Malibu Time if I was looking for somebody else.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Going from a mile and a 16th back to 6 furlongs. And the 6 furlong race, the horse ran 2 back, wasn't that bad. Came from well back, closed for 5th. And probably, looking to do the same thing they did last time. They went long to short, turf to dirt, and necessary drop down. Here we're doing the same thing, long to short, back on the dirt, necessary drop down. Should show improvement on the 6 if you're going to take a flyer to beat the 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to beat the 2. I know the horse is 6 to 5, but that horse seems like a front end. I'd like to try to pick up the pieces for second with the number 6 in this race, Malibu Time. But I don't want to bet against the 2. The scratch of the 8 to me makes that horse extremely hard to beat,
especially on this track. It's very hard to pass horses at Churchill when it's sloppy, and this horse. The way it looks, this horse should be 2 or 3 in front.
Yeah, and I think we've seen forward horses do well so far today at Aqueduct. And keep in mind, we're sealed, but we're fast. It's good now, but there's not a lot of moisture. But I just think we've also seen some somewhat uncompetitive races where the forwardly placed horses were the logical ones. And we saw the 4th winner actually close a little bit. Bert. They're going to the gate. Travis Stone with the call. Race number 4, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bronze Beast broke on top, but Grapnel quickly. Grapnel up for the lead. We Think You comes on to be second. Bronze Beast backs off into third. Holy Cross away 4th and toward the rail. Then it's Drop Anchor, Jesuit, and Malibu Time at the back. Down the backstretch run, the leader is Grapnel. Grapnel's in front by a length. We Thank You's on the chase in second. Holy Cross comes up the inside. Into third, there's 4 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 22-2. Grapnel builds a 2.5 length lead for the far turn. Holy Cross under a drive toward the inside of We Thank You. Farther back, Bronze Beast is wide while 4th. Malibu Time's under pressure 5th. Drop Anchor in between. Jesuit at the back. Up top, it is still Grapnel. Grapnel rolls off the turn, 3 lengths in front. Holy Cross running on from second. Drop Anchor coming up the inside third. 1 furlong remaining. Grapnel still clear by 3. Holy Cross trying to hold second. Drop Anchor third toward the rail. First up top, it's Grapnel. Grapnel wanders to the center of the track, but is the clear-cut winner by 4. Holy Cross was second, Drop Anchor was third, and Bronze Beast fourth.
As expected, Grapnel was able to seize the lead, control on the front end in a very tepid first quarter, and an easy victor.
Yeah, I mean, you hear 22 and change, but down there, compared to what these horses have been running, that's a relatively soft opening quarter. One horse does a good job to come up the rail for second, and then our horse Drop Anchor, who was open for, ended up third.
Dropping Anchor around the 16th ball. Looked like he was going to get second, but
he dropped Anchor.
Could not come through. Dropping Anchor. Rick, it's been a pleasure to be with you, as it always is.
Thank you. Thank you
Enjoy
very
the
much.
rest of your afternoon. The great Greg Wolf will be joining us on the set. Still lots of action to come out. Late pick 4 here at Aqueduct, and of course you're live in that pick 6. Best of luck going forward. Talk of the nation, currently the heavy favorite, but hockey fans. I'm with hockey fans in race number 6. I like, is it Nieuwendyk?
Nieuwendyk.
Jose Gomez going turf to dirt, the only experience. America's Day at the Races. It may look different when they come back, but it continues.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage of the card from Aqueduct and Churchill Downs out in Louisville. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Regional networks out in Southern California. Greg Wolf alongside trainer and a man who's so important to the aftercare of horses, Rick Schosberg. Pleased to finally be getting a chance to work with you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's great. I've had a chance to work, obviously, with Andy and with Lafitte, and now I'm with the star.
I don't know. If you're the star, I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm going to try and tap your brain and learn some things here while I'm on this show.
There's not much left.
Late pick 4 we're going to get into next here in New York. We're underway, Derby City 6. Under the Twin Spires, Grapnell, your winner, back in race 4 to kick it off for Doug O'Neill. Declan Cannon, and a horse who had shown speed against Better, dropped down in class.
Yeah, that's a formula for a win, especially on a wet track down there at Churchill Downs, where it's very hard to pass horses when you've got a clear lead, and this horse ran a dynamite race.
2-1-7. In that 4th from Churchill, we'll get into the late pick 5 in a moment. It's back to New York.
Yeah.
And our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And unfortunately, half this field taken out in here. We're left with 3, which sometimes you have these compact fields. It's a maiden group, everyone looking for that first win, going 6 furlongs. Amazingly, you can encounter traffic problems in a small field like this.
You'd be surprised. It's amazing when you see the dynamics of a short field like this. And here's the #1 assertive attitude for Phil Serpy, a colt by violence, breaking from the rail. But in a 3-horse field, it's probably not as much of a factor.
Jose Lizcano will ride 2-1 from that inside post. Shug McGahee will send out the 4-5 favorite here, Talk of the Nation.
Yeah, quality road cold. Now, Shug's known better for his second-time starters, but it's a 3-horse field. Again, the dynamics have changed. This horse has the talent. He's going to go ahead and win if he can do it.
And Nieuwendyk, I'm assuming named after the Hall of Fame center.
Yep. No
Joe
doubt.
Nieuwendyk, who had over 560 goals in his career. This horse debuted on grass, Saratoga, for James Begg.
And Jamie's a hockey player himself, no doubt about that he is a hockey fan, and that's why this horse is named after Joe Nieuwendyk, who's such a superstar on the ice for the Devils.
Yeah, won Stanley Cup actually with 3 different franchises. What a career he had. 2 minutes away from the start of this pick 4 coming up. How do we get after this thing on this wet track here, Jonathan?
Well, one of the teams Joe Nieuwendyk played for was the Dallas Stars. So I grew up in Dallas, but I was very good at NHL on Sega Genesis. If anybody wants to challenge me, I'm probably still pretty good at it. I haven't played in a long time, but I did like Joe Nieuwendyk. And I like Nieuwendyk here as a horse for a couple of reasons, right? It's a small field, and you really never know what's going to happen in these small fields. It's really a rider's race, and it's a little cliche to say that, but it is, because I think what happens in these situations is they kind of get bunched together, and it becomes the best horse wins. I'm not quite sure if that'll happen here. I think Nieuwendyk could open up a little bit. If you look at the last race, Nieuwendyk's only start in Saratoga, turf sprinting going 5.5 at Saratoga. This horse showed a bunch of early speed. That race fell apart. So I don't really knock Nieuwendyk for not being able to hang on to win or even hit the board in there. That was a very fast pace. You get Jose Gomez, who's never been allergic to the lead at all. And I think Nieuwendyk in this field with this group could pop away from there and open up. Now, if Talk of the Nation, the 2, is within a couple of lengths of Nieuwendyk, I think Talk of the Nation seems to have that kind of quality that Talk of the Nation will take over and overcome Nieuwendyk. But if there's a smart race ridden by Jose Gomez on Nieuwendyk, I think Nieuwendyk can win. So if you're watching this race and you're rooting for Nieuwendyk, I would root for him to open up. Open up, take advantage of that speed edge. If you're rooting for Talk of the Nation, just hope that you're close enough. I'm going to go with Nieuwendyk because I'm going to go with the speed in here, but this is a rider's race. We'll have to see what happens.
JK, bring that Sega Genesis. We got our Saratoga weekends for next summer all sorted out. We're going to play that NHL hockey all weekend long. So back here, Rick, 1-2 Talk of the Nation. It seems more really of a turf pedigree with this horse. What has been your experience over the years as a trainer with horses who have more of a turf pedigree on a wet track? Well, or do you have to just go horse by horse?
Well, you do have to go by horse for horse, and also their conformation, their foot size, and things like that. But generally, horses that like firm turf will handle a track similar to this. This is not a very wet track, but it's a firm track, so they're not going to have a lot of slide, and it kind of mimics what they would be running on a firm turf course. Now, what I have found also is that horses with turf pedigree here on the bottom, Street Cry on the bottom, they tend to have a lot of endurance, and so 6 furlongs, I don't think 6 furlongs is going to be this horse's forte in a year, but it's a good place to start, and it may be a very, very good confidence builder. One thing about Nieuwendyk also that we didn't mention is obviously Jose Gomez is riding, you get 5 pounds off. It's also first time gelding there also. The horse ran really well not too long ago, the end of August, has been gelded since, so they're looking for a move forward here from the Jamie Begg barn. And again, the Serpy's, he's been good with first time starters. They tend to run really well out of there. They may not win, but they also do come out of there and they're prominent. So it's a very tough race to handicap. They're going for the 4-5 shot. They're going for Shug McGahee. But listen, you're 5-2, you're 4-5, you're 3-2. Let them run.
Debuted sprinting on turf, Nieuwendyk, and start number 2. They make the switch here to dirt. Usually when you had horses and you debuted them on the turf, did you usually want to give them a couple of tries, or do you just maybe see something in the training and you say, you know what, let's switch it up?
Yeah, very rarely do I, if I'm going to run a horse first time out on the turf, it's got to have solid turf pedigree. And the problem with staying on the turf is that you don't get to run that often on the turf. So with the date system, if you run on the turf, chances are getting back on the turf, you're going to be 6, 7, 8 weeks. So you may just have to run on the dirt just to get a race. And so that ends up being a whole different dynamic for a trainer and the owners to understand that situation. But obviously with this horse here by Nyquist, son of Uncle Mo, Stormy Atlantic on the bottom. I think you can go either way with this. So it's a different situation with every horse.
Probably going to be quick too. Showed at least tactical speed in that 5.5 furlong turf sprint Saratoga, and that turf sprint speed usually translates to dirt as well. 3-horse field to kick off this late pick 4. There's the Shug McGahee quality road horse stepping in with Dylan Davis, and Nieuwendyk with the apprentice, Jose Gomez, as Rick mentioned, gets in with that 5-pound weight break. There he is, should be, you would think, leading the way. We're set for the pick 4. Let's go to John Embriao for the call.
Bit of a hesitant start there for number 2, Talk of the Nation, and he trails. It is Assertive Attitude on the inside and Nieuwendyk on the outside, and the two of them are right together with Assertive Attitude now grabbing the lead. Nieuwendyk races in second, now 2 lengths to Talk of the Nation. In third, as these 2-year-old maidens continue along over the good and sealed track, and the quarter went in 23-3. Assertive Attitude by a head.
Neuendijk is in between horses, and Talk of the Nation is now moving up on the outside. So the three of them are right together. Assertive Attitude at the rail. Neuendijk in between horses. Talk of the Nation on the outside. And they're coming for the head of the stretch. Talk of the Nation going on with it here and taking the lead. It is Talk of the Nation in front. Half mile and 47 2. Talk of the Nation gets clear from Assertive Attitude and Neuendijk. It is Talk of the Nation with the lead, and the lead is now 4 lengths. And then Neuendijk and Assertive Attitude. Hesitant beginning, but a good finish for Talk of the Nation, who breaks his maiden first time out.
Talk of the Nation at first asking, a horse who probably longer is going to be better for him. This is impressive.
Yeah, no, and this is a real confidence builder. They got to work a little bit of coming out of the gate. He got squeezed a little bit out of there and was a little hesitant, but Dylan got him to the outside, got him into a comfortable stride. By the time they hit the 3/8 pole, you kind of knew what was going to happen here. He had a ton of horse. He was looking over and saw horses that were kind of working on each other. And I think this is a really great debut for this horse. It's a confidence builder. Definitely wants to go a little bit longer, maybe turf next time out. But that's Chuck McGahee. He knows what he's doing.
Pretty good trainer. The Hall of Famer. Accomplished quite a bit in his career. 4-5 favorite. Kicks off this pick 4. 2-1-5 finish. And it's Talk of the Nation with Dylan Davis aboard the victory. They all kind of came together right out of the gate.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, sometimes when you have smaller fields, a lot more happens than you would imagine in a 12-horse field. But they find a way to make things happen out there, and there's always a lot of adversity for these young horses. But this was very impressive for the Joe Allen stable.
A good feeling for Dylan Davis to just pretty much have a soft hand ride to the finish, not have to do much. Easy time of things with Talk of the Nation. Here winning at first asking on this fast sealed track here in South Ozone Park. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll return to Churchill Downs right after this and get underway in the late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint. $20,000 maiden claiming race coming up, and Brad Cox going to send out Queen of Chill, the 8, for start number 2 when we return in a big drop down in class.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer. ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing!
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego. It's presented in part by NaraBets, where you can play it all. Get signed up, started. Go to NaraBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It was talk of the nation. Plenty of chatter about this horse after an impressive debut for Shug McGahee with a big pedigree here. Dylan Davis aboard, and we'll see where he winds up with surface next time out.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got options. Obviously, the turf season will be over here by the time this horse runs again, but he may show up down there in Florida, and or he can stay on the dirt. Obviously, he's got an affinity for the dirt today and against this limited number of horses, but very impressive, geared down at the end. I think it's exactly what Shug was looking for, except maybe a little bit better out of the gate.
It was our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Again, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, $3.80 for the odds-on favorite in what was just a 3-horse field. We had the carryover today in the pick 6, just over $33,000. And here's how it's played out so far, pretty formful.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got, your first 3 are short price horses, and you 7, 8, and 9. If you can get through that, and you're live here, a lot of money to be had.
All right, up next here in New York, 1-turn mile. This is a New York bred first allowance condition, and I'm intrigued to see what Ocean's Reserve can do for Leah Giramatti. 4 consecutive runner-up finishes, and then really seemed to put it all together last time out.
Yeah, and sometimes horses just put it together. I mean, the horses really never run a bad race. First time out, finished 5th, and then had some time off after that. And since then, it's just been very consistent, getting beat a nose, getting beat a head, and then finally put it together, like you said last time with Javi Castellano back aboard. This horse could be a real talented horse. The numbers are just so consistent over the last 7, 8 months. So it's an intriguing horse.
All right, we'll get back to that race. We're at Churchill Downs now for the late pick 5. 20 maiden claiming sprint, and here's Lady Brett Ashley.
Yeah, not much to be very enthusiastic about on this horse. Got beat several lengths, and it's only 2 starts.
28-1. There's a drop in class, but it was almost 60-1 last start. Wildcat Girl, here's the 2, who, if nothing else, going to show some speed.
Horse ran very well at Charlestown last time out, and didn't run too bad at Keeneland. And at this level, ran 3rd, pressed the pace, got a little tired. I think this horse has a shot to be 1-2 in here.
9-2 on Do It for Dale Romans. Early speed last start at Keeneland.
Early speed, and then just kind of fell apart last time, going 7/8 of a mile. But Dale Romans is heating up down there, as Paul told us before, so don't throw this horse out and taking a little bit of money.
First-time starter for Robertino Diodoro, Luxme, on our screen by McCracken.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. He's precocious with 2 first-time starters, Diodoro, and he does a really good job.
Sure enough, Tom Van Berg, Edgar Morales rides.
Yeah, this horse ran in the same level last time out, finished 4th, beaten 15, so probably a turn back in distance will help.
Here's Midnight Society. The dam actually won a couple on grass, but did run decent on the dirt, although it didn't win.
Yeah, and then Tyra Gaffleone, who's a leading rider down there, takes the mount here, and I think this horse has a real good shot.
Sweet Slew, Chris Hartman claimed off the debut.
Yeah, and, first time off the claim, does pretty well, wins 1 out of 4. But you got a really tough horse right outside of this horse in here.
Brad Cox with his 8-5 favorite, who was a short price against Straight Maidens at Churchill in the debut.
Interesting move here. You're 3.5-1 for maiden special weight. Didn't get beat all that far. He finished 5th, and you're dropping all the way down to the bottom. $130,000 Keeneland September yearling. So you take it for what it looks like.
Extra Sauce Well Done dropped into this level at Keeneland last start, and that didn't seem to help.
No, been beaten 25 lengths in the last couple of starts for Michelle Nehai. She does a great job. She takes really good care of her horses. But let's see, this horse has to step it up just a little bit.
And then Ragtown on the outside, second-time starter who debuted Belterra.
Yeah, interesting. Don't know much about what goes on there at Belterra, but the horse didn't run bad. I mean, he kind of split the field up and finished 5th, and looking for a piece here. But the 8 horse looks like the horse to beat off its recent form.
Yeah, so says the public. 8-5 favorite for the Brad Cox barn with a big class dropper as we check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys. Listen, the Queen of Chill is the horse to beat in here, but what do you want to read into it? I thought Rick made a great point here. Here's a horse that was under 4-1 first time out, kind of split the field, didn't run much. And, Brad Cox usually will give a horse maybe another shot, but dropping to 20 immediately off the debut. This is a filly by Bolt D'Oro. They've been very, very good runners. He's been such a great sire. The bottom side is Orb, and Orb's best day was on a muddy racetrack here at Churchill Downs. So I understand why this horse is 3-2. It just worries me the tiny bit on the drop. The horse, I think, I always say this all the time, could be a Ricky Bobby horse. I think this horse is either first or last. To get to the 3, we were talking about Dale Romans. I thought Do It is a horse that got to the front end in a 12-horse field in a restricted race. Again, we talk about these restricted races. They're for horses that RNA'd or sold to the sale for $50,000 or less. Ran a decent race first time out between Birdie Rose, was less than 4-1. Then goes to a $150,000 claimer. No one's going to claim her for $150,000. That's basically a maiden special weight. She showed speed. That was a loaded race with Frigid Lady, Mischievous Gal. Joe Talamo's been riding hot right now, and I think the 3 is a horse that can get to the front end here and might keep on going. The 6, Midnight Society, Whitwin Beckman, a lot of people don't realize, but he worked under Chad Brown. I think this horse has got a nice look. He lures Tyler Gaffalione to get into the saddle. This horse got a nice little work over the training track here at Churchill Downs. A daughter of Midnight Moon, Loot, out of Majestic Warrior Mare. That's very good for the mud as well. This is a wide open race. Again, I agree with you guys. The 8's the horse to beat, and you might look back and go, well, how did this horse go off at 6-5? He should be 3-5. But I'm going to take a chance here with Dale with the 3 at 9-2. I think Joey Talamo sends to the front, and they hold on for dear life.
We'll see if that is indeed the plan here coming out. That's the favorite still on our screen. And obviously this barn's so potent. Debuted in a much better race. Took all that money in the race, too. It is a little, as you said, it's a little interesting they're giving up so quick.
A little concerning. If she was a $50,000 yearling and maybe was running maiden special weight down to maiden 40, you wouldn't think anything of it. But this was an expensive horse. They put a lot of money into her, and she dropped down from maiden special weight to maiden 20.
What goes into the mindset of a trainer when they make that decision? You spent some money, your owners, on a horse. You must have seen enough in the morning to that point to say, okay, it's doesn't have what we thought.
And it's hard to say. It could be a number of things. It could be, maybe a wind issue that can't be remedied by surgery or something like that, or it could be that she just doesn't have it. I have a filly in the barn now that we paid a lot of money for. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. She's well bred. She doesn't move her feet very fast. That's a problem. So we're running her in the right spot. Again, it's not nearly as drastic a drop as this, but sometimes you just got to look to the future and say, okay, this is where we can win.
Or sometimes, as we saw with this year's Kentucky Derby winner, you can get fooled, drop in for maiden claiming, and Rich Strike, of course, goes on to be the second biggest upsetter in Kentucky Derby history. Strange game, tough game. Post time coming up for this 5th at Churchill Downs. Let's go back to JK.
Yeah, Wolfie, the 8, Queen of Chill, it feels like the winner in here, just based on the last speed figure. But I will say this, when connections like Brad Cox or Chad Brown or Todd Pletcher, when they're dropping horses for owners who are typically find themselves in stake races, I can swallow it a little bit easier, because that's just not what these owners are in the game for. They're not in the game to play the claiming game. If the horse isn't going to be a stakes horse, put him where he can win, put him where someone will take him, and let's move on to the next ones. These guys are spending tons of money. Guys and gals are spending tons of money at these sales. There's no need for them to keep $20,000, $40,000 maiden claimers. So I think Queen of Chill makes a ton of sense. I will say this about the 6, Midnight Society. This is a trainer who's 0 for 14 in the career with first-time starters, and Tyler Gaffalione shows up. It's just a little bit interesting. You got to think they told Mike Music, or at least some kind of a story, Matt Music, some type of story about how this horse can run a little bit. But I'm going to pick the 2, Wildcat Girl, because the race 2 back puts this horse in the winner's circle. I don't really have an excuse for the last race, so that's a little bit of a problem. But I think at this big of a price differential, I'll pick the 2, Wildcat Girl. I won't be shocked if the 8 wins, but I think the 2 presents a little bit of value.
All right, JK, thanks. Yeah, Matt Musiker, obviously, that's Tyler Gaffalione's agent. Tyler riding the 6, Midnight Society, it is interesting. He shows up. He dominated this meet when we were last here. Doubled up on the second place rider at the meet. Let's go to Travis Stone, race 5.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning. Do It is showing some speed. Luxme is there. Midnight Society. Sweet Slew from the outside is up close as well. Scramble on early down the back stretch. Luxme short lead. Midnight Society comes on through. These two go head to head. Sweet Slew keeping pace. They're outside while third. Wildcat Girls right behind in fourth. Lady Bird Ashley down inside racing fifth. Do It is back into sixth. Followed by Sure Enough on the outside seventh. Queen of Chill at the back of that first flight, 6 lengths off the lead. A massive margin back to the two trailers, Extra Sauce, Well Done, and Ragtown. Luxme rattles off a quarter in 22 seconds flat. Rounding the far turn, fending off the challenge of Midnight Society. Sweet Slew sidles up 3 wide, within a length and a half of Luxme by the quarter pole. Farther back, it's Wildcat Girl. Sure Enough is switched outside. Queen of Chill, 6 lengths to make up. They're off the turn. Luxme kicks away. Luxme by 4. Sweet Slew's trying hard, but as a distant second. Wildcat Girl, Sure Enough, late on the scene is Extra Sauce, Well Done, but that one is far behind Luxme, who splashes home to win it by 6 lengths on the wire. Sweet Slew was second. It's tight for third. Do It or Sure Enough.
First-time starter from the Robertino Diodoro barn, Luxme, takes the 5th at Churchill.
Yeah, Robert Diodoro wins with 1 out of every 4 first-time starters. And in a race where you got so much money coming on a super drop down, you got to try and look to beat this horse. I had this horse picked second just because of his precocious trainer with first-time starters. I did like the 2, like John did, but the 2 kind of faded there towards the end there. But this horse is very impressive first time out.
I really enjoyed this wet going here. Big way, long margin, I should say, back to the second place finisher in here as Luxme kicks off the late Big 5, relishing that sloppy going with a victory. We're going to look ahead to the weekend coming up. We have a great weekend of racing, especially on Sunday. We're going to see some stakes action, winter memories, mile and a 16th on the turf. And turf racing, this circuit, usually Chad Brown shows up, and he's going to send out 3 in the race, including eminent victor Manny Franco will ride.
Yeah, this horse ran really good third in the Sands Point last time out. Manny knows this horse very well, and at this distance, I think this horse is going to be very, very tough to beat. But Chad's got a couple in there, and Christoph's got a couple in there, but this filly's very, very good. Her numbers are getting better every time she runs.
Won the Wild Applause at Belmont to start off her year. That was off the bench. And then she was put into much deeper waters. Still looking for that first graded stakes win, but this is essentially a bit of a drop down Sunday.
A bit of a drop down, but she certainly didn't disgrace herself in the graded stakes competition. She got beat a nose. She ran 5th in the Lake Placid, beaten about 4 lengths, and then came back in the Sands Point, which is a grade 2. Just beaten a couple of lengths for third, and she hit the gate coming out of there, so she had a bit of a trouble trip.
Third in this race, Spirit and Glory for Rob Falcone would wind up 5th, but only beat 3 lengths in this spot. Before that was a winner at 1 mile and an 1/8 in that Virginia Oaks. Horse that Spirit and Glory leaves herself a lot to do.
Yeah, she usually comes from way back. That race down at Colonial, I mean, she's 12th down the backside, 12th, almost 12th turning for home, and makes a ferocious run to win under Irad Ortiz.
That is coming up on Sunday. That's going to kick off Sunday's late pick 4, race 6 on the card, 2:44 Eastern start time for that winter memories as we get set for the 7th coming up. And 3 on the board at 5-2. The 4, 7, and 8 we had talked about when we first really started touching on this race about Ocean's Reserve. Big race last time out to finally break that maiden after 4 consecutive runner-up finishes. So we'll see what Ocean's Reserve can do for a follow-up. Not favored right now, though. Here's the one, Cash Sugar Bank from the inside.
Yeah, and this horse is coming from Penn National for Pete Kazimias. And Trevor McCarthy takes the call. Tough spot from the rail to come going a mile, and probably looking for a minor share in here.
Dangerous Edge went by, had a big race at Belmont in July.
Yeah, this horse tends to come from off the pace and closes. Does well at this distance. Is 2 for 10 going a mile.
Great
likes
work.
the track.
Great workout went by for Linda Rice, and here is the 4, Rhymes Like Dimes.
Yeah, I like this horse quite a bit. The horse has won 1 out of 2 going a distance of ground. Has never run over this track before, but 2 back ran a really good buyer figure.
Huge price with Can't Beat Me. Here's Sundays with Sandy, who's coming off a win for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and stepping up in company. Last time out won a 30, now one is a 2 in a lifetime, but did it impressively under Jose Gomez, who takes the call.
Speed with 42 Ace and Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Yeah, for Charlie Baker in here, I really think that this horse excels on a wet track. Is 2 for 5 over a wet track. Jockey combinations 1 out of 4 with these 2 guys, with Charlie Baker and his jock.
And there's the favorite, morning line favorite anyway. Second choice right now, actually third choice right now. Ocean's Reserve for Leah Giramati.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think it's worth taking a shot at this horse at 3 to 1. I know it took him a while to break through, but he didn't do anything wrong getting there. He's got thirds and good close seconds, and finally got himself to the lead and drew away.
Here's a look at that breakout performance for him. Came on October 20th at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet, so on this track, and he was more forward than he's ever really been in this race.
Yeah, and at 7 furlongs, he's stretching out to a mile. He's probably going to be forwardly placed. Ran a good race on a wet track, 3 back to be second, but he's been second 4 times. So, I mean, I really think 3 to 1's a good value. He's now at 5 to 2. He's dropping a little bit because I'm talking too much. But that happens sometimes. But I really like this horse. I mean, I think he's just getting better. His numbers are getting better, and I think there's no reason why, if he can do the stretch out, he's by Speitzer out of a Tis Wonderful mare, he should be able to get the mile.
4 minutes to post in the 7th coming up. There is the 8. Let's get JK's take. Jonathan.
Yeah, look, this is a situation where I'm looking for horses that are going to be forward on this racetrack, and I'm looking for prices in here. The 2 that I think make the most sense are the 7 and the 8. I'm going to talk about the 8 Ocean's Reserve first, drawn towards the outside. This horse has the most early speed, and the one that I feel like has the best chance of working out the best trip. I love when a horse can make the lead but is drawn outside and can rate, and I feel that way about Ocean's Reserve. Should be a lot of energy in reserve, no pun, but kind of pun intended. This horse should be able to set a nice trip towards the outside, keep a clean face with none of the kickback from the sloppy racetrack. I'm going to take Ocean's Reserve at 5 to 2, although I am a little bit concerned that price might drop a little bit more, but I'm still okay from a win standpoint. The 742 Ace, another one who can be forwardly placed. If Ocean's Reserve doesn't seem to fire, then I think 42 Ace could also work out a nice trip. The problem is, and I think a lot of people make this mistake, is the word value can confuse people. You start feeling like value means the higher the price, that's value. And I don't believe that. I don't actually think that that's true. I think that the answer to value is when you're getting a price that's better than the horse's actual chances of winning. And at that close of a price of 3 to 1 and 5 to 2, I would much, much, much prefer the 8 Ocean's Reserve in that situation. Now, if those prices start to go opposite directions, like for instance, just click there to 5 to 2. I have no interest in 742 Ace at 5 to 2 compared to the 5 to 2 that you can get on Ocean's Reserve. So be careful with that word value. To me, the value is the 8 Ocean's Reserve.
That price, though, looking at the will pays for the double and the pick 3, it's going to come down. It's going to be, I believe, a heavy favorite by post time.
Yeah, and that's a great point that Jonathan made with regards to value. It's all relative to the situation. You know, a horse that you think has a great shot, and the odds are a little bit higher than what you think they should be. That's value. You know, if you have a horse that looks like odds on, and they're 4 to 5 instead of 3 to 5, or they're 6 to 5 instead of 4 to 5, you know, then your value's all relative. But I agree 100%. And 5, well, now we just dropped down to 9 to 5 because we keep talking about the horse. 8 to 5, okay, we're taking the plunge here.
What about in terms of, look, we talked about how he was able to do it last time out on the front end. Mm-hmm. Is the horse next door with a Rad 42 Ace the one that pressures him?
Well, look, he's, Castellano's a Hall of Fame jockey, and he knows when you have the outside, and if somebody inside you scrubbing and wants to go 22 and change for the first quarter going a mile, you have the opportunity to stalk and still keep your horse in the clear. So the horse isn't getting kickback, but you still have the ability to watch what that horse is doing and maybe gain ground as you hit the turn if you need to do without getting your horse trapped in behind horses. So I think it's a jockey's race between the 7 and the 8.
Such an advantage. You had to have that outside post, as you just explained. So 8-5, Oceans Reserve, first time in against winners. Took a little while to kind of figure things out but still ran, as we talked about, very good. Just about every single start, save for maybe the debut, but really just seemed to go to a next level last start. In your case, what was it often? Did you know was it something you did that kind of turned the light on for horses when they seem to get it?
You know what? There are some horses that get it early, and there's some horses that it takes a little bit of time to generate that confidence that they have out there, and they're all a little bit different. You know, I've had fantastic horses that walked in the barn like they knew exactly what was happening, and then I've had horses walk in the barn that were completely befuddled. But I'm always befuddled, so I can commiserate with them.
Always learn in this game, I'm sure, even as a trainer.
No doubt.
Day by day. 3-2 favorite, Oceans Reserve, looking to back up that impressive maiden victory last time. That's going to have to negotiate an extra furlong as well here. That was at 7/8, going a mile here today. And the 3-2 solid favorite here in the 7th. We talked about this pick 6 carryover today. It has been extremely formful all afternoon long.
Well, if the trend keeps going, then the 8 horse will be part of that pick 6. And the late money is really coming in on this horse.
3-2 favoritism, Oceans Reserve. As we get set for the 7th. 3 horse stepping in, great workout. It's a big price on that horse, 10-1.
Yeah.
Who's put together back-to-back competitive figures that, if that horse can move forward a bit, would be right in the mix.
Yeah. Great workout. Linda is a tremendous trainer, and she'll have this horse ready. And if if the 7 and 8 don't get to it, the 3 might be the horse.
Here's Johnny Brielle with the call.
And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, great workout. He trails. Oceans Reserve is out for the early lead with 42 Ace racing in second, and then Rhymes Like Dimes. On the outside, Sundays with Sandy now moves up a spot. Kaz Sugarbank is down at the rail running in 5th. Then comes Dangerous Edge and Can't Beat Me. And way back is Great Workout, who trails in 8th. Oceans Reserve ran the opening quarter over the wet going in 23-1. Oceans Reserve by a little more than a length. 42 Ace is second by a head, and on the outside is Sundays with Sandy next in third. Oceans Reserve is the leader here, the leader by a length. 42 Ace, Sundays with Sandy, right together, second and third. Dangerous Edge on the move on the outside, now up into 4th. Rhymes Like Dimes is back in 5th. Then comes a Can't Beat Me, followed by Kaz Sugarbank. And farther back is Great Workout, who continues to trail. The half in 46-2. Sundays with Sandy now moves right alongside of Oceans Reserve. And the 2 of them are together, coming for the head of the stretch. 42 Ace is tailed off in 3rd. Dangerous Edge is next in 4th. They are in the lane, and it is Sundays with Sandy on the outside to grab a narrow lead. Oceans Reserve is now back running in 2nd. 42 Ace on the outside is in 3rd, and Dangerous Edge is next in 4th. Sundays with Sandy clear now by 4. 42 Ace moves up on the outside of Oceans Reserve. It is Sundays with Sandy, the winner here by 3 lengths. 42 Ace second, Dangerous Edge was 3rd.
And here we go. Serve broken finally here in the 7th. 12-1 shot. Sundays with Sandy putting away the favorite. Oceans Reserve had no response in the stretch.
No, what a great ride by Jose Gomez here. Very patient, stalking on the outside of the 2 speed horses. And as you said, Oceans Reserve stretching out to that mile. Maybe it is a little too much for him. And, well, we have our first little chink in the armor here on this pick 6, don't we?
How about that? At a big number, Son of Keen Ice with the upset score. This horse just won for 30,000 non-winners of 2. That was a race that was meant for the grass.
Yeah.
That was taken off.
But got a world of confidence doing it too.
Yeah.
So stepped up in class, and he said, "Well, I won last time. I can beat these horses again, right?"
At a big number. Is there something to that? Do you sense that with your horse? They get that confidence?
Oh yeah. Sometimes horses need to take a necessary drop to get that confidence back. Maybe they've just. I mean, this horse 2 back got beat 18.5, finished 9th, had a terrible trip, dropped down into a necessary class relief situation, and now look what it did. Really smart move by Rudy, and of course our leading trainer here, Michael Dubb.
And the apprentice Jose Gomez on board for that win. 6-7, 2-8, and a 12-1 shot, shaking things up a little bit on this Pick 6 carryover Friday card here in New York. Well, the price is coming up when we switch out partners here. I really enjoyed being on with you for the first time.
Thanks, Greg. It's been a great day. You know, it's a lot of good racing in the Pick 6. Now, you know, things were very formful. Now things are kind of going the other way for the last couple of legs of the Pick 6, but it's really exciting stuff and some good racing from Churchill in the slop. It's just really great to be with you on the set.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Anthony Stabile going to join me after a timeout. We still have our feature to come here in New York. Going to be going 7/8 of a Mafuete for Lena Rice. Back in action against talented runner. That was on the turf. Kept waiting, but faced Goodnight Olive, your Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner. Few starts back. Self-isolation, trying to make it 3 in a row for David Jacobson.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Friday card live coverage from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park and Churchill Downs. Sloppy going out in Louisville. Sundays with Sandy. Been a very formful Pick 6 carryover until this happened. 12-1 with apprentice Jose Gomez for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. 27-80. Going to shake things up a little bit in this Pick 6, and for that matter, the late Pick 5. 42 Ace Dangerous Edge runs second and third. Joining me on set, Anthony Stabile. Good to see you.
Hi, pal. How we doing?
Doing all right.
There was a little wrinkle into the sequences today, huh?
I think all of us
now.
Were very high. I don't know how you felt, but everyone on the show was very high on Ocean's Reserve. Just did not back up that maiden win.
took a little shot against her with rhymes like dimes, but that horse ran for about 3/8 of a mile and decided to call it a day. Yeah, so hard to get through the maiden ranks and then into the A other than, like we talked about. You and I talked about this earlier in the week. Tough to run through the conditions, but Sundays with Sandy was able to go from the 2-life condition claimer to getting the job done in the A other than New York bred ranks. You see him right here with Jose Gomez going right on by the favorite, Ocean's Reserve, and getting home to a pretty comfortable win in race number 7.
Appreciating this fast sealed track, now actually listed as good in sealed. Sundays with Sandy back-to-back wins. Rudy Rodriguez, Michael Caruso, and Jose Gomez as we move on to the feature on this Friday card. 7/8 of a mile. It'll allow its optional claiming field. And we talked about Fuete, self-isolation, going to break. Neither of those two favor right now. It's Piece of My Heart for Linda Rice. Talked about Fuete had faced Goodnight Olive a few back. So did Piece of My Heart, who you can make the argument ran better against Goodnight Olive, your Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner.
Yeah, I would imagine the public is gravitating towards the deuce in here, Piece of My Heart, for the simple fact that the others all look like they want a piece of the early lead. She wants a piece of My Heart. The rest of them want a piece of the lead, Greg.
We'll talk more about it when we come back. We also have more ahead from Churchill Downs. Late pick 4 coming up next. 1 turn mile in race 6 under the Twin Spires. $20,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 lifetime. Bally Keene, Dale Romans. This filly wants to send. Can she go gate to wire? We'll be back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gateway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. More than 300 champions sired by Claiborne stallions. Just incredible, their imprint on this sport as we head back to Churchill Downs. 1 turn mile, again, for horses who have not won 2 lifetimes, so consistency we're not going to see much of in this spot.
No. All of them looking for their second career victory. Started off with Divine Hope, who's dropping in from 50 to 30, now from 30 to 20. We'll see if that second drop in a row helps here, Greg.
Off since January 14th here. Ship It. We last saw it at Oaklawn in January.
Love to say that at the poker table. Ship It after you win a big pot. Coming back from a bunch of series of 2-turn races back to the 1 turn here. Over 3 at Churchill Downs.
I Need a Girl Like You. Chris Hartman was on turf last couple of starts.
Yeah, first time for the barn on the dirt, won first time on turf last time out. We'll see what the surface swish brings today.
The only dirt star got beat by Grapnell, who we saw win earlier on the card. Luella Street, 9-1.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit today. First off the claim, doubles up in class, ran well in the Churchill debut last time. Lots to like here.
Here's Ballykeen. This is the favorite for Dale Romans.
This horse makes some sense. She dropped in for this level last time where she belonged. She got beat just a length and 3/4. That was going the mile and a 16th. Cuts back to the one-turn mile in here.
17-1 on the 6. I'm glad I'm not Travis Stone.
Je suis rapide. Actually. First start was a good one when she broke the maiden. After that, it's been kind of downhill. See if she could refine her form.
Yeah, going to try and make up 5 3/4 lengths on Ballykeen. Here's the 7, Ipsum Gratis at 10-1.
Sorry, Greg. Haven't seen her since June. She was behind repeat winner World of Wonder that day. 0 for 2 on wet tracks, though.
Decent appearance from the 7. Here's the 8, Beach Kitten.
Third start off the claim. Third start off a little bit of a June break, cutting back from 2 mile and a 16th races to the one-turn mile. Going to need to reverse that form, though.
And I would expect speed with the 9, although the last 2 starts we've not seen it, but has come back to work a bullet 4 furlong.
Sprints all the way back to November of last year. Last time she went long around 2 turns was at Santa Anita. She got beat just a half length in the maiden special 8 race 16 months ago.
Minute to post, 6th. Coming up, it's the pick 4, start of it. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, no pun intended. I'm a tiny bit shell-shocked that Shell Shock is your favorite in here. I mean, I get it, because when you look at Shell Shock, the $50,000 win that this horse posted, this mare posted at Keeneland, it wins this race. Now, the last 2 races, he bore out at the start, and it says 5 in the 5 path. What ended up happening is the horse basically bore out, got dead. Actually got left to dead last, and Corey Lannery moved the horse to the middle of the racetrack and kind of didn't pursue. Now, the race before that, the horse popped the gate open before the race. So, it's been a little bit unlucky with Shell Shock. So you got to read in between the lines. If you're able to just draw a line through those last 2 starts. Now, Minute Waltz came back yesterday, and he ran an okay third in a tougher group. But I can understand why they're going to Shell Shock, because there is some races to go to that just win this race. But you look at it and you see 1 for 18. The 5, Ballykeen, Greg, you're right. I would think go here with Joe Talamo and Dale Romans. This horse has never not had the lead except the first time he raced, and that was on synthetic, or she raced on synthetic. She was 22-1. She came back to win at Churchill Downs over a wet, fast racetrack. So that plays. We might have missed in the last race, and I was going to ask Rich Strasburg this. We missed it, because if you look at the last race, the 4 tipped her hand basically with a muddy bullet drill at Ellis Park, and the horse jogged. This horse has got some decent drills over a wet surface. And then the last horse I like here, I'm going to give the 2 Ship It a little bit of a look here. The race over a sloppy racetrack at Keeneland, first time when he claimed this horse for the Kenny McPeak barn, it was a good effort. The last time at Oaklawn Park, this horse has been over his head since she's entered the Cipriano Contreras barn. Manny Esquivel takes the ride. He's a very good rider. Hopefully she can stay close enough. I like her a little bit at the price 4-1, but this is a salty field. Don't forget, the 3-year-olds are carrying 118. The 4-year-olds are carrying 121. And some of the 5-year-olds, there's a 5-year-old in here like Shell Shock. So I was tossed in between the 2 and the 9. I'll just go for the little bit better price with the 2 Ship It.
Paulie, thanks. Ballykeen, he was talking about the weights, and Ballykeen is one of those 3-year-old fillies in the race, so she'll just carry, and there she is, 118 pounds in here. He also brought up the fact she won going long at Churchill on a wet, fast track, gate to wire.
Always helps to have a little experience over a course that you're going to race on again. So especially with some moisture in it, far different racetrack though today. I mean, you can see that track's almost fast. And
well, this is a different performance.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, this was
September.
I
think we're showing September.
Oh, okay. We're showing last time. I thought we were showing the win at Churchill. Yeah, this was a good race. Second off the little bit of the layoff, just getting tired late, and every right. The cut back to the mile should absolutely help, I would think. But she's too short of a price for me. I like the horse right next door. I like Luella Street a little bit in here. First off the Don Habib claim. Those numbers haven't been good the last couple of years, first off the claim. But I think this daughter of Street Sense will appreciate stretching out. She's never run long on a main track. And she's got plenty of pedigree to say she'll like a wet track. She's run on 2, but I like seeing her stretch out. Maybe Edgar Morales keeps her a little closer. I like her at a price. She's 11-1. Way too big of a price.
Broke her maiden going a mile. That was on the turf. Just the second start of her career. She has a bullet drill coming in, too. 3 furlong moves. So you see that often. It's a sign, and we're going to see some speed out of that runner for the next start. I wonder what that means for the filly next door, Ballykeen, who we know wants to go with Joe Talamo. Travis Stone, the call. Start of the late pick 4 from Churchill.
Ballykeen fractious in there, reared up and opened the front of her stall. And she'll now be reloaded. They are once again in the gate. And they're off. Ballykeen broke okay at mid-pack. Toward the outside, Shell Shock is sent on for speed. Je Suis Rapide is there. Ballykeen showing some speed down toward the rail. Right at the rail is Ship It. Up close and racing fourth. Up the chute they go. Ballykeen, Je Suis Rapide, and Shell Shock, the 3 of them. Bandy for that early lead. A break of 2.5 lengths back. Luella Street comes away in fourth. Ship It down inside fifth early. Beach Kitten in the clear on the outside, racing sixth. I Need a Girl Like You toward the rail seventh. Ipsum Gratis is eighth. Divine Hope is at the back, but only about 6 lengths off the lead. That opening quarter in 22 and 3. A duel up top between Ballykeen and Je Suis Rapide. The 2 of them head to head past the half-mile pole together. And here's that half. It's 46 and 2. Pack is tightening up in behind. Shell Shock comes on now. Shell Shock with a decisive move out of the far turn has taken over. Shell Shock the leader, 3 furlongs to go. Je Suis Rapide is tailing off. Ballykeen is stopping. So round the far turn, Shell Shock has built a 4-length lead as they head for the quarter pole. From far back, Divine Hope rolls up into second. Right there, Luella Street is back in third. Ipsum Gratis in tight in between. Heading for the 8th pole, Shell Shock clear by 4. Divine Hope continues to close. Divine Hope's 2.5 lengths behind. Shell Shock still in front. Divine Hope, Ipsum Gratis up the rail. 100 yards to go. Shell Shock is leg weary. Here comes Ipsum Gratis. Up the inside to do it. Ipsum Gratis runs down Shell Shock. Divine Hope settles for third, and Ship It was fourth.
Ipsum Gratis with a victory off the short layoff here for Tom Van Berg. Wow, huge move from Shell Shock to just take over this race and then got a little leg weary.
Rafael Bejarano had the right idea here. You know, you got these fillies that are in for the 2-life condition. If at some point you feel like you could bust it open, that's what you try to do. It just didn't work this time. I would not be upset if I bet my money on Shell Shock today with those tactics. It was a good job by Francisco Arrieta. I believe that's at least his second win on the card today. He waited and waited and waited, and then he had to make a decision. Go around those 2 fillies, which would not have been a smart idea, or just sit chilly where he was, stayed inside, and he parlayed a smart decision into a last-second victory.
She looked best warming up and runs through her looks here. Francisco Arrieta, Tom Van Berg, and win number 2 for that 4-year-old filly by Include as we're back to New York feature race on this Friday card coming up. 7/8 of a mile in this allowance optional claiming field. Here's Fuete, who 3 back last time on dirt, faced Goodnight Olive, was a distant 5th.
Yeah, perhaps part of the pace in here. She's won from off the pace in the mud, in fact, over at Indiana Grand last year on this day.
This mare was in that race as well, finished ahead of Fuete. She finished third.
Yeah, I think you just hope it, if you like Piece of My Heart like I do, that they hit up front and she's able to come running late with that extra furlong. It's going 7/8.
We jump to the 5 in here, Dealing Justice, Manny Franco.
Yeah, gets Manny Franco. Was part of the pace last time. Kind of rounding back into form for Ray Handel. I think she'll sit on a good effort today.
David Jacobson with self-isolation coming off back-to-back wins.
Looking for 3 in a row off the dead heat last time. 3 for 6 on the main track now. When it's fast, 0 for 1 on a wet track.
And Short Summer Dress, second off the claim. Joseph Lee has Javier Castellano.
Yeah, back to the dirt after trying the grass last time off a 2-month break. Did not run well. Comes back in just a week. Perfect 2 for 2 on wet tracks. 5 for 11 overall on main tracks.
It was third in a decent field at Saratoga this summer against Smash Ticket, Betsy Blue.
No idea where that race came from. That race sticks out. That race is on an island, at least for a long time. It was close to 8 months that she had run anything close to that race on the main track, and it just kind of didn't fit in to what was happening up there. And then she was claimed away to gone 2 months to the grass. Listen, I'm not going to try to talk you onto or off of anybody in here. I do personally have, as the days wore on, I've liked Piece of My Heart a little bit more. I just think that they're going to hit up front. I think you can make up ground on this track.
And you think she'll sit the perfect trip?
I think she gets the right trip in here.
4 on the board. Well, let's make it 5, all 5 of them between 2-1 and 5-1. So not much really separating anybody. Here is Fuete. This was back on May 27th. And this was a win over Betsy Blue, who just finished ahead of Piece of My Heart not too long ago. And this was a gate-to-wire win at Belmont.
I feel like she's best when she's in front, Greg. I don't know if she can get in front of either Dealing Justice to 5 or the 3 Short Summer Dress. If she can, she'll be tough. She still has to deal with an extra 1/8 of a mile. Never been the 7 before. And that could be a tough row to hoe, not being on the lead and having to deal with other speed. You know, in a perfect world, you try to get these horses to stretch out a little bit in distance. It's kind of easier. A lot of people, I know Andy certainly feels this way, almost easier for a sprinter to stretch and dole out the speed going 7 than it is 6. That's good in theory. Just some horses just don't want to handle that extra distance. I don't know if the jury's out with her, I guess, but I do think she's better on the front end, and I can't imagine she's on the front end today, and she's the favorite.
3 minutes to post in her feature race. Coming up here, let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, when it comes to sloppy racetracks, just because of the way the kickback is, I think it's just significantly different than a dry racetrack. I always tend to look towards the outside for horses with tactical speed. If you're going to be drawn to the inside, I need to feel comfortable that you're going to clear. When it comes to the 1 Fouette and the 2 Piece of My Heart, I'm just not convinced one of those 2 horses will clear. Can they win? Absolutely. But drawn on the inside, both at 2-1, I'm going to go towards the outside. I'm going to go with the 6 Self-Isolation as my top pick. This horse ran really fast for Doug O'Neill 2 races back. Came back, didn't run as fast first time for David Jacobson, but I like the draw. I feel like with some tactical speed, should be able to stay connected. And it didn't work last time, but it works all the time when it comes to these sloppy racetracks. I think keeping a clean face, staying in the clear does help quite a bit. And I'm getting a much better price than I thought I might get. I thought this horse might come down off the 3-1 morning line, but morning line maker David Aragona's got it right on so far at 3-1. The other one I'll talk about a little bit is the 5 Dealing Justice. Another horse that has some tactical speed, is drawn well. We'll need to find some of those past races back in maybe May and April to find a fast enough speed figure to beat this group, but at 6-1, I've got no problem paying to see if that's the case. I'll pick the 6 on top, but I do think the 5 is very interesting.
Jonathan, thanks. All right, so 2 in a row for Self-Isolation, the 6. And, you know, is coming back, I don't know how you feel about it, but potentially a little quick. 14 days back after a race that you have to think for her was somewhat hard fought. I mean, a dead heat for that win when she had to battle.
She's also cutting back from the mile to 7 furlongs. She hasn't sprinted in a while, Greg. New Year's Eve of last year, in fact, against Calbred maidens. She showed speed and tired, got beat 14 lengths. Before that, she ran at Los Al, sprinting. It seems like she's a little bit better, with a little bit more ground. And here she is with Sweet Wilhelmina. Two of them are going to dead heat here, like you said, just a couple of weeks ago. And she did get herself involved in a little bit of a stretch duel here, the last eighth of a mile at the very least, kind of chasing Sweet Wilhelmina and, exchanging blows on the front end, and can't separate them at the wire, but big effort from her. I don't know. I don't know if she's fast enough on figs anyway. She has that 85 back, California fig. I don't know. I like I said, and she's another one. Doesn't she do her best work? I know she won from just off the pace, but I mean, she was sitting on a 49 half mile last time, a half length off the lead, just alternating on the lead essentially.
Not going to get to do that today.
No, that's not happening today. She's going to be laying fourth or fifth today in all likelihood.
Yeah, I just wondered, looking at that too, and that stretch tool, is that going to take a little starch out of her too? Back in 2 weeks, we will find out. She's co-favor right now, 2-1 outside, trying to win her third in a row. Piece of My Heart, though, the 2, slight favorite. There's Self-Isolation, competitive feature. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Dealing Justice out for the lead. Fouette now moves up on the inside, and Self-Isolation not far behind in third. Short Summer Dress runs in fourth. Piece of My Heart is the trailer in fifth up the backstretch. Fouette down at the rail, Dealing Justice right alongside, and the two of them hook up here with Self-Isolation sitting just off of them in third. Short Summer Dress is in fourth, and Piece of My Heart is in fifth, almost 5 lengths from the front. Opening quarter mile over the good and sealed track in 23 seconds. Fouette at the rail by a head. Dealing Justice on the outside in second. Self-Isolation remains in third, now 2 lengths off the front. Then Short Summer Dress and Piece of My Heart. They are racing midway around the turn. Fouette and Dealing Justice. They are heads apart, with Self-Isolation in third. They're coming for the quarter pole now. It is Fouette and Dealing Justice. They remain 1-2. Far outside, Piece of My Heart now begins to pick it up. Self-Isolation is there. Short Summer Dress down at the rail. Fouette is the leader, getting away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Self-Isolation in second. Piece of My Heart on the far outside. Self-Isolation now getting closer to Fouette. And here is Piece of My Heart on the outside. It is Self-Isolation and Piece of My Heart. Self-Isolation is the winner. Piece of My Heart was second. Fouette faded to third.
She is just in really good form right now. 3 in a row for Self-Isolation, and early on sitting a perfect trip under Jose Ortiz.
Jonathan hit the nail on the head here. Getting that outside trip kind of helped her in here, because Piece of My Heart had to go around Self-Isolation. Had to get was behind her early, which I don't want to say I was surprised by that, but I thought she might be a little bit closer. And she had to go around. And I think if you reverse the trips, you probably reverse the result here. Good job by Jose Ortiz, keeping this 4-year-old daughter of Square Eddie in the game and on the bridle early, picking up Fouette and able to hold off Piece of My Heart late.
Oh, and the 1 and the 5 battling early too, and Self-Isolation and Jose sitting right behind them had her in a perfect spot, and that's the beauty of being drawn outside.
Yeah, just it was important for him to, but it was also important for him to not allow her to drop that far back. Despite the fact that she'd be racing at longer distances, I'm a big believer that these horses get comfortable in the position they're in. Right? Sometimes time is going to dictate, and how fast the race is going is going to dictate that more than intent. But Jose made sure to keep her in close enough contact to attack and be able to hold off Piece of My Heart.
Self-Isolation, the victory at 2-1 here, 6-2, 1-5 finish. Actually wound up going off the favorite in this race. Wow. Prices for you. When we come back with the nightcap still to come, it's Self-Isolation 3 in a row for this 4-year-old filly. Now with David Jacobson, Jose Ortiz aboard. We'll be back.
racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Self-isolation. This filly has now won 3 in a row out west at Los Alamitos, and now back-to-back here in New York.
Yeah, perfect 2 for 2 here at the Big A. And you see Jose Ortiz keeping her not far, length and a half, 2 lengths off of that pace duel between Fuerte and Dealing Justice. Dealing Justice called it a day right around the 3/16 pole, but Fuerte kept on plugging along. Nice effort from Fuerte. I know she wound up finishing 3rd, but took pressure the whole way, and I thought she ran well today. 7/8 probably got to her late in the game as well. Didn't get to Self-Isolation, who handled the 1/8 of a mile cutback just fine, holding off Piece of My Heart, who continues to just find ways to avoid the winner's circle. Right, 2 years.
Long time between drinks. Meanwhile, 3 in a row for this filly. $6 for the win. And here's our pick 6 follow along at this point. There's been one number, Sundays with Sandy, that formful the rest of the way, but even this past race, Self-Isolation, I think he's going to play bigger than 2. Wound up going off the favorite, but that was a difficult race. Sundays with Sandy, though, very tough to find.
Well, you see 3-2 on the first winner, and then 8-5 on the second winner. The 3-horse field. Sundays with Sandy's tough to find. I can't imagine anybody was really leaning on anybody in race number 8 here today.
No.
So I'm sure everybody's covered multiple times, but this is, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about a head scratcher. You want to talk about a nightcap. This, my friend, is a nightcap.
Yeah, here we go. 7/8 of a mile, condition claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So everyone just with that maiden win on the resume, and they can all be bought for $16,000 in here. Favorite is 7-2 right now. And is that just the power of Rad Ortiz Jr.? Blinkers coming off. Horses, a little bit of a drop, but the figures has to jump forward to win here.
Someone has to be the favorite, right? That's how it works. Someone has to be the favorite. I guess a Rad is the tiebreaker in an instance like this. I thought the 5 outside horses could all win this race. The public thinks it's even more wide open than that. There's only 1 horse is in double digits in the 9-horse field on the tote board right now. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Rad's carrying the day right now, but there's still a lot of time to post, 20 minutes to post.
We'll have more on the nightcap from New York when we come back, and we'll get into the next out at Churchill Downs. Big race last time out from Air Combat, 91 Bayer in an allowance victory to dominate that group by more than 4 lengths. For trainer John Ortiz, can Air Combat do it again? Post-parade when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, top of the hour, we're going to be saying goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego, but you can continue watching on our YouTube page, New York Racing Association. Of course, coverage continuing as well live on FS2. As we get set for our post-parade here, 7th Churchill. Saw one of these yesterday, 5 furlong dirt sprint, allowance optional claiming race. Here's county final.
Back to the main track for the son of Oxbow, who has a win on a wet track. It's actually his fastest race of his career.
My man Flintstone, big number next door for Ray Hernandez, the trainer.
Yeah, I thought he was a little interesting, Greg, going this 5/8 of a mile. He used to have a ton of speed. It's escaped him lately, but he's a very big price.
Big price as well on Tempt Fate for Carl DeVille, who's coming out of some Arkansas state-bred stakes races. Been off since May.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since May, just 4 starts this year. And he'll go from 1 mile and a 16th all the way back to 5/8 for his first start since May.
Air Combat, horse we talked about going to break for John Ortiz. Dominant victory last out at Churchill.
2 for 3 since he's taken over the training. Ortiz has, and those 2 wins both came sprinting, going 3/4 of a mile. Could be the speed of the speed going 5/8.
4 left, 5-time winner. 0 for 1 though on an off track.
A grade 1 winner, I believe, 4 left, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see what he does. He hasn't found the winner's circle on the dirt in a very long time.
Edge to edge, Chris Hartman trains, just missed by a nose off the bench last start.
That was a big effort, just dueling on the front end the entire way. He's perfect in the exacta 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds beneath the Twin Spires.
And speed with Francatelli for Brennan Walsh, the 7.
Yeah, he could be the speed of the speed as well. He didn't show any speed in his first start since February on the grass at Keeneland last time. But he's got some fast races. I'll tell you what, he's never run on a wet track. He's by City Zip out of a Mizzen Mast mare. He should love it. He's 4 for 6 on fast main tracks.
He is going to blast off. 4 to 1 right now. He's going to be the one likely in front. Paulie, your thoughts here on this 7th?
Yeah, it's a tough race, guys. They ran a race yesterday, a 5-furlong race that Steve Atchison won. And, I think what they were doing is these races were carded for the turf. And obviously the turf course, not in the best shape right now, and trying to save it for tomorrow's Claiming Crown. The sun has come out. It looks like the rain has subsided. But, boys, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's supposed to snow all the way up to 11. The snow's supposed to stop right before post time of the Claiming Crown card, and hopefully no more precipitation besides the snow. It's just going to be chilly out here, about 20-some-odd degrees for tomorrow's really good card. We get to see the great Beverly Park. I know that, Greg, that horse has got a spot in your heart. Okay, let's get to race number 7. Like you said, 5 furlongs here. I do. I think the one in here, County Final, when you look at this horse, you see a race here, Son of Oxbow. What do you see? You see a muddy race against Mucho, where he lost by a half a length at Oaklawn Park. And Mucho, we know, is kind of that horse that just loves an off track and always gets overbet when it comes to a main track. So I get where they're going with the one here right now at 2-1. The 4 in here, Air Combat, was just ultra impressive last time. John Ortiz put blinkers on this colt, 2 back, tried to go long. It kind of didn't work out. It was only a 6-horse field. I thought the horse ran okay, then came back. My worry is there were short fields. And, I think that this horse is maybe the most talented horse. We'll see how the pace plays out. I don't know about 9-5. And you guys mentioned the outside horse. I like Francatelli. I think there's 2 buried races in there. If you look at some of this horse's back figures, 21-3, 45 won the Rumson at 5 furlongs, 2 for 3 at the distance. Turf horse that last time just did not fire at Keeneland against Altador, was behind Drain the Clock first time in the Brendan Walsh barn, but had the lead in 21 44-3. Anthony mentioned the pedigree. If the 7 can clear this field, and I think he might be able to, he might have to clear the 6 in here, edge to edge, who went 21 and 44-2, 4 left. There's a lot of speed in here. I think the horse that clears in here, and the 7's going to have to clear from that outside post, is going to have a big shot. I know they're only going 5 furlongs, but I like Francatelli. I love the way that he looked on the racetrack as well.
I think he does get the lead, too. He's got 5 furlong sprint speed, and usually when you see horses with turf sprint speed, that's always quicker than dirt sprint speed when they transfer. This horse is lightning quick. We know how aggressive Luis Saez is. 7-2 right now. Again, we're saying goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports SoCal San Diego here in just a few seconds as we see Saez off Francatelli. You can continue to watch our coverage on YouTube, New York Racing Association page, or over on FS2. Back with our FS2 audience, Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, Paul LaDuca out at Churchill Downs. And there is Francatelli. Luis Saez was off momentarily. I guess they made an equipment adjustment.
Saddle adjustment. Yeah, they were just tinkering with that a little bit. It's kind of important. Make sure your saddle is. And one of the most impressive things I have ever seen was California Chrome winning his Dubai World Cup when his saddle kind of slipped forward towards the end. Victor Espinoza, the Hall of Famer, did an amazing job navigating that last 3/16 of a mile and piloting him around there, keeping himself, and the rest of his rivals safe. So, yeah, it's important. And this was taking money, Francatelli, 3-1. You're a third choice right now.
Again, very good chance he's going to be the one in front. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts here for the 7th coming up.
Yeah, I really like the 6 edge-to-edge in here. I mean, on class, the 4 Air Combat speed figures make sense. But in these flat 5 dirt sprints, finding the front end is extremely, extremely valuable. And it feels like, to me, the 6 edge-to-edge will do that. I like the price as well at 5-1 on the board. I'm going to go with edge-to-edge, wire-to-wire.
Let's look at edge-to-edge off the bench back on September the 25th. Hadn't raced since early April. This was September 25th, and it just missed. Had to lead in the stretch. You would think going to be a lot fitter and have more finish down the stretch as a result of that.
Yeah. It was a nice effort. 10-1. A little over 10-1. Like I said, he's never missed a board at Churchill Downs. Never missed a board at this distance. Speaking of which, I like the 1. Country Final. For those reasons. I think he's going to be, he needs to refine his old speed and sit behind the outside speed in here. Tyler Gaffalione, if anybody's going to find this horse's speed, Tyler knows where to look. And I would imagine he's going to be in a good spot, kind of protecting inside and that quick run to the far turn. I like the 1 Country Final today.
Don't see a lot of these 5 furlong dirt sprints really anywhere.
Paulie was right. This was a turf race that they carded for dirt when they realized they weren't going to be able to utilize the turf course as often as they would have liked.
Saw it yesterday too. Ari Oakley winning that 5 furlong 5 furlong dirt sprint for Steve Asmussen. See what happens here, especially with what could be a very hot pace up front. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call, 7th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And the raw fair combat. My man Flintstone in County Final. Those 3 fastest out of there. Tempt Fate fires up on through. Edge to edge and way out there. Francatelli 6 across the track in the opening furlong. 4 left, backs off and angles over toward the rail to smartly save ground. And they're still stacked. County Final down inside. My man Flintstone 2 wide. Air Combat 4 wide. Tempt Fate between them 3 wide. Farther out edge to edge. And Francatelli on Central Avenue heading to the quarter pole. 4 left is saving ground every step of the way. They hit the top of the stretch. My man Flintstone short lead. Air Combat wide off the turn. County Final down toward the rail. Edge to edge continues to fight on. Down the center. Wide open. 1 furlong to go. Air Combat County Final. My man Flintstone. Now it's down to County Final and Air Combat. And County Final digs down deep. Air Combat resolute photo. County Final got a great bob and might have nailed Air Combat right on the wire. It's tight. My man Flintstone 3rd. Then it was edge to edge or Tempt Fate.
I don't know if Air Combat ever got a nose in front in here. Great stretch duel between these two. County Final, the gray, down on the fence under Tyler Gaffalione for Steve Asmussen.
My man Flintstone hit the lead at one point. And then I think maybe for a stride or two, Greg, I think you might be right, though. Air Combat, I don't know if he ever got by County Final. And Tyler Gaffalione, man, I gotta tell you something. You go back and watch this replay. I'm not the fittest guy in the world. I got tired watching him. He pumped
was working
for 5/8. He did not stop. Unbelievable ride. I don't know, West Point Terry, give this kid a few more dollars for this ride. This was some ride. He did not stop. 2 days in a row, by the way, the 5/8 of a mile dirt race goes to a Steve Asmussen train.
Yeah,
well, we think. But it looked to me like County Final got his gray nose on the money.
And a couple of these horses seem like they didn't really take to this track.
Francatelli was one of them.
Yeah.
Francatelli, who had an impeccable pedigree to handle this track. He was 4 for 6 with a second on a fast main track. He just did not. He seemed to be spinning his wheels because on paper, right, he was fastest, but he never even smelled the lead today.
Yeah. And we've been told County Final, the gray, down on the inside, those West Point Thoroughbred Silks. Then put up your winner. Tyler Gaffalione, Steve Asmussen, West Point. Your winners. Nice call. You like this horse.
I did. I bet a few bucks on this horse today, too. I think he was 5-2 when all was said and done. We'll take it.
Back to New York. We'll have the prices for you in a moment. Finale, 7/8 of a mile. Again, non-winners at 2 lifetime claiming event. Here is still your 3-1 favorite. The price has even gotten shorter here, down to 3-1 from 7-2 when we last looked. Blinkers coming off. Vancouver Doro here for Jose Camejo.
Strange, too, right, Greg? Because the 8 Inspiration Point, for you Happy Days fans out there.
Ah, yes.
Has come down. I think when we first started talking about the race, Inspiration Point was 9-2. Oh, no, he just drifted back up to 7-2. Yeah, Vancouver Doro, he's an interesting sort in here because you hit the nail on the head. He needs to get faster. And listen, this isn't the toughest race in the world, and I'm not going to try to talk you off of a barn that's winning at almost 25%, that's coming to New York and has made an impact in the first 7 or 8 months they've been on the circuit. Immediate impact, which is very difficult to do.
Still to make him 5-2 now.
This is crazy. This horse is obviously a contender in here, but that is, the 3-1. I don't think any of them should be that price, let alone him.
Here's Raw Courage as we kick off the post-break trained by John Toscano Jr.
Yeah, the inside posts in here are up against it a little bit. This horse hasn't hit the board in 4 starts.
BC Glory Days, 6-1.
This one's a surprise, taking as much money as he did. Been at this level, cuts back from a mile to 7/8. Maybe that'll help.
Hit the board in 3 of 4 tries on and off track. We're muddy now and sealed. 40 Comets, 8-1.
Yeah, he's another horse. He's in single digits. I thought he'd be 20-1. There was a time and place where he would bury this field.
He's got it. Jimmy Ryerson trains.
Yeah, a bunch of turf races. Hadn't tried dirt since March of this year. He is 0 for 3. Never hit the board in his main track races.
Santava, we just saw run off the screen there with Javier Castellano. And we move to the 7, slow decision.
Yeah, 7, slow decision. This horse's one wet track race on a muddy sealed track at Saratoga was light years better than anything else. His fast track races are no good. We'll see if he's just a mudlark.
Inspiration Point. Major player. That price has come down from 5-1 to 3-1.
Yeah, another horse cutting back in here. He's had success sprinting, and namely at the 7/8 distance. This is his first time on a wet track. He's by California Chrome out of an Unbridled Song. Man, he should handle it.
I do like the appearance. I'll say that. 3-1 on Vancouver Doro.
This horse looks good on the track in here. His one win came on a wet track, a sloppy sealed track at Gulfstream. He won by almost 17, a little over 16 lengths.
This might be the overlay of the group right now. Breadman at 9-2.
He is such a weird egg in here, Greg. He was entered in 2 New York bred races where the purse was almost 3 times that of this race, scratched out, and now he's in for 16 in an intended dirt race. Those were 2 off-the-turf races he came out of. Now he's in an intended dirt race for $16,000, running for almost 2/3 the money.
His
less the money.
Only dirt race is a 2-year-old. He's 4 now. Probably wins this race. He's 9-2 right now. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, look, I don't really know what to do in this race. The 6 bred man is interesting to me. I do think you have to kind of worry about what Anthony pointed out. This is a very suspicious drop. But there's not a whole lot in this race I can really trust. I just think he might be better than these. He does have some back dirt races that make sense, and he's putting the blinkers on. Yes, this feels like a, hey, please claim me move, but it doesn't mean that he can't win. And the other reason I kind of went to the 6 bred man is because the 9 Vancouver Doro, this horse doesn't have any races that make any sense in here. I feel like this is an IRAD Cameo thing, right? Cameo winning at 24% for the year. He gets IRAD. I think people are thinking, well, he's got IRAD. He picked up IRAD. He's dropping. The 9 could win, but he's going to beat me at 5-2. I'll go with the 6 at 4-1.
Yeah, that's your value of the race, no question. I mentioned the 2-year-old race. That figure probably wins in here. He just doesn't have a lot of dirt races that show up. Even the dirt race last year in the mud in February, that's probably good enough to win against this field for the 6 bred man.
When you have these puzzles, every race is obviously a puzzle. That's what the great Harvey Packover said. You get 9 puzzles a day. Loved Harvey. To me, I don't necessarily want the droppers in this race. I want the horses that have either been here or belong here. Now, the number 7 slow decision is my top pick in here. He's, in theory, dropping because he ran for 40 last time. But the truth of the matter is, and here he is getting his job done, he ran a 68 Beyer speed figure this day. His other 2 main track races, a 33 last time and a 29 the start before this. Now, look, this was not the toughest maiden 40 off the turf you're ever going to see. It was a very easy race, in fact. But he ran so much better on a wet track that I got to think that'll move him up in here. He's kind of one of the speeds in here with one of the more aggressive riders in the room, Jose Gomez, and he's a great price. And I mentioned, Greg, that he's not really dropping. Yes, he is. He ran for 40 last time. He's in for 16. Technically a drop. He got beat a pole last time. He didn't belong in that race last time. When you break your maiden for a tag, which he did for 25,000. The rule of thumb is to cut in half to run for 12.5. Well, we don't have 12.5 conditioned races here. This is the bottom. So he won for the bottom as a maiden, and now he's running for the bottom in the 2 lifetime condition for the first time since the maiden win. He gets his kind of racetrack that he broke his maiden on. And of the 5 horses, I think, I'm not giving you anything here. I think the outside 5 horses could all win this race. He's the best price of those horses, so I got to try the 7 slow decision at 8-1.
I love that price on the 6 spread. I thought he should be favored in here. He's actually co-favorite in the double with
Not
the
surprised.
9. And at 7-2 right now. Just buried dirt form because he's been on turf most of his career. Nightcap from New York. Here we go. Let's go to John Embrial.
For race 9. And they're off. 40 Comets trying to get the early lead. On the outside is Inspiration Point. And those two are heads apart for the lead. He's got it. Sits in third. Down on the inside is a Raw Courage. And then comes Slow Decision. Far outside, it's Vancouver Doro. Centavo runs in 7th, followed by Breadman in 8th. And BC Glory Days is the trailer in 9th. And the Quarter in the Mud in 22 and 4. Inspiration Point has taken the lead now from 40 Comets. Inspiration Point by a length. 40 Comets in second by almost 3. And then it's Slow Decision in third. Breadman has advanced on the outside and continues to move up. And then it's Vancouver Doro. He's got it. Raw Courage is down at the rail, and on the outside is Centavo. BC Glory Days is at the back. Up front, it is Inspiration Point, who will go wide into the stretch here. Challenged on the outside now by 40 Comets. Breadman down towards the rail. It is Inspiration Point and 40 Comets. Inspiration Point clear now, racing a bit erratically here through the stretch, but holding on to the lead. It is Inspiration Point, and he is going to win this nightcap. Inspiration Point by 4 lengths. Breadman came on to get second. 40 Comets was third.
Inspiration Point. Krista Engelhardt, Eric Cancel with the win. Now 2 for 14 lifetime to take this finale.
That was a weird race. 2 speeds go out. They go 22 and change, which is really fast for this caliber going the 7 furlongs. Really fast for this caliber, going the 7 furlongs. And it looked to me at one point like Inspiration Point was just going to keep lugging out and bearing out on the far turn. Eric Cancel did a great job riding the ship, getting him straightened out. And I mean, if you would have told me at the 5/16 pole, the way he was traveling by getting out, that he was going to win this race by daylight, I'd have laughed at you, but that's exactly what happened. He got a 4-length win here at 3-1.
Kendrick Carmouche, too, I think would have preferred to have stayed outside, but he would have been too far around coming out of that turn. He had to take that opening he saw down on the inside.
Yeah, Eric made that decision for him. When Eric and Inspiration Point drifted, Kendrick really had no choice other than to dive down to the inside, and there was a real big opening down in there. Paths. You can see it right there on this. There's so much room down inside the winner. I wonder if they claim Breadman out of here. To find that out. A couple of 3-1 shots wrap up the day, Greg.
8-6, 3-7, 12-1 shot here in third, but again, form holds in this finale. Did have that 12-1 shot, though, earlier on the card. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, an amazing hero who was left and forgotten at a racetrack during wartime. What a remarkable story of Sergeant Reckless. We'll have it when we come back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward!
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting and did it all while racing medication-free. Now standing at legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. Inspiration Point, the son of the Derby winner California Chrome. The win here for Chris Engelhardt and Eric Cancel.
A good ride by Eric in here. Aggression. You know, with a horse that really hadn't been, he'd shown speed, but he's certainly not the fastest horse on the grounds over at Belmont Park. I can tell you that. Eric let him roll coming out of there. This is 2 in a row now with good efforts. You just let him roll on the break. Dealt with 40 Comets for a little while. Put that one away. And like I said, it took a long way around. He kind of drifted on the far turn, but able to hold sway by a long way at 880.
So 8-6-3 in the finale, pick 4, $281. We had a carryover in the pick 6. And dollar pick 6 comes back $2,935. Not bad. Pick 5 good as well, $944 with just that one price. If you could find that Rudy Rodriguez horse that went off at 12-1. Sundays with Sandy.
And you said it, right? That's, I think, part of it's almost like when you watch Jeopardy, the answer's in the clue. It was a Rudy Rodriguez horse. So if you and that was a race where I know Ocean's Reserve was one of the favorites, but if you didn't like Ocean's Reserve, you could have went a bunch of different places.
Yeah.
Maybe you find Rudy. And you find Rudy at the right time. Rudy finds you at $27, and you turn a sequence that looks like it's going to pay $400 or $500, and it pays almost $3,000. That's how you do it. Easy now. Easy to say now.
Start
I didn't like
fresh.
them.
New pick 6 on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. The picks are already up over at Naira.com.
Still got more ahead from Churchill Downs coming up when we return. The feature from Louisville, an allowance optional claiming field, $150,000 purse, nearly 1 turn mile. And that is Hear My Song. Just miss last out against a good one at Keeneland. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, race 8 feature on this Friday card from Churchill Downs is next. A one-turn mile and allowance optional claiming group. And this is a good field that is going to line up in here. We talked about Hear My Song going to break. 7-2 from that inside post. Mr. Wireless, Mystic Knight, the 3 and the 4, excuse me. Both favored at 5-2 right now.
Yeah, wide open toe board. Nobody higher than 6-1 right now. One of my pets is in here today. We'll get to him in a little bit.
South Bend?
You know me so well, Mr. Wolf.
That's Bill Mott's running
It's
the
just
6.
just Bill Mott. That's the giveaway, dead giveaway, right? William. See the William Ivan right there, the W-I-M.
There's South Bend.
I'm all in.
30th career start coming up.
Man, he hasn't missed too many dances, has he? 8 starts last year. This is his 8th start this year. This will be his 1000th start beneath the Twin Spires. Got a couple of wins here, too.
Over $700,000 in earnings for him.
The hard way. Running a lot. The old-fashioned way.
You know, look at that racetrack. It has been sloppy all afternoon long, and that's the case here, too, for this feature race coming up. So we'll factor that in as well as we get a look at this post-parade. And we'll begin with Hear My Song. Edgar Morales, of course, has been first or second in 9 of 14 career starts. It's going to be the first try on an off track.
Yeah, first try on an off track. First start beyond 7 furlongs in his 15 race career. As of today, his last 2 races, he's been in career form. See if he can hold that form. Edgar Morales climbs aboard the Gray Sun across traffic.
Right at his 3-1 morning line. Mr. Wireless, the 3. Brett Calhoun trains. Horse won a stake at Horseshoe Indy back in July, 3 starts ago.
Yeah, a couple of graded stakes as a 3-year-old as well, so a 5-time winner. 0-2 beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.
He's faced some top company.
He has.
Deshaun Parker rides the 4. Mystic Knight, Chad Brown showing up. Peter Brandt, 3 Chimneys Farm horse with Tyler Gaffleone.
Just the 4th start of the year. Last time was the first loss, but he ran against Art Collector and Mask Parade. Gets a little class relief in here and gets back to Churchill Downs.
The Art Collector, grade 1 winner he had to deal with. Here's 5-star General, gate to wire win last start. That was a Keeneland.
Yes, when he shipped in from Emerald Downs out in the Pacific Northwest. We'll see if Corey Lannery can get him to the front end in here. It might be a taller task today.
Here's your guy, 6-1, South Bend.
Would like to see a little bit of a pace up front. He likes this one-turn mile distance. He likes Churchill Downs. He's won on a wet track. See if Jimmy Graham could come running late.
Love the way he looks.
Me too.
Warming up. Wow. Chess Chief. Dallas Stewart, Paco Lopez. Talk about a horse who's danced some dances.
Yeah, he was 3rd in the Alley to Art Collector. Been a long time since he's got the money. 11 months, 10.5 really, when he won the Tenacious down at the fairgrounds, using every inch of that long stretch in Louisiana.
Everybody.
Yes, he
He's
has.
closing in on $1 million in earnings, that 6-year-old. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, this is a salty group of runners in here going a mile here, optional claimer. I mean, when you look at this group, you look at the one in here, Hear My Song. This horse has had some troubled trips in the last couple. 2 starts back. This horse was hung out 6 wide, still won the race. We've seen some horses run up the rail today. Your worry with the one is never gone this distance, never stretched out to the 1-turn mile, being by cross traffic, and at 4 years old. So is the distance a little extra couple furlongs going to hurt or not? Mr. Wireless, the 3, you guys keep on mentioning, there's just class after class. If you throw that last race out, well, how do you throw it out? It was actually his best effort or his best number on the turf, but he's got some other numbers you can go to. He's got a good race at Lone Star over a sloppy racetrack. I'm going to focus on the 5 and the 4 in here because there's not a lot of pace in here. Now, the 5-star General went to Keeneland. And all the riders at Keeneland decided, you know what, let's let a horse from Emerald Downs, where the sprinters are known to be very fast, go 114 around the racetrack, and he just outkicked them home. They had no shot. Major Fed was trying to chase them home, and Corey Lannery just jogged. And I can see that happening again, getting to the front end, but not getting 114, because when you look at South Bend, he comes from the clouds. Chess Chief, he comes from the clouds. Now, Hear My Song and Mr. Wireless, they are kind of tactical, and I can understand why the money's going to the 4 for Chad Brown. This horse had 3 races over sloppy racetrack. Good race at Belmont over 1 turn, mile and a 16th. with a 94 buyer, a sloppy racetrack win at Aqueduct. And I think that this horse, Mystic Knight, and Tyler Gafflin, the way he's riding, is going to be in a perfect position to strike on the 5. But, you know, everybody's looking at the 5 thinking, okay, this horse stole that last race. Don't let him steal this one again. I would not throw the 5 out. I'd give the edge to the 4, but I think the 5 might have the lead again, guys.
Paulie, thanks. And on cue, there he is, 9-2, 5-star General with Corey Lannery. And, yeah, he stole it 7-1 in that Keeneland race at a mile and a 16th last out.
Yeah, he really was able to walk the dog 24 and 450. Got that short stretch, first finish line mile and a 16th. I have to imagine that Mr. Wireless, who hasn't won in his last 2 starts, is going to be close today. He really is faster overall, I think. I know he's coming out of the sprints, 5-star General, and that's why he was on a lead last time, but I don't know. I would imagine Corey Lannery's going to try and steal it on the front end. I would have to imagine Deshaun Parker and Mr. Wireless are going to be close today. Hear My Song. Are we sure it's Hear My Song? Because isn't this Dome Ray Me? Wouldn't it be me? Anyway, Hear My Song had the 2-race win streak snapped last time. But coming out of the sprints, Greg, and getting a new pilot in Edgar Morales, rail draw, it looks like the inside's been okay. You want to kind of protect position. You want to be forward. Coming out of the sprints, doesn't this horse figure to be forward today as well?
No question. Yeah, I thought this was going to be the one of pressure.
I think
the 5.
I know Paul doesn't. I think there's going to be some pace in here between the 1-5 and the 5-1 and 3, or the 1-5 and 3, however you want to shake, however it comes out of the bingo drum. I would just imagine that there's some pace on in here, because Hear My Song is kind of under the gun from the rail. 5-star General, that's kind of been his bread and butter, and Mr. Wireless has done better work when he is closer to paces.
And I know 5-star General got away with soft fractions last start. He does have sprint speed. He's shown that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, he went 21 and change going a mile and 72 starts back.
Let's take a look at Mystic Knight for Chad Brown, who is your 2-1 favorite. Paul mentioned his off-track record, a win, 2 seconds and 3 tries. This was at Keeneland back on April 15th. This was just 2 starts ago. He's had some gaps this year, and this was a win, beating Mischief Afoot and Major Fed.
This is an impressive race because we're going to talk about it again. The short stretch with the first finish line at Keeneland. He did not get any pace to close into this day. He was, kind of wide-ish, and he inhaled these horses at the 8th pole. Really, the 3/16th pole, an eighth of a mile from the wire. He inhaled them and just kind of galloped home. And it looked like he was going to go on to big and better things. And then he ran into Art Collector, and he had to lay off. And it's a horse that Chad Brown had high hopes for early on in his career. Right here behind us at Aqueduct, had 2 big figs. He's liable to run a big one at any point he's on the racetrack.
Let's go to Jonathan for more on this 8th here from Churchill.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the rail, and I'm also going to go with Hear Me Song, because the dam was Mi Viera. Hopefully Lafitte is somewhere proud that I tried to do that. But I could be wrong. I also got a D in Spanish 2 at the University of Texas, so it's really up in the air. Let's flip a coin for it. But I'm going to go with this horse in this race. Last time, going 6.5 at Keeneland. Keeneland, obviously a very prestigious meet. This horse ran extremely well. Now, this is a little bit of a stretch out. We'll have to see how this horse appreciates any added distance, but the speed figure earned that day, if you look at Timeform US, a 113 compared to what these other horses have been running. There are some horses that have run numbers like that, but what they've been running recently, not as fast. It's a big deal whether this horse is going to handle the added distance, but I'm hoping will be aggressively ridden from the inside, find himself comfortable on the front end, and then the added distance becomes a little bit less of a situation. Horse is 7-2 on the board for a trainer who's only won 4 races this year. 2 of them are with this horse. So I'm going to go down towards the inside with the 1 Hear Me Song.
And are you concerned about the bikes? Run very good at 7/8.
I worry about distance. I know a lot of people don't. I always worry about it. See, I look and say to myself, he had so many chances in some of these money allowances that they never decided to stretch him out. And now this race kind of comes up and he fits the condition and he's out of the other conditions. He just won a money allowance, 3 back rather. He won a 3 other than 2 back. You know, this person's $148,000. You're going to try just about anything for the winner.
That is a lot of
for
money on the line.
Whatever, 82,000 to the winner, whatever it is down in Kentucky. You're going to try anything. Throw some hurdles out there. They're going to try and send them over to jumps for 85 dimes. I would. And believe me, you don't want to see me try to jump over a hurdle, Greg.
If even this field assembled for this, it's a big purse, obviously, but it feels like a stakes race. I mean, there are very stakes accomplished runners in this field.
Mr. Wireless is a 3-time stakes winner. 2 of them are graded. Mystic Knight is knocked on the stakes door a couple of times. 5-Star General was 3rd in the Long Acres Mile. South Bend was 2nd in the Harlan's Holiday at the end of last year to Fearless. Chess Chief's a stakes winner. Again, for almost $150,000, it better attract a solid field. And it has.
Accomplished older horses. And we'll see how it plays out. Mystic Knight, Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffleone from Post 4, 5-2 favorite. Mr. Weiler, so the 3 at that same price on the board as well. We're set for the 8th. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're in the gate. They're off. And Chess Chief for the outside post is hustled hard off the mark. 5-Star General with some tactical speed as well. Those 2 go 1-2, and Hear My Song is up close and behind them 3rd. Mr. Wireless comes on to be 4th. South Bend is 5th early, and Mystic Knight is at the back of the... So they cross over onto the main track with 6 furlongs to go. 5-Star General leads the way, opens up by a length and a half. Chess Chief on the chase in 2nd. Hear My Song is tucked away, in tight toward the rail, racing 3rd. Mr. Wireless cruises up on the outside in 4th. 3 lengths back from there to South Bend 5th, and Mystic Knight biding his time in last early. 8 lengths behind 5-Star General, who was sharp in that opening quarter, 22-4. And the pace remained sharp, 45-2 for the half-mile time. 5-Star General the leader. Hear My Song, ratcheting up the pressure with 3 furlongs to go. And Mr. Wireless is sent up 3 wide. Chess Chief right there in behind 4th, but losing ground. And South Bend comes alive. Angling to the outside, up into 4th. Mystic Knight is still a ways back and is 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. They're off the turn. Hear My Song comes away with a narrow lead. Mr. Wireless is there. South Bend is bounding down the center. 1 furlong to go. Hear My Song, tenuous lead. Mr. Wireless surging late. South Bend continues to rally. Hear My Song, Mr. Wireless. South Bend 3 noses on the wire. Too tight to tell. Mr. Wireless, Hear My Song, or South Bend.
The 1, 3, 6, Hear Me Song, Mr. Wireless, South Bend, all right there at the wire. First impressions, what do you think?
I think Mr. Wireless got there. That's close. Oh, can I move the mirror to the other side of the pole? If I can move the mirror to the other side of the pole, South Bend got there. Unfortunately, they don't let you move the mirror. Mirror's there. I think it's 3-1-6, but it is close, man. Wow.
Looks like that's a tough angle, though, to make that call. Dead tight finish. Certainly looks like it's between those 2. Big effort, too, from Sal. All these 3 ran terrific race.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it was 5-Star General out in front early.
He was flying. It wasn't. I'll tell you what, Greg. He didn't go 24-4, 50 to the half today. He kind of ran off with Corey Lannery going down the backside. You knew he was going fast. They didn't post the times, and then Travis Stone, track announcer, 22-3, 45-3, and you kind of felt like his day was likely over, and it was. This is a fantastic finish here. I think I'm on the wrong end of it, and I think it's a fantastic finish.
Yeah, wow. South Bend looked like had all the momentum here. This 6-horse to the outside under James Graham, but Mr. Wireless.
A little too wide. You know, I think
County.
I think County Final kind of proved a little earlier on the card that you want to be towards that inside, and probably got South Bend beat today.
3-1-6, Mr. Wireless unofficially posted. Your winner here in the 8th.
At least I called the photo right. I didn't win it, but I called it right.
Brett Calhoun, Deshaun Parker.
Nice effort from this horse today.
This horse 6 for 12 lifetime now, beating a good group at 5-2. There it is. 3-1-6-7. It's a fun race here in this feature. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We're going to continue to look ahead to the weekend here in South Ozone Park and the Artie Schiller on the Sunday card.
How about that? How about that race?
Some like it a hot brown, multiple graded stakes winner, does his best running typically on the front end. He might have some company up front in this race. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Mike Baker, Jose Ortiz will team up.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Mr. Wireless in a thriller down the stretch. Deshaun Parker, Brett Calhoun winning connections, and this 4-year-old, as we mentioned, now 6-time winner from 12 starts. Let's go to Paul Duca.
A lot of fun down here in the winner's circle. Congratulations to Brett Calhoun. Brett, I asked you, I'm like, were you screaming for the wire?
Yeah, I didn't know whether to scream for the wire because I couldn't get past the inside, and then I thought the outside was going to nail me, so I didn't know what to think.
The funny part of it is when you were saying that, Jimmy Graham goes, I thought I had you, and you said, Jimmy, stop riding your horses so hard against me.
I know, he almost nailed us.
Another part of this, too, is a lot of people don't realize you use a lot of different jockeys, but Deshaun Parker has been money for you, over 30%, and it's no secret why this guy's won a lot of races.
Deshaun's just a great guy, great jockey. Obviously, he's won like 5,000 races. We've done a lot of good together, and I just like having him around and having him ride for me.
This is a very versatile horse, Mr. Wireless. Now, a horse that maybe you can cut back. I know you tried the turf last time. Now you know the horse obviously loves the wet track. Where do you go next?
I don't know. There's a good stakes series down at the fairgrounds, and I think he'll do fine there. I think really 2 turns probably suits him a little better than 1. But this was a good spot for us, and we'll get him down to New Orleans and look at the races between the fairgrounds and Oaklawn.
Well, listen, I think this is going to come up as a very, very good race, and congratulations to Mr. Wireless, to Sean Parker, and this man, Brett Calhoun.
Yeah, terrific trainer. Nice win here. Hard earned for Mr. Wireless. You know, one of the favorites in a race like this and has to eke it out with two others coming right at him.
Surrounded, coming from all over. Nice pick.
Job by Sean Parker.
That was a nice pick 3 payout right there, Greg.
Yes, it was. 247 for 2. This is how Churchill Downs going to close out their Friday afternoon. Race that was meant for the grass. It comes off. Main track stays at 1 1/8. Maiden special weight, and with the presence of the main track only runner 10 Gauge, you see where where the money is going as it should be. Horse who was just second in a maiden special, meant for dirt at 1 1/4, gets to shorten up a little bit.
0 for 9 with 5 seconds. I will be playing
Finds
against.
the right field.
I will. He may have, but I will try somebody against him. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have that still to come. We're going to look ahead to Sunday here at Aqueduct, and Artie Schiller, part of a great card on Sunday afternoon. Mile on the turf, and we mentioned going to break. Some like it hot brown. The New York bred millionaire lining up in the spot for Mike Maker. 2 back, did his thing again. Gate to wire at Kentucky Downs.
Yes, he did. And, you know, he's one from just off the pace. He's one from on the front end. He's probably at his best when he is left alone on the lead. You mentioned it, though. You know, between Wolfie's Dynaghost, the number 4, and the 3 Big Everest, I know something like it Hot Brown's fast, and he's faster than Big Everest. He's not faster than Wolfie's Dynaghost, who it's his lead if he wants it.
He has set off and won before, but it seems like he is better when he's out in front. Palo Alto, Sifting Sands, they were in action at Pimlico.
Yeah.
Palo Alto just missed in here for Grand Motion.
He made the lead in his U.S. debut.
Against Set Piece.
Off the turn, Set Piece comes and gobbles him up, but this was a good race. He did not run well at all in our Knickerbocker 5 weeks ago. I mean, he really did not run well at all. But he'll cut back to the mile, distance that he's had the bulk of his success at in his career, both here and overseas. And I'll tell you what, he hasn't gotten a lot of pace to run that in his first 2 U.S. starts. He figures to get a little bit more in here. And with the remnants of Tropical Storm Nicole, there's going to be some give in the ground as well. So we'll see if all of those things kind of help his cause. And the poor race in the Knickerbocker, if you're a fan, dirties his form up a little bit, and maybe you get a little bit of a better price on Sunday.
Yeah, I think considering how slow that pace was, he still ran a big figure. It was maybe a little bit better than looked.
Maybe. He gets Trevor McCarthy in the boot. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like. There's a lot going on in that Artie Schiller. You could probably, first glance, you could make a case for 4 or 5 of them. Sifting Sands for Chad with good governance, always dangerous as well. Decorated Invader comes in from a win up at Woodbine. He always takes a lot of money. I don't know if it's the right money or if it's wrong money, but he always takes a lot of money. He has a big fan base. So it's a fun renewal of the Artie Schiller on Sunday.
Preceding that, it will kick off a pick 4, Winter Memories, race 6 on that Sunday card, mile and 16th on the turf. We talked about it earlier on the program when Rick was here, Schosberg. Now a chance to talk about it with you. Eminent Victor, Spirit and Glory, they faced off in that Grade 2 Sands Point last time out. Eminent Victor, one of 3 in this race for Chad Brown.
Yeah. I like another one of Chad's in here who we can talk about later. But Eminent Victor is, kind of comparable to me after a poor start. And this is something that she's had some trouble. She's had trouble getting out of the gate. And it's kind of her own doing because she doesn't get away from there that cleanly. And then she leaves herself open to getting bounced around a little bit.
Look how uncomfortable Spirit of Glory is.
Yeah.
Troubled start, dead last year, just seemed kind of rank.
Yeah. She's gonna get a rider change to Kendra Carmouche. She's one half for 4 U.S. starts for Robbie Falcone Jr., who was literally just texting me minutes ago.
Not happy.
No, not happy at all. You can see she's resenting all of it. And we'll see if Kendrick maybe gives her a head a little bit more. But again, you have Veronica Green, last out maiden winner for Chad. You have She's a Mia, who's 2 in a row. I think Trevor McCarthy gave Shizamiya the ride of the meet at the Belmont at the Big A meet, getting the job done against State Breds last time out. She's going to find the water a lot tougher in here. Parnak got the money. This is a really, really fun race. You know, when you look at the Audie Schiller with the older horses, you see a little bit more star power, but this is a little bit more of a wide open race. And you see David Aragona's morning line, 5-2 on Eminent Victor. And then after that, second choice is sitting on the board at 9-2. That's Salima. That's the horse I actually like a little bit in there. I think she's going to take another step forward. I think she has a ton of promise. She was a gigantic price when she won here back in September, and I think she might be one. I don't like that price. I thought she'd be 8-1 on the morning line, maybe drift down to 6-1. Now at that price, she might drift down to 7-2. But keeping an eye on her.
Yeah, like she has a lot of upside, lightly raced for
Blue
Chad
sky.
Brown.
Blue sky. That's what I like to call it.
Mm-hmm. My Risky Affair, Christophe Clement was able to go very slow on the front end, and when that happens, good things usually are a result. And that was the case with Enright Ortiz Jr. aboard back on October 23rd.
Yeah, and we talked about horses getting easy leads. With Hail 2 drawn to the rail in here, I can almost guarantee this scenario will not unfold Sunday afternoon at around 2:44 when the starting gate opens for this Winter Memories. The proverbial murder was gotten away with here on the front end by My Risky Affair. I'll tell you what, if she can find a way to do this, Enright Ortiz Jr. is going to jump off to stick with Veronica Green right to the outside for Chad and Peter Brandt. Dylan Davis going to climb aboard My Risky Affair. If she can find a way to do what she did last time, she'll be tough because it worked very, very well last time.
A first allowance condition race. Someone like Eminent Victor in here for Chad Brown, coming out of back-to-back graded stakes races where she's hit the board in 2 of them. So it's a big step up for My Risky Affair.
Yeah, big step up. From the straight allowance, you see a lot of horses in here taking up the 3 Salima, the 4 Candy Light. Shizamiya's going from State Breds to an open stake. My Risky Affair. Veronica Green just broke the maiden.
Really good wagering race.
It's a good wagering race because there are a lot of unknowns.
Yeah. Race 6, it kicks off that pick 4 on the Sunday card. 2:44 Eastern start time, and there is our Sunday stakes schedule. Winter Memories, Artie Schiller, and then from Churchill Downs, Dream Supreme. Such a great sprinter back in her day for the boss.
Testing Ballerina in the same year for Bill Mott. And the
George Steinbrenner.
Yep, and the Kinsman Farm. Blue and brown. Blue and gray, rather, I'm sorry.
And Bet on Sunshine and the Grade 3 River City handicap. So I'll have all that for you on our Sunday action. We're going to take a timeout. We still have the nightcap ahead from Churchill Downs. And I want to hear who the Big A likes here. He's trying to beat this main track only entrant. Here's Push Button. Mike Maker, Luis Saez.
That's her.
Dirt try.
That's him.
First time. All right, Anthony will make his case when we come back. Stay with us.
At Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4, from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runners debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Olympiad runner-up in that Breeders' Cup Classic. He is retired. He will stand at Gainesway Farm.
Yep. I was a little surprised to hear this with the fallout from the Breeders' Cup Classic, with the retirements of Flightline, Life is Good, Epicenter. You'd have thought maybe he'd be sticking around, but
he had a terrific year.
Yep, standing for $35,000, I believe.
5 wins in a row.
Fantastic year.
At
Fantastic. Grade
Stephen
1.
Foster was incredible.
Grade 1 win in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Yeah, that's not bad. And that was all, folks, that little resume right there, that all happened from February on. Not a bad 9 months for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who he kind of, I would say he topped off a Breeders' Cup Day, but Wakanaka won the finale. But a heck of a Breeders' Cup performance for the Hall of Famer. A couple of wins, second with him, third with Warlike Goddess.
Terrific Breeders' Cup for the Hall of Famer. As we get into this nightcap coming up, we're going to put you on the hot seat in a moment. We saw push button going to break, and that's who you're going to try and upset the even money favorite with.
Yeah.
Called a post. So here's the 2, Tyler Gaffalione, Rusty Arnold vintage year.
He'd be the other one I tried against the favorite in here. First time turf for the Son of Point of Entry out of a Ghost App. I mean, he should like a wet track.
Here's push button.
That's who's going to like the wet track. And I would imagine Luis Saez, as this horse has some foundation, mile at Kentucky Downs, mile at Nathan Keeneland, I would imagine Louis is going to be aggressive and put this horse on the front end today.
One race experiment with blinkers, they come off for the 4.
Yeah, the dirt did not go well. This horse has all turf pedigree. Sire, Dam, they're going to give him one more shot, though.
Stretching out, though. Lola's Bow, big price, 36-1.
Never hit the board in 12 starts, should be 36-1.
0 for 21 on a Habitus.
And he should be 35-1 because he has not hit the board on the. He has not hit the board in his last 5 tries.
Cater.
Couple of dirt sprints to kick off his career at Laurel for former rider Elvis Trujillo. Turf form much better.
Yeah, first 2 dirt starts leave a lot to be desired. The 8 inbound, Adam Beschizza rides.
C. Cater, first 2 dirt starts leave a lot to be desired. Son of Union Rag is going to try and get around a mile and an eighth on the main track.
Florent Giroux, rider change, Good Soldier for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Yeah, this horse is all turf last 3. Got beat just a neck in his debut on the all-weather at Turfway Park earlier this year. Son of Uncle Mo might like a wet track. Oh, he's out, Blue Devil.
Yeah, the main track only. We jumped to the 15 in here. This horse who was second to Rattle and Roll, who'd go on to win the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity, added another graded stakes win in his career. He just was second mile and a quarter here at Churchill, and a mile and a quarter race behind a Pletcher runner that run an 85 buyer. He's the horse to beat. He's meant for the dirt. It's on the dirt, but he has had plenty of opportunities.
He sure has. And his he's going to have to deal with the outside draw.
He should win here. We'll find out. 6-5. This is his best chance to get that win after 5 seconds and 9 starts, Paul.
I'm beating him.
I think he's going to be tough to beat. But I'll start with the 3 in here, push button. I'm in agreement with you. This is the biggest threat to the 15 in here. At least I think so. You know, and I like horses. Listen, he's not bred to run on, or he's bred to run on the main track, Bodemeister out of a Mr. Greeley mare. What I do like is this horse ran well over Kentucky Downs track that is really corky. Either horses take to it or not. He took to it, but then he went back to Keeneland and took to that turf course. So maybe he's one of those versatile types that just doesn't matter what kind of course you put him on, he'll run. And the horse you're seeing is the 2 vintage year. Very, very interesting between the 2 and the 12, okay? Because Tyler Gaffalione was named on both of them. Now, this could have been the 12 wasn't also eligible, got put in. This could have been also that Tyler chose the 2 for the turf, but Florent Giroux gets aboard the 12. So I would think Flo was wanted to get out here and maybe get some sleep for tomorrow for the claiming crown, but getting a live mount here, that can maybe tip the 12's hand here. I thought the 2 is taking a little bit of money. I mean, those are the major players in here. The 3's going to have to run a race because when you look at the 15, 10 gauge, I get it. 5 out of 9, 5 second-place finishes. But the way this racetrack's kind of been playing, it's kind of getting tiring toward the end. And this horse lays over on numbers, number 1. And he ran a mile and a quarter, so he's cutting back in distance when a lot of horses are going up in distance. He's going to be a handful to beat. I had this race 15-3, 3-15. The 3's going to have to fire a big shot in here. I have a feeling the 12 is going to run 1-2 as well. But I can't get around the 15, and I can't get around even money, so I'm just going to sit, boys.
All right, Paulie, thanks. 2 minutes away from this finale on the card, meant for the grass, taken off, and the main track only entrant, the only one in here, the 15. Even money after 5 seconds in 9 starts, but a few races that really stand out against a field that doesn't have much, if any, dirt form.
Come on, you going to try and beat this horse for being here?
I am not.
Wire to wire. I'm telling you. Luis Saez is going to put the 3 on the Bill Daly and say, sayonara. That's how this goes here.
Seattle players closing the gap here. He's 5-2. Let's get Jonathan's thoughts. JK.
Yeah, look, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show. You know, value is the odds are better than the horse's chances of winning. I think the 15 is value. I thought Flightline was value at 2-5. Last weekend in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I think the 15-10 gauge is, I don't think he's Flightline, but I do think he's value in here. This is a horse that has his last 2 dirt races are faster than anything anyone else in here has run on either surface. So you're talking about turf horses that aren't running as fast on their surface as 10 gauge has been running on the dirt, and this is his surface. He's drawn perfectly out here. He's got Brian Hernandez. He's got a Hall of Famer in Steve Asmussen. The even money, I'll make a little win bet here, and I'll run it back on America's Day at the Races tomorrow.
I'm with JK. This is just a field that he has found to his liking.
Come on.
And sometimes, as he said on the program, I agree with him too. A Flightline, that was value 2-5, and I feel like it is here potentially as well with this horse. Just too good for this group.
5 second place finishes. 5.
This is a field who they're basically all turf horses. They have 0 dirt form. You're hoping Push Button can run on the dirt. We'll see.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm betting on the come here. No question about it. Maybe you'd say, well, you're foolish to take 5-2 on a horse that's never run on the turf, on the dirt, over even money on a horse that has run well enough in 5 of his 9 tries. I'll tell you what, though, this horse got some clunkers in there as well. This horse doesn't always show up. He was off the 8 months, and he's been a little bit better since he's been back from the 8 months.
Look, there's 2 maybe, right? One of them against Classic Causeway, who we thought for a while might be headed to the Kentucky Derby as one of the top 3-year-olds in the country for a brief time. Didn't turn out that way. And then another race, he went to the bench for 6 months.
Listen, he is the deserving favorite. That does not dismiss the fact that he is 0 for 9 with 5 second-place finishes, and he's now 3-5. That punch was going to come eventually because, and I don't disagree with it, with what Jonathan was thinking. There were people that were looking at this race and saying exactly what he was saying. How is this horse even money? Well, 80% of the money is bet in the last 3 minutes. 4 minutes. So that was bound to happen.
Now bettors need to make that determination. Is this price getting too short? Do you have to try and find other ways to make money in here? And you potentially could, right? Even if he wins underneath.
Yeah.
And if you maybe, let's see, exacta-wise what that's coming back, 15-3.
I say it's 14 for $2.
16 for 2.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's because there are unknowns in here. They're almost all unknowns for second. So even though Push Button is 7-2 in the win pool, and if the public decides, well, he's the best alternative to beat 10 gauge, maybe maybe they feel like, well, there's a few different ways to go underneath if they think the favorite can't lose, and that's obviously what that probables matrix is telling you. Not surprised. I thought it would be a little less than that.
Odds-on favorite, 10 gauge. Main track only entrant steps in. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. And good beginning for 10 gauge. And so to Push Button toward the inside. Push Button is keyed up and is racing for the lead. Striding out well. 10 gauge comes on to prompt from second. Ashoba's Joy 2 lengths farther back in third with Vintage Year toward the rail fourth. Cotter comes away off the rail racing fifth. Lola's Bow sixth. Inbound seventh. Good Soldier in eighth early. Habitus to trailer in ninth. Already 10 lengths off the lead. Around the opening turn, and it's Push Button the leader just under a length. And 10 gauge is just stalking intently while second. They turn to the backstretch, run together. The opening quarter goes in 24 and 1/5 seconds. 5.5 furlongs remaining. Push Button still shows the way. Right alongside is 10 gauge in second. A break of 2 lengths back. Nashoba's Joy and Vintage Year there together, third and fourth. Here's the half and 48 and 2. The pace is not particularly fast at all, and it's Push Button heading for the far turn, still in front, but 10 gauge continues to stalk intently, glued to push button for the far turn run. Vintage Year tucked away third toward the rail. Neshoba's Joy sent up on the outside, now third and closing in. Cotter's catching up too, within 5 lengths of the lead round the far turn, the rest with work to do. They head for the quarter pole, push button trying to see it out, but 10 Gauge comes with a run now. Here's 10 Gauge grabbing the lead right at the quarter pole. 10 Gauge off the turn just like that, opens up by 2. Push button, no response, back in second. Cotter's now third. Vintage Year and Neshoba's Joy are fourth and fifth. First is 10 Gauge, a little bit green there. Wandered toward the inside, and Push Button going to try and make it interesting late. 10 Gauge, 1 length lead. Push Button finishing with interest, but 10 Gauge will hold on to do it. Some anxious moments at 3 to 5, but first nonetheless. Push Button was second, Cotter was third, Neshoba's Joy was fourth, and Vintage Year was fifth.
This looked like over and good night, all done, and all of a sudden Push Button started to re-rally a bit and made this interesting. In the end, 10 Gauge hangs on for the victory.
Brian Hernandez Jr. getting around Push Button with 10 Gauge could have got him the win here, because I think you want to be inside, and it kind of forced Push Button to chase him back outside. I wonder if he doesn't get around him if he wins. I don't think he does. Good ride. Good job by both guys. Listen, Louis Saez, there was nothing he could do about it. His horse kind of engaged after 10 Gauge went by him. But those were a couple of sharp rides on the favorites. But people always, I think people always take that for granted. Well, he was 3 to 5. How could you screw it up? You can. I could show you 4,111,036 races where it's been screwed up.
Great job by Brian Hernandez Jr. too early to get position in
Get
this
around
race
those
and
horses.
not let Push Button get away.
Yep, not let him get away and not get caught. It's a good run from the start to the first turn, going the 9 furlongs at Churchill Downs. But he did a good job making sure he did not have to deal with any of that traffic to his inside. He cleared and was able to just set up camp right off of the speed.
Second night is over after this performance here. The main track only with the win. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Steve Asmussen, 3 Chimneys Farm, and a gun runner.
What else is new? With
the victory in the finale. We're going to have the amazing story of one of the great heroes named by Time Magazine, Sergeant Reckless, and her war efforts when we come back.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vacoma the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues the battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met-Mile.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us for this Friday action, and we're in the books. One of the Twin Spires. Main track only entrant gets what he wants here. Steve Asmussen, Three Chimneys Farm. Brian Hernandez Jr., 10 gauge. This got interesting late for an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, a little killer crossover there from 10 gauge. He was able to get in front of the speed of Push Button right there. He's in front of him, and you'll see Brian. He took a look inside, too, and then he switched crop, and he went to the right hand, and it got him down inside. And I'm telling you, I think this was what won him the race, Greg. I really think that's what won him the race. Because he got to the better part of the track, and then he showed him Push Button again, and he was able to hold him off by he beat him a length.
$3.44 for the win. That $2 exacta, $14.28.
That was the prediction, $14. I'll take it.
And pick 5, just over 1,600 with a 3 to 5 to end it. Pick 6, just over $1,700.
Best friend in here, if you played tries and supers, was the all button. 48-1 with Cater, 948 to show.
Card in the books. That was a fun way to end it. There's
Two
a little
cards,
drama
yeah.
there.
Big A and Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
Wrapped up on this Friday.
Veterans Day, which I just learned, actually learn new information every single day, came about after World War I was in the books to commemorate all those that gave their life. Well, some of the best thoroughbreds in this sport, while they have great talent, they also have incredible determination and heart. This next story is about a mare who may be unmatched in those categories. Forgotten during wartime, she was discovered and purchased for just a few $100s, going on to greater glory than any champion racehorse could ever dream of. This is the story of Sergeant Reckless.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Well, on Veterans Day, such a terrific story, and you never know where greatness can come from. Left, just forgotten, a few $100s. And the coolest part of that story to me, I mean, just remembered these routes all by herself.
Yeah, they're amazing. I mean, they're truly remarkable animals, right? You talk about them, the term is turn lefts, right? That's what they do. They do it on the racetrack. They do it when they're walking in the morning. When I was a kid, my dad trained a horse named Please the Palate. Please the Palate was my favorite horse that nobody knew who he was. I would walk him without a shank. He would follow me around the barn. He would follow me on the hot walker machines at parks and Garden State Park, places don't even exist anymore. They're so smart, and you know what she did. Like you said, you find greatness in many different places. She went and found hers not on the racetrack. Yeah. They're remarkable animals.
Incredible story. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back to look ahead to some of the stakes action on Sunday at Churchill Downs. Some big names going to be lining up. Sconson, one of the better filling mare sprinters in the country, returning to action. And Set Piece, who loves the lawn at Churchill. We'll be back.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good card coming up Sunday under the Twin Spires. Dream Supreme, Bet on Sunshine, Grade 3, River City Handicap. We're going to talk about a couple of them now coming up. See that Aqueduct action as well, which we've already touched on. River City set piece. Fun horse to watch, making that late run. Is he as effective, though, at 1 1/8 miles?
I don't think that's a yes. I'm going to go with no. If I have to give you a yes or no, sir, I'm going to go with no.
Drawn outside?
Yeah. Yeah, he's drawn outside. Look, I'll tell you what. There appears to be some pace in here. Hosier from the rail. You have Max KO, who's entered tomorrow in the Claiming Crown. Street Ready has some speed. Accredit has some speed. So maybe he gets some additional pace help. But in the 2 times he's tried the extra distance, he has failed. So we'll see if it helps the pace anyway.
And you brought up to me off air a good point, too. Even a very gaudy record on the grass at Churchill, but it's a different turf course, so keep that in mind, too, before you say, oh, this is a horse for course. 2-1 morning line, and he's going to need some pace, and he's going to need to find his way to as close to that fence as he can get from the outside post. There's a lot up against him.
That's the other issue, too. Good point. That's a really good point. He's got to try and get over and save some ground.
Pixelate, meanwhile, for Mike Stidham, coming out of the Grade 3 Knickerbocker here in New York, ran second at King Cause.
Yeah, King Cause kind of just, well, he didn't kind of just, he walked the dog on the front end of the Knickerbocker right here behind us at the Big A and just kept on going. Pixelate actually ran well along the inside. You see him there in the Godolphin blue. He's going to battle on, and he's going to win a tight photo for second. Yeah, I guess he's the quote-unquote other horse. In Love was second in a money allowance race at Keeneland last time out, less than a month ago. If you can beat set piece, you see that morning line. If you could beat set piece, you could be on your way to making some money. That's the finale, the final race on the card, and the last of 3 stakes on the Sunday card beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, we have one of the better filly mare sprinters in the country, maybe just a notch below the very, very best. But Sconson, been very good for a long time. Going to line up again for Greg Foley. Didn't show up last time out at Keeneland, which you had to think was an audition for the Breeders' Cup, and they decided to pass off that performance. 5 wins, 3 seconds, 11 starts at Churchill.
Yeah, she wraps up this will be her 21st start. She has 6 wins, like you mentioned, Greg. 5 of them have come at Churchill. She's only been out of the money twice beneath the Twin Spires. She essentially needs to run 4th to get over $1 million, become racing's newest millionaires. And certainly looks like she's supposed to finish better than 4th in here. If she comes with any one of a handful of races she's run in Louisville in her career, she's supposed to get the money on Sunday and go out a winner. And what's been a pretty good, sharp, and solid career as a graded stakes winner.
Much easier group, but got to be a little bit of concern with her performance last time out.
A lot of concern with her performance last time out. She did no running whatsoever. She was kind of ignored at the tote board as well. They kind of knew, they knew. The proverbial they knew. She didn't run 2 steps last time out. Not the way you want to go out with your career. They find a much more cherry spot here. Even though it's listed, it's worth $300,000.
Meanwhile, Bet on Sunshine, I love this horse. I've been such a huge fan of Bango for a long time, and he ran arguably the best race of his career last time out.
Yeah, he's a fun horse as he comes with these, he's come with these big runs. He's won from on the limb. I remember when he won the Aristides earlier this year and paid a huge price. I bet on him, bet a few bucks on him. He came from the moon. Last time he's just setting a length off the pace. He's a lot of fun. Another horse. Talk about a horse for the course. 8 for 15 in his career with a 2nd and 2/3. And so 11 times in the money at Churchill. 6 for 11 at the 3/4 of a mile distance. And yeah, he's been solid. Last time out, he got a money allowance win. He paid, what a price he paid last time in that money allowance. He beat South Bend, who just got beat today. Mucho, who's back in here on Sunday as well. Fun card on Sunday.
So Miles Ahead, going to be an industry customer in there. He ran a big effort last time as well. That's that Sunday card, Churchill Downs. We will have it for you. We're back tomorrow, 2 Eastern start time.
Yes.
We get to sleep in a little bit.
We do. Well, I got talking horses.
You see, we'll be here early. It was self-isolation 3 in a row. David Jacobson, Jose Ortiz in the feature at Aqueduct. And how about Mr. Wireless? 3-horse blanket finish between runners with the W. Deshaun Parker, trainer Brett Calhoun in a thriller in that 1-mile race. Thanks for being with us on this Veterans Day. We will see you on Saturday.